Hey, hello! Welcome back to Phase 4. As our pod returns, it is time for us to go ahead and get bauxite refinement. Which needs more stuff, but... So, bauxite refinement is just the next step in our journey. And it allows us to scan for bauxite. Now, as a general rule, bauxite's found in the middle of the map. So along, like, this strip right here is where basically all the bauxite is found. We're going to be heading to a bauxite that's probably not going to be scanned by what we're doing, but it's up here on these plateaus. There are... What bauxite did we find? We found this one. That's one of them, I think. There are 3 nodes here that we're going to pick up resources from, and we're going to use that bauxite to make aluminum. And aluminum is just like the new steel. So we're just going to need to get our hands on that, and let's get this rolling. So I thought we had sheets being made, and sheets aren't being made because I messed up the assembler blueprint. Oh, and I'm annoyed. I'm annoyed. Apparently things didn't hook up how I thought they did. So this blueprint design doesn't work. Because for some reason, these conveyor lifts don't actually hook up to these mergers. Between you and me, I am absolutely unsure as to why. But they just don't. They just don't. That's okay, we'll fix it. So, to fix this, pick up all the mergers and pick up all of the conveyor belts and all of the lifts that were on the side. You can leave what's in the middle alone, it worked fine. Okay, we're gonna try it this way. So you can do lifts like this, and then you should be able to point mergers into them like this. Just to make sure it's flowing the right direction. And despite how stupid this looks, I do believe it works. We are obviously going to go double check it really quickly because God forbid it doesn't work. Make sure you make a little nublet here at that blue height so that it auto connects. In fact, I'm going to do myself a favor. Same idea, but just make it closer. Yeah, there we go. Make it closer to the end here. Nope, not like that. Not like that. Just build it up 1 tick. 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 Get your mergers. You gotta make sure it's running the correct way. And then run your belt through them. Run a really tiny one right there. And that should work now. Oh, I'm so sad about that. Okay, well, it's working, but I made them run against the grain instead of with the grain. So let's go fix that in here. And I didn't realize I was doing that. Ugh, it's always something, man. I have to pick up all the mergers and all the belts again. Part 2. You can leave, like, the conveyor pole, you can leave the lift, you can leave all that. Just can't be the merger or the belt. So it's supposed to merge out this way. And there's supposed to be a lift there, but apparently I deleted it. That way. That way, that way, that way, that way. And then, like, give that a save now. There's a dismantle crate. Nice. What is even in the godforsaken dismantle crate? Well, I did pick up a lot of copper, didn't I? And I kind of want to keep the aluminum ingots on me. That's stupid. Just throw them away. I want to keep the aluminum ingots on me. Well, keep the aluminum sheets. Those are nice to have. Okay, where's the box? Okay, let's try this again. Take 2. Did I not save it? What is happening? Hold on. Oh my god, I did it again. Okay. I need it to go this way. Yes, the belts are flowing that way. Jesus Christ. Wow. Look at how not difficult this was to do right any of the times. Now I also gotta check to make sure that they auto blueprint together fine enough. Yeah, because they don't. What I thought. So these nublets here have to be on the other side, which I knew, because they have to be for inputs. Wait. Close. Wonderful. Hit save on this now. Test it really quickly. Okay. Looks solid to me. This hypertube's cute and small and gets us where we need to be, but we're gonna need one that's just a little bit longer. I don't know why I'm being funky with this. Make sure that this is in the front. I don't know why this doesn't want to snap, but that's okay, it's fine. Go. I think this should be enough. This? I'm gonna remove this last one. It looks like a lot to me. Okay, let's get the support. All the way up, one tick back. Again, if you're uncomfortable with these, you can always save before you launch yourself into orbit. I'm more of a F it we ball type of guy, so, you know. Into orbit we go. Yeah, that did pretty well. So we want to head this way. Because bauxite number 1 is that. Bauxite number 2 is somewhere right around here, I think. And that's bauxite number 3. I don't know where bauxite number 2 is. I also have no idea what the enemies look like here. Because I haven't been here in forever. So, do recommend you be weary. I also saw some radiation over there, so be aware of that too. We have no way to avoid radiation damage. So we're gonna get minor Mark 2s. Okay, and this seems really manageable. Take care of the spitters first. I think these guys are the ones that can throw rocks at you. I haven't seen a rock yet. I'm not particularly worried about what they're gonna do to me. I should have been worried. So what we're going to do is we're going to bring these belts down and work with them on a platform we're going to make down here. I did not bring power out here, did I? That's okay. Let's run our belts. Let's get everything set up, and then we'll go grab power at the end, and it'll be fun. Okay, so we also need to overclock this so that this is giving us 480. So make sure you do that. And then let's just run this power pole this way. And we're going to find the other 2 bauxite, which with a quick ping. Should be able to spot them. One is here, and then one's a little bit off in the distance. So we'll go to this close one first. This one has a lot of friends near it, but I'm not concerned with clearing this one out. Just get your miner place down. Get 2 shards in it. Ow, my face. And start running this belt away from it, and you'll be fine. This one is also a pure node, so it should only need 2 of those shards. And once we're running this away, we're going to be safe, so... Alright, and those are the first 2 done, which is 960 bauxite, I believe. Go around this radiation field, by the way. You could probably fly over it if you were going mildly quick like this. It's probably fine. Yeah. Let's give this another ping to see where this is before we keep going. Right over here, right? Yeah. I'm gonna say, be careful in this area, because I believe there are friends. And not the nice type of friends. But there's our bauxite right there. Looks like this rock is safe enough to land on, so... I'm just gonna guess you don't want to actually go down to the bauxite. I don't know why. My gut says there are friends there. But from up here, you can yoink it pretty easily. This one, however, does need 3 shards. Because it is a... Ow. Normal one instead of a pure one. Okay, so of course, I'm out of encased beams. So we're going to grab some of those. But before we do, let's go ahead and let's for the first time use a power tower. Why not? So we do need to bring power out here. So we might as well just use a power tower and drag this along the coastline, essentially. All the way just straight back to our hub so that we can have power out here. This is going to be an uneventful journey, so I don't see any reason to keep this in the video.
Compatible music. We are writing new symphonies.
So I realized that I never ran power out to this bauxite that's down here. So we're going to make sure we do that. And while we're at it, let's make sure it's fully overclocked, which of course it is. So that should have power now, which means it's going to bring bauxite over along with the rest of the stuff, since I have brought power over for everything by taking the power poles and running them along the coastline as I said I was going to. Which means that we can come over here and we can have them like this. I'm going to intentionally separate this one so that I know it's the 300 line. So we have two 480s and a 300 line, which brings us to 1260, which I hope is the number we're supposed to be at. But that's an underscore, not a plus sign. Yeah, there you go, 1260. That's the number I've aimed for. So we're just gonna take these straight down, and we shouldn't need to come back up here ever again, basically. Pro tip, if you're building straight down and it's a big height like that, you can stop and take breaks on the lifts so that you can continue to bring things downwards. And for no particular reason, this just seems like a good building height. So I'm going to build it this height. No real rhyme or reason to that, just feels good to me. And again, I have no plans for how big this is going to be, so I'm just going to make it big enough and then just let it be. Which, like, honestly, this is probably big enough. So what next thing we should do is let's get ourselves a hypertube cannon back to base, and I'm just trying to figure out where to place this. Because we either need to go around this way or up and over. Looks like if we did something kind of angling out this way, that should be good. So let's see if I can get this in the right spot. And I've said this before, but I'm just going to say it again. It's always important to have these transportation hubs kind of set up, so that if I need to get back to base, it's just a quick hypertube cannon away. Let's see, can I... Might be a little too on the nose. Maybe just something slightly offset would do the trick. That way, like, I don't know. This also doesn't look, like enough, but we'll see. Other pro tip is if you need to go up, you can place power lines on these, and you can bring power straight up. And if you wait for your jetpack with some tapping, not holding because you go higher while tapping, you can keep making it to the next lift head. And you can use even less energy if you do the Q trick and do it well, but I'm apparently really bad. Then you just run that into that, so we have power down here. And as always, I recommend for you, not me, to save before you Test out your hypertubes just in case. That being said, in this household, we ball. So I can steer it around. It works. Not the best hypertube in the world, but it does get you here, and that's all that matters. And then I can just take this right back, so. Seems fine to me. So we want to take our bauxite, and we want to turn it into aluminum. And unfortunately, the bauxite to aluminum pipeline is, like, kind of insane, which I can show you. So first, bauxite has to be made into alumina solution, which unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you think about it, has a bonus output of silica. So it has a byproduct. I don't want that on my list. It has a byproduct you have to deal with. What do you do with alumina solution? What do you do with alumina solution? Well, you combine it with coal to get scrap, which has a fun byproduct of water, by the way. What do you do with aluminum scrap? Well, you combine it with some silica to make the ingots that you need. So it ends up being this, like, multi-chained, kind of complex thing, and it's really not as hard as it seems, I promise you. So first, to build bauxite, we're going to need some refineries, and we need 10.5 of these. So that is 4. And then with auto connect, that there is going to be 4 more. Which is beautiful, but let's get another little platform out here just so I have a little bit more space to work with. Means I shouldn't have put them on the edge like that, but that's okay. And then we need to expand this way some. Oh, that's not good. Oh, big enough? Nope, not yet. Alright, and because we need 10 of these, we're going to place... Well, we actually could place 2 more refineries down, couldn't we? How well do those auto-connect? Let's find out. Well, if I do that, not at all. Yeah, they don't auto-connect. Okay, that's what I thought. So, we have to place the 4 refineries down. Which is fine, and this is what my plan was anyways. Really important to make sure they're facing the right direction, or the auto-connect won't work. And so that right there should be 12, if I'm not on blueprint mode. 12 refineries. Which means since we need 11.5, remove this one. And then we're just going to set this one to 0.5. So this is taking bauxite and water and making alumina solution. And this one is going to be my half. So the rest of these are going to run no problem. But that one's not going to run no problem. Okay, so let's start by looking at the inputs. The inputs are 120 bauxite per minute, which means if we have a belt that has 480, that means that can supply 4 refineries. So maybe we didn't want to auto-connect these, but that's okay. 1, 2, 3, 4. Disconnect the belt right here. And run it on top, I guess, because this is going to be the second line of bauxite. So that there's bauxite line number 2. And then that's going to go into 1, 2, 3, 4. So remove this one, which is only running into 2.5. Why 2.5? Because 120 plus 120 is 240 plus 60 is 300 flat. And for funsies, if you wish, you can clean up this stuff on the end that's extra. You could also leave it. It never hurts. Just looks silly. That's the output. Assuming we can handle the output. So also take this one, run it on top. If you want this to look nice, you can use conveyor poles. I have never super duper cared about that. Not never, just not right now. So there are your 3 lines of input. We have the 480 here, 480 there, and then the top one's the 300. So we just gotta grab these here and bring them on over. Okay, so that should be everything hooked up. Bauxite-wise, let's get the power poles strung together, and let's see if we can hook this up to nothing over here. Okay. There we go. Beautiful. So these will start loading up with their bauxite, which isn't a real big concern, but it lets us get the manifolding out of the way. So then the next trick is these need water. How much water? Well, they need 180 times 10.5 water, which is that much water. Wow, that's a lot of water. But there's a trick. These give back water in return, right? Not these, but one of the parts of the process. So we're going to feed that water back into this pipeline. So what we really want to do is just break these up into 600-ish segments. Which means each section needs 3 to a pipeline. So 1, 2, 3, disconnect there. 1, 2, 3, disconnect there. 1, 2, 3, disconnect there. Now all we have to do is make sure that this system gets enough water. And that's it. That's the real trick here. We just got to make sure it gets enough water. So that's why we did this here, because we're next to the water. Okay, so down here we're gonna need 10.5 extractors, which that is 5, I believe. Beautiful. And if we can just kind of line them up across from each other, that'd be nice, wouldn't it? 3. And then we can just put our half down here. Just like that. And then we can just get power down there, however we can do it. Again, you can place power poles in the water, so it kind of doesn't really matter. That being said, I'm going to keep them at least a little landlocked. That way they're easier to access and whatnot. Okay, is that everything? Looks like everything to me. And then this power pole is just coming up here. And those are all active. Beautiful. Now, if these put out 120 each, is that mathin'? 120? Yeah. So that means 600 is about 4 of these. 5 of these. Okay. So that means we need to take 5 of them, obviously, and hook them up together. How do you do that? Well, if you do this, that right there is going to be 4 once you do this. And then logically, there you go. That's 5. Put a pipeline junction, and hopefully we built this close enough that you can go up all the way in one swing, just like that. If you did not build this low enough, right? And you need to get this up here, how are you going to go about doing it? Well, easiest way is to get yourself some foundations. Not the 1x1 foundations. Like so, and I believe... Yeah, you can build, like, into the foundation. It looks kind of jank, because you can't do that, apparently. But if you picked a random height and you built one off, you know, then you could do this type of thing into going all the way up. And it looked dumb. You could leave the platforms there as well if you really wanted to, but that's one way of doing it. On the other hand, I'm just going to do it straight up because I made sure to build low enough that I could do that. I didn't specify that, but that is what I did. We have the resources to use pump line Mark IIs, so might as well. And I'm going to place this as low as I can. Hit H, and you should see that that blue line just zips all the way up there. Because, again, it should be less than 50 pretty easily. Alright, so that's my first 600 set up. Now we need another 600. Get that next 600. We're just going to do this and that. Like this, like that. Plug those in together, and that's another 600. Same idea. Give it a pump. Make sure it's low to the ground. Also, do make sure to take the time and watch your pump. Right, you should see that moving, and you should be able to see the blue stuff there. Important to do that because I don't know why pumps and fluids are just one of the easiest things to mess up. Okay, lastly, we need our 50. Now, this is really important. Set this one to 50%. Okay, it's very important. Incredibly important, even. That's done that way. Now, for hooking these up, every 4 should be strung together because they're 180 a pop. Times 4 is 720. So every 4 should be strung together. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Disconnect them there. 1, 2, 3, 4. Disconnect them there. Now, you are never going to guess where the 50, which is this one, the very low water flow, is going to go. And it's going to go down here at the end into this one. So these 3 are going to get the least amount of water. And that's because they aren't a, like, full section of water, right? They are a partial section of water. Because this is 2.5 machines. Now, it's still not getting enough water, you might be saying. If you did any math on this, you might be thinking to yourself or saying it out loud, but that's not getting any water. And you're right, it's not getting enough water. We're going to fix that. So first of all, let this run. And don't, like, feel the need to connect this up to anything. Just let it do its thing. It's going to make some silica that we're not ready to deal with just yet. But the important thing is that all of these pipes are going to fill up with water. And that's what we want. We want every single pipe in here, including this one, which should have water. Hello? Water? 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 Ah, no pump. This is why you always check these things. Make sure you see the pump moving. I see the pump moving, therefore is okay. Double check this gets water. And this is fine because, again, we really want these pipes to completely fill up. We want every single droplet of water to completely fill up in these pipes best it can. Okay, so this didn't work at all. Just by the way, this pump pipe didn't work. It does need to be lower, and just because of the way I built this, I can't get it lower. I think if you just choose a better... How does auto work? Did auto work? No, auto didn't work. Okay, we'll have to do a little finagling. Not that hard, just do something like that. So that you can put the pump, like, here. And now it should work? Question mark? Wow, look at that. One little change, and suddenly these machines that weren't getting water are getting water. Isn't that silly? Okay, now the next part requires 5... turn off auto connect. Make sure we're going the right way. The next part requires 5.5 or 5 1/4 refineries. And I think I just want to place the last two by hand. I'll just place them. It's fine. So 5.5 refineries are going to be making 5 1/4. I gotta keep saying that. Aluminum scrap 5 1/4. So let's get those all pasted together. And well, let's just finish off the connections here. I'm probably gonna have to disconnect some of this in just a... What is that? I didn't even try, man. Okay, apparently I gotta do this on the ground because my hands aren't working with me today. Sick. And let's also take the mergers. Running this way, right? Okay, so I need to do the backsides too. I wish my hands were, like, agreeable. This is maybe a bad day to be recording. Holy. Okay, so we have 5 machines. And a 25th of a machine, so there should be 6 machines here. Good. And this one is the 4th of a machine that we have. Very important that it works out this way. Okay, so the trick is, what does this take? This takes coal, which we don't have. And then it takes the alumina solution. We're obviously going to go get the coal. I mean, that kind of went without saying. We're going to go out of our way. We're going to pull coal over here, and we'll have that. And we have the alumina solution already. The alumina solution we're producing needs to be piped over in 3 separate pipes. The good news is, doing it's really simple, because we can just connect like this. And I took that from, like, 3 over, so let's take another one from, like, 3 over. Put it here. And then let's take one from, like, the end and plug it into the end over there. And this is just going to help make sure that the, this is all nice and full here. So these should all get what they need in the amounts they need it, because there is enough in the pipes to handle that, I believe. And this should work this way. I guess if this doesn't work, you're not going to see this part of the video, so yeah. Something we can do to help maintain this is we can put valves near the connection points. And we could do disconnecting of these, because what's 120 times 5? 120 times 5 is 600, so we could, like, disconnect here. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we could, I don't know, disconnect here or something. It doesn't really matter. And this would definitely ensure that we have proper flow management. So, something like that. It's not too precise of a thing. And it should work out just fine. Okay, next. These have a byproduct of water, and that's why we laid these out right now, honestly. Because we want to manage that water byproduct. And this water byproduct is going to be very tricky, or could be, We're going to make it as simple as possible, though. As simple as possible. So this has a water byproduct of 30. And we're going to leave this one on its own little island. So the 31 gets to be all by itself. And the reason the 31 gets to be all by itself is because we're going to run it over in its own cutesy little pipe. And we're just going to plug it in here. Brain off, no thoughts. Give it a valve, allowing it to flow this way, but not that way. So that this doesn't fill up with water, because we don't need that. Now, the rest of this is in a nice, juicy 600 pipe. So we can take that over, and it doesn't really matter how you get it there, but I'm going to run it alongside this stuff. And we're going to go straight to the back with it. It doesn't particularly matter how you do this, but I'm going to run this into a pipe junction. I'm going to do this by just lining it up like that. Also, I am aware that I went up. This should be enough up that it's not a pipe. Like, it doesn't need to go up more than this. If this is a problem, though, I'll point it out later. Should be fine, though. So each section is going to get its own extra water flow. And of course, we're going to make sure to put a valve on it, because we do not need this backflowing into the pipe in any capacity. And then this last one can come down here. And it can get a valve as well. So again, the valves are just to prevent backflow, which means that this pipe system should never fill up with water, okay? So this entire pipe system should never be completely full of water, and yeah. Now let's keep working forward instead of backwards. Each of these machines outputs 360 aluminum scrap, which is a lot. And if I look at a foundry, aluminum ingots, 90, it's 4 foundries per aluminum. Okay. That's easy. So it's 4 per. Okay, so over here, looking at the alumina scrap, what we're actually going to do is remove all this conveyor stuff that we have built into our blueprints. Turns out it's not good for aluminum, because aluminum's such a weird beast. Which means we didn't need all this, but whatever. Such is life. We're here now. Okay, so we have this. And essentially, each of these machines, barring the last one at the end, needs to run into 4 foundries. Which means we're going to place down our 8 foundries. Like so. And then, let's see, how does this one line up? There. Ooh. I don't want to weave them like that, that's bad. There. And then, obviously, the last one isn't going to be the exact same construction, because it can't be. Oh, I didn't realize how jank that looks at the end. Oh, well, it's fine. Heck yeah. And this is essentially how this is going to work out. So we're going to take this first machine and just plug it straight in. But that only can feed 4 of these. So 1, 2, 3, 4. We're going to have to disconnect this one. Run this out and over to that. So as you can see, this belt is going to feed 4 machines. And that belt is going to feed 4 machines. Wow. Spectacular, right? Sure, that's what you're thinking. Spectacular. Same for this one, right? Runs into that belt there. And then we go and disconnect this one for the back 4. Place it here and here. Loop that into there. Now this last one's a little tricky, because we won't have enough scrap for the 1/4 machine, right? In fact, you're never going to guess if every machine needs 4, right? If each of these needs 4, how much does the 1/4 machine need? That's right, it needs 1. Which, is a thing. I'm going to leave most of this alone. But I'm going to pick up, like, the completely unnecessary stuff in the back here. Not that, though. Yeah. That looks fine. Yeah, so, this one only needs 1, which is definitely a little jank and a little sad, but it is what it is. So all of its scrap only goes to 1 machine. Which is currently on steel ingots. They're all on steel ingots. Sick. Oh, they aren't. Yes, they are. Oh, well. So we're gonna have to set that recipe to aluminum alloys. So go ahead and make sure everything is set to aluminum alloy. Okay, now we need to go get 2 things, right? Unfortunately for us, we can't just rock this. We have to go get some quartz, and we have to go get some coal. Now, the good news is if I ping both of these, they should both be... Coal should be right here, and quartz should be here-ish. Oh, there's coal. Look at that. Wow. Did the quartz ping not go through? Okay. Apparently you can't do that. I thought you could, but I don't know. So as I said, coal is here. And there should be quartz, like, here. I don't know how long it'll take to find it, but it's there. Wow, look at me. I'm pretty good at this stuff. Now, that is kind of a long distance. Obviously, we could just belt it. But what if we tried out trains? How would we feel about that? We're going to be using a lot of trains in the near future anyways. So what if we just, you know, gave them a whirl? So what I'm thinking is if we build this out a little bit more, we can put a train station here. Just like this. We're going to start with, like, baby's first train, okay? I'm going to make this as simple as possible because I want us to be comfy with the use of twains and twain-based technology. So we're going to make this as simple as can be, and to get there, we're going to take this path, I think. Pretty sure we can do that. Yeah, this will be fun. Who knows? Okay, so you need kind of a big foundation for train stations. Train stations tend to be massive in their size. And we're going to need 2 freight platforms. And then I don't know if you need this or not, because this is gonna be a double-headed train. So as baby's first train, I recommend double-headed trains. What does a double-headed train look like? Well, it's pretty simple. Well, I guess I need to make a little bit more track than that. Just so I can make sure it fits. So excuse me. We have train, freight car, train. So we're doing 2 freight cars, 1 for coal, 1 for quartz. Pretty simple. And we can just name this. So if you hit E on the train station, we're gonna name this, how about quartz, Q and C drop off. Smiley face. Beautiful. Wow. Doesn't that just feel good? I don't know if drop off is supposed to be 1 word or not. I'm gonna do that though. Let's make it 2 words, but capitalize it. Yeah. So this is where our train is gonna go, but we're gonna need to controls. We're gonna need to work this out by delivering our train there. So first things first, hook the train station up to power. And what this allows you to do, first of all, is it allows the train to be drivable, right? You can now move the train, woohoo. Be careful not to run it off the rails. But you can run the train. More importantly, that actually makes this a power pole. So getting railways down can always be a fun little trick. Ramp 2s are the ones that work the best for it. Although trains don't like making themselves look pretty, so don't expect this to look nice. But looking nice does not matter in the slightest, because I'm gonna tell you what, we're here to be efficient with twains. As a general rule, it's probably best to keep trains on platforms, on the foundations. That being said, I'm going to keep this simple and keep it on the ground. And as long as you don't care how it looks, this is so easy to manage. Because you just kind of click, click, click away. If you want to be like, I want my trains to have no clippings, well, then it might get complex. But until then, that being said, I do tend to blow up trees if they get in the way, because those can look really weird when the train just goes straight through the trees. So because this is our first railway and rail line, I am going to help you build it, and I'm going to walk through it like step by step, which means you're going to see this entire process and where I go, because I think we need to go up this way. And since we're building here, great. Steep hills like this can be difficult for trains. But again, if you really don't even, like, think about the clipping, you can get away with it pretty easily. And that's my, like, personal recommendation, is just try not to worry too much about the clipping when you're doing this. Once, like, we can just go straight through that wall, it's fine. Does it look dumb? Yeah. Is it gonna look silly when I use the train? Yep. Could stop and get that slug too if I wanted, but I'm just gonna keep building. Okay, and just to make sure we're heading in the right-ish direction we are, because we need to go down this way. Twains. We probably want to go down like this. Oh, This is fine. It's going well. All is going well. Am I near the coal? I think I am. Yeah, it's just up further. Okay. We're doing great. beautiful. And this big open spot is where we'll build our train station. Because we're close enough to the coal with it just being, like, right around that rock. And the quartz is just down in here. I'll show you in just a second. So for stations, I like 4x4s. Platforms have to be 5 wide. And usually you have to build them off the ground, so this is not going to work. Let's just attach it to this rock, then it's going to work for sure. Yeah. Giving your train stations a little bit of elevation can be nice. Because then you don't have to worry about the terrain. And since stations are big, it's nice to not have to worry about the train. Okay. So just do that. 2 freight platforms. Beautiful. And then an empty platform. Hooray. Then just take this and hook it up. Like so. If you don't like the clipping, you can do that. And there you go. Merry Christmas. We're also going to name this one. And we're going to call it UNC Pick Up. Adorable. Oh, yeah. Alright, so then obviously we need to run our coal over. Now the important thing is we need 630 coal is the magic number we're looking for. And I believe these two can provide that for us quite easily. So I am not too worried about it. Let's see, this one is gonna be 480. So that's a full belt's worth right there, if I do say so myself. And then this one needs to be that whole number, because that's exactly the number we need. Oh boy, chills. That's good. So as it turns out, this is, yeah, the exact amount we needed, which is fine. It's good. So we're just going to run these over to the train station. Also, what's fun about train stations is because our train station's hooked up to the power line, the train station now acts as part, like, power poles. So we can easily just hook ourselves up to power like so. Alright, now here's an important thing. Which station is going to be coal and which one is going to be quartz? This doesn't, like, really matter, but it matters a little bit. Because it's Q and C, I'm going to make the back station coal. Okay. Now, personal recommendation. Industrial storage container in front of the input. Like so. Because train stations stop moving resources when they are loading or unloading. And this needs to be on load, and this needs to be on load, so these are on the right settings. That's good. So because they stop, you want to be able to buffer up the resources a little bit so that you can continue to load at the same rate and it doesn't interrupt loading or unloading. Might matter a bit more. I literally just said I was going to do coal in the back, didn't I? Yes, I did. Okay. We can still do coal in the back. Something like that, and there you go. Coal's being loaded into this back station. So we're also going to get quartz, and yeah, we'll do the same thing, obviously. So let's go find the quartz, and while we're at it, let's bring power with us. Also, this belt line might take a bit of encased beams. We don't have that many in storage, but I'm going to take out what we have so that hopefully it can start refilling before we get there. And It's up to you what you do with the hostiles, but that one I'll deal with because they're annoying. And I'm going to deal with this one because you're annoying. Well, he can stay there. He's just a little yellow pupper. This quartz should be enough. Do I not know what quartz is? Okay, no, it's just because I was reloading. Yeah, this is enough quartz. And let's see, with these, they both need to be overclocked. But only by 1? Yes. So you only need to overclock these by 1. Because that will exceed the 300 and whatever we needed. I don't remember what the number was. $360 times 2 is 720, which exceeds 600, whatever. And unfortunately, I'm out of resources. Alrighty, so I got myself my encased beams. And I was just thinking, hey, why don't we get our train over to where we want it? Now, so first, beginner tutorial, right? You get into the train by hitting E. Q, it says, opens up the train menu. And we want to edit the timetable. We're just going to go to pickup. Save changes. And then just turn on self-driving. And bada bing, bada boom, the train is on its way. Hands up, I do nothing. Now, what we're going to do while we're here is we're going to rename the train to, Quartz. And we'll just call it QNC, right? Obviously. QNC train, done. What a great name. So this is the path, this is the journey that our train is gonna make every single time it runs. And you can see, oh, it gets a little slow in there, doesn't it? Because it has to go uphill and whatever. Doesn't matter. And then, oh, we get to go through the mountainside. Choo-choo. Love trains, man. Love trains. Alright, so once it got here, I think it's going to try to load the coal. Yeah. That's great. And it can do that. I don't really care. It's so fine. Okay, so we're just going to keep bringing this over. And in. So there we go. We also will have quartz filling up. So while this is here and while we're chilling, let's talk about... Well, let's actually not talk. Let's turn off self-driving. And let's pull it out of the station. If I can. Cancel docking. Great. Okay. Okay, so let's talk about train math. Train math isn't the easiest thing to understand and wrap your head around, but it starts by knowing how much a freight car holds. And that freight car is completely empty. Why is that freight car completely empty? Okay. It starts by understanding how much a freight car can hold. And I believe this is 32 slots. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4 times 4, yeah. So this is 32 slots. And in this case, it's 100. And the same goes for quartz, I hope. Pretty sure quartz stacks up to 100, yeah? Yeah, great. So that means that 3,200 items, right, fit into one of these wagons. So the question is, how quickly do we fill a wagon, essentially? Right? So if we have 3,200 items, that means... sorry. If we have 3,200 items, and we bring in 630 a minute is how much time that takes, right? So what we need to know is the round trip of our train. Is it 5 minutes, essentially? If we multiply... So this is per minute, so if we multiply that 0.07 into seconds, what is that? So we multiply by 60 to get it in seconds. So we have 5 minutes and 4 seconds. So if this train runs any slower than 5 minutes and 4 seconds, it will impact our throughput. And obviously we don't want that, right? Very obviously we do not want that level of input. Excuse me. So the easiest way to ensure this is just to add more trains. However, with a double-headed train, adding more trains to the current layout would be hard. So you could loop this so that you could add another train, and then you don't need to double-head it. There are a lot of things you could do, but I don't think this train round trip is going to be anywhere close to 5 minutes. I think it's going to be about 4. Well, maybe we'll have to see. So let's talk about editing the timetables here. We want this train to run automatically on its own. And to do that, we're going to add pickup and drop off. We're going to say, do it until it's fully loaded or unloaded for both of them. So it should stay in the station until it's either fully loaded or fully unloaded. Yeah, I didn't change it. On pickup, we want it to only wait a maximum of whatever 630 is. Hold on, gotta do some basic math. Hit save changes on this. Basic math time. Which you cannot be in the train to do basic math. 630. It should take 5 minutes to fill up. Half of 5 minutes. We already did this. 2.5. Okay. We'll go with 180 seconds. That sounds good. Which is what I was just going to put in anyways. So, on pickup, it's wait until the train is fully loaded or unloaded, or wait for 180 seconds. Here's the reason you do this. The reason you do this is so that the train doesn't bug out. In my experience, sometimes it'll like fill up 99% of the way, but not 100% for no reason. And then it'll bug out and it'll never move again. So by adding another condition here, you could set this lower, by the way, if you want. Like, what realistically should the wait time be on this? I just use 180 because that usually gives it enough time, but that's for multi-train things. Let's set it to a minute. So at most, it should be stationary for a minute. I've never seen that problem occur when unloading. Never seen it. But if you want to, you can still increase the wait time on this to 60 seconds as well. So on drop-off, we have or 60 seconds, and we have or 60 seconds on pickup. Seems fine to me. Both of those seem okay, and we're doing it until it's fully loaded or unloaded. That looks great. Now, I've given these both time to fill up, and to even start buffering the items in here, which I don't particularly care about, but there you go. They're buffering the items. This one isn't done yet? Now it is. Okay. So what we're going to do is we're going to do our test run. And I'm going to turn this on, and it should go straight ahead into the station here. And the second it hits the station, I'm going to start a stopwatch, a timer. A stopwatch. I'm going to start a stopwatch, and if the number I get before this is below 5 minutes, then we're perfect. If it's close, I'm going to let you know. I'll let you know no matter what it is. But if it's close, I'll let you know, and we can talk about potential tweaks. So, let's do this. Okay, so my time was 3 minutes and 37 seconds, which means this is completely within the, like, realm of reasonability. Like, this is not anything I would worry about. This train line is really solid. I do recommend, though, you go into your menu, your map, and just turn off train stations and... not on the compass, on the... Yeah, on the compass, that's right. Turn off trains and train stations. They're, I don't know, to me, annoying to see up here, and I don't need to see it up there. So, I like removing them. Okay, now for the unloading part of this. Whenever you create trains, always unload 2 belts worth into industrial containers. I don't care if you need 2 belts worth, always do it. If it's 1 belt worth, do it. If it's 2 belts worth, do it. Because this has the same problem that loading does. These cannot move while the station is in use. So you need to unload them faster, right, than you actually consume them at. Because if you can't do that, then this won't keep up throughput-wise. But here we go. We finally have our resources here, and now it's just allocating them. Unfortunately, the quartz is going to be a rather big pain in the butt. So let's do that one first, yeah? Okay, quartz. Maybe you're thinking it can't be that bad, and I'm exaggerating. Well, honestly, I am kind of exaggerating. But essentially, we're going to need 28 constructors. Now, the good news is, our little blueprint allows us to place down 10 at a time. So what we can do is... this. Auto connect. Because that's a thing we can do. Into this. Into that. And there you have it. Because we need 28, you can remove the 2 constructors on the end. Wow. I know you're excited about that. Even remove this stuff. Yep. And there you go. That should be 28 constructors. And hopefully now you're starting to see the power of blueprints, because before blueprints, 28 constructors would have been a monumental task. But with 28 constructors, it's pretty chill, honestly. Up to power. I think these 2 sections aren't hooked up. Beautiful. And so these all need to be set to silica. So let's go through and give them their silica recipe. Usually the best way to do this type of thing is to get a little bit of momentum and just kind of fly through it, but it's not easy. So I don't have any like actual pro tips on how to do this, just, you know, some momentum and flying usually works out well. Also, I apparently placed 2 of those sections really close together, so I have no idea if they actually auto-connected together or not. Let's see. Did they actually auto-connect? They did. Oh, that's just wonderful. Could have spaced that out a little bit more, but whatever. Not gonna fix it now. Okay, so the important thing to keep in mind is how much silica this outputs, which is this outputs 1,050. Now, it's important to note that 1,050 does not divide by 480 evenly. So some of this is going to have to be broken up into a couple separate belts. Is just the way it is, right? Of course it is. So how are we going to go about doing this? Well, first, let's bring our quartz over. And our quartz needs to be brought in on 2 separate belts. And I have no idea which one the quartz is. I think it's this one. Yes. It is this one. So, logically, right, we're going to need to break this up so that 14 of them are on the first belt and 14 are on the second belt. You don't need to be precise with this, but that'd be a good way to do it. So the easiest way to do it is FG on the constructor, hold it until you see the number 7, because that means that that would be 14, which means that everything past that would be another 14. So you can just really easily do it like this, run this back, and hook that up to there. And there you have it. We have 2 separate lines that are feeding into this. Now, as far as the output is concerned, let's find out how much 480 can be divided by 37.5. And the answer is 12. Always round down in these situations, so it's 12. So we're going to go 12, which is there. And that means on both sides, we're going to disconnect this belt right here. And oh, would you look at that? These didn't actually connect. They just lied and looks like it connects. Isn't that fun? Be careful how you put things. Same with this, same with this. It looks like it connects, but it doesn't. Very cool. Good lie. Apparently, be careful when you're auto-connecting, you know? Good to know. Good to know. Same with this, right? Oh, yeah. That's a big stinking lie. It wasn't actually connected at all. Now it is. Good. Okay, so these belts, if I can get them out. These are going to run back, and these are going to be output belts, which I guess means I need another line going down here, and I ran that into that, so that up. Beautiful. Then the rest of this should be less than 12. I have to keep it on constructors, though. Yes. So that means that these can all just merge into one line. If I could, like, you know, position it correctly, that'd be cool. And there you go. This will now be another line of silica. So we're essentially going to have our 3 belts worth of silica coming down. Now, we, in theory, have how many rows? We have 1, 2, 3 rows of these. And the question is, if these have 8, is 8 times 75 less than 480? And I got real bad news. Of course it isn't. Why would it be? Why would it be? Like, seriously, come on. Use your head. Why would that work out? We got to make this logistical mess as hard as possible. Okay, so 75 times 5 is less than 480. So that right there is 1 belt of silica. Boom. Over on this one, we're just going to do what we do best, which is separate them into 2 sections halfway through. And we're just going to run that along right there. And that's 2 belts of silica. And then we're going to run this along. Well, we're going to run this out. And then we're gonna run this bit out. And that right there is another 2 belts of silica. So to keep in mind, how many belts of silica do we need? 5. Okay, how many do we have? If you said 3, you're wrong. Because you forgot about these belts. And this right here outputs too much silica. Haha. Because this outputs 50 times 10.5. Which is this number. So somewhere in the middle where we made this connection right here is probably a good place. Because that has 5 of them here. We pull this out. And we can actually put it on top. And this will give us yet another line of silica. So now for the real question. How many belts of each did we end up with? We have 5 output belts and 5 input belts. So logically, we just run 1 into each and call it a day, right? No. No, it's never that simple. Because, unfortunately, these are going to need to be balanced. And I'm going to have to figure that balancing out, because a 5-to-5 balancer isn't the easiest thing in the world, so let me get back to you on that one. Okay, so here we go. We're going to make a 5-to-5 balancer. And that means we need 6 splitters. And the way I like to do this... Okay, if I can just get on the ground, I guess. Let me make sure they're, like, centered on their respective bits. The way I like doing this is vertically, like so. So we're going to have 2 sets of 3s like this. Now, we're going to have mergers coming out here. Like so. And essentially, what's going to happen is every bottom splitter is going to go to every bottom merger. Does that make sense? So, 1 here, 1 there, 1 there. That is not the bottom. Has to be the bottom. Bottoms to bottoms. Here. Nope. Here. And there. And then bottom, bottom. So that's step 1. Then step 2 is all tops to all tops. So top, 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 top. Now, you might be confused because we have 6 lines of belts, and yet for some reason, right, we're going to have, oh, sorry, we have 5 lines of belts, and yet for some reason we're going to have 6 splitters. That doesn't make sense, does it? Well, it's okay, it will in time. For right now, just get these plugged in. 1, 2, and 3, and then our other ones are over here. Sure, you can be curved, I don't care. 1 and 2, just like so. So this is step 1 of load balancing. Woohoo! Now, in step 2 of load balancing, we're going to get 6 splitters. And I'm going to put them just a little bit further away. Oh, actually, no, I'm not going to do these further away. Hold on. My bad. These ones can be really close, actually. Like, they can be that close. Because all we're going to do is run the mergers straight forward into the splitters. Like so. So now each merger goes into each splitter. Pretty easy, right? So then we're going to need 6 more mergers. And essentially, top side, bottom side need to merge. So, top goes to bottom. Bottom goes to top. And then they also go into themselves. So it's like straight across. And then opposites. Straight across. Nope, I said straight across. And then opposites. Just like that. Then, this top one right here just goes all the way around and gets fed into this belt over here. And if I didn't have this at a weird angle, this would make more sense. Come on. Beautiful. So then that top one goes around and feeds back into itself and redistributes anything that wasn't properly balanced. Then the rest of these are our output. And there you go. That is it. Just have to find a way to place them. And so then it's just time to plug them in, and it doesn't really matter where they go because they're going to balance themselves out. So just find a spot you like for each one, and you're off to the races. Okay, so now we need to make sure these have power, because I haven't done that yet. We should have a power pole somewhere around here, yeah? Just need to upgrade it to Mark II. And then, you know, actually hook it up to the power pole instead of whatever that was. And there you go. These should all be filling up with their stuff. And now all we need to do is get coal to this. And we have, like, a similar dilemma. Because 480 coal only feeds 4 of these. But because we have 6 of them, we're just going to make the cut at 3. Because we don't need to do 480 for both of them. We can... It's fine if it overdoes it, right? And so then this is where the coal comes in on this belt and this belt. And you just have to run this back over to here. And here. Now, I will admit, this area has gotten a little messy. But it's gonna work out and it should be good. So we should see that these here are gonna start making aluminum scrap and spitting them out right into these machines that should start making aluminum ingots relatively quickly. In fact, there are forced English is hard, I can't speak. Help, I'm having a stroke. Our first aluminum ingots. And each of these foundry sets makes a perfect 480 output. Except for this last one. This last one doesn't, because, you know, the last one is, oh, also, that's not the right place. Ooh. Except for this last one, because the last one doesn't. Because the last one is only 5 instead of 8. Okay, so bringing all of our aluminum ingots together. It is now just a matter of what to do with our aluminum ingots, right? It's not complicated what we're going to do with them. It's just, what are we going to do with them? So, hey, I want you to, give yourself a pat on the back right now. The hard part is over. You've done it. You've solved water quandaries. You've made a 5x5 balancer. You've perfectly managed and balanced everything up to this point so that there is no backfill and everything can run appropriately. So, be proud of that. That isn't a nothing burger. That being said, we need to keep going. So let's keep going. So we need to bring some copper over. And yeah, it's like we need 80 copper a minute or something, so it's not a lot. It is enough to be annoying. But, like, ugh, why do we even need to bring 80? But not enough to be, like, an actual problem. You could train it over if you felt inclined. I'm not going to. I don't think there's much... Oh, it's right here in front of me. I don't think there's much of a reason to bring it over by train. So let's just grab this one node and bring it over that way. And so, one miner Mark II on this is going to be more than enough. I'm actually going to run the belts with conveyor Mark IIIs, because I am tired of running out of conveyor Mark IVs, or whatever they are. And having 600 in the dimensional depot just means it lasts longer. This will also need power, too, so if you want to, you can run both at the same time. Except for the... Oh, it doesn't have power. No, that was me. I was so confused. So let's run this over, bring power, and let's get this to our platform. Okay, so we need to do smelting, and the smelting we need to do is quite literally the least impressive thing ever. It is not even 3 smelters. That being said, I'm just gonna run it as 3 smelters because I don't care to fix this when it is so minor. So let's get those in there. And let's bring this up and in, yeah? And you know what, for funsies, let's get rid of this tree. Goodbye, tree. Okay, and these 3 simple things are going to be making copper. It feels like when we began, doesn't it? Yeah, like 3 whole machines making copper, and you're like, ooh, wow, look at that copper. Come on. There we go. Alright, so they're all making copper, which we can just run into a single merger. Beautiful. Now, this is all going to need to go into 8 assemblers. Which, yeah, I guess we can run it this way. I don't see any reason why not. Just like that. That means let's expand this side a bit. Beautiful. So what are these going to be making? Well, these are going to be making all-clad aluminum sheets, which take that copper ingot, which is, why we're bringing it in. Those copper ingots, I should say. And yeah, this is all the copper ingot you need to make these aluminum sheets at the rate we're going to make them, which is 240 a minute. This is going to produce 240 sheets a minute, which we're going to take out of here. We're going to put into industrial storage. Like so. And then we're going to store in a dimensional depot. Like so. And there you have it. We just need to bring over some of our aluminum sheets to this. Now, it only takes 240. And some part of me is really hoping that this right here is 240. I think this is more, though. Because these are 60 a minute. Yeah, this is like 300, right? Because it's 60 times 5. Yeah, it's 300. Okay. I typed the wrong numbers in, but it's 300. So that means on this belt right here, we're going to run a splitter. And I'm actually going to intentionally make it a smart splitter. And how we're going to do this is we're going to make the center overflow. And then the left output is going to be any. And we're just going to take our 240 out this way. And we're just going to run our 240, honestly, right along down here. I don't see any reason why not. Something about like that. And that way we can begin making our all-clad aluminum sheets, which is exciting, Okay, while those make, because I see green lights are rolling, let's go ahead and get our aluminum casings made. Now, aluminum casings aren't going to take up too much space. Like, it's going to take up surprisingly less than you think for the number we're making. We're going to make 680 a minute, which is quite a bit, right? But it only takes 12 constructors to do so. Unfortunately, we'd like to do them in groups of 4, actually. So, like, our old 6 constructor build is cute, but it's not what we want. But we're going to make it work. It's either that or you just lay down 4... You know what? Let's just lay down the 4 constructors. It's not that hard. It's not that hard to do them in cute little groups. So just constructor, 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 constructor. Get a splitter. Put it in the middle. And then just do something like this with your mergers. Gotta hook everything up. Oh, these aren't lined up, I see. Okay, well, can they be lined up? Thanks. Like so. So this is 4. And then what we can do is we can place down another group of 4 with some splitters in the middle. Splitter, splitter, constructor, constructor. We should get some power line stuff going too. Another power pole. Oh, I wanted the center of that. Oh well, don't care that much. Run this over to any power line that's available. Beautiful. So that's one set of 4. This is another set of 4. That needs mergers that face the right way. How hard is that? Mergers go up. Nope. Nope, times 2. This one's facing the wrong way. I understand. Okay. Then... what is happening? Okay, so first of all, this is facing the wrong way. Again. These are both facing the wrong way, which is chills. There we go. And then one last splitter here and here. I need to expand this by about 2 platforms. Maybe a third will be needed. Probably not. Nope. Beautiful. Beautiful. And we just have to bring this down. Not hook these up to themselves. And do that. So we should have 12 constructors in here. Everything should have splitters going down the middle. This is missing its mergers on the end, which is fine. And there you have it. Now, the way this is divided is actually quite nice. Because what we can do is we can take these mergers and put them together. And then we can take these mergers and put them together. And that's 2 lines, because it has to be 2 lines anyways, because 680, right, is more than we can put into 1 line. Let me pick this up. So it has to be 2 lines anyways, so why not run it like this? And then this gives us 3 input lines, right? 1 here, 1 here, and 1 there. So all we have to do is 3 to 3 balancing. Which means 1... Oh, I don't need to merge them, I need to split them. Right. 1, 2... something like 3, and we can pick these up. So we're gonna run our 3 output lines into our splitters, which is this one into here. And then because we want to balance it, we have to run them all into mergers, don't we? Which means, should I have given myself more room? Duh. Did I do that? No. Why would I give myself room? Ugh. I don't need room. Try that again. Oh, let's do it really close this time. This one might look a little ugly, but that's okay. We can push this one forward just a little bit so it's not ugly. And that is the right thing, right? Yep, good. This one goes forward, and then this one just does that. Okay, let's try this again now. So, mergers about here. And put one more on top of that. Yep, that should work. And then each splitter runs into each merger. Let's make these defaults. Like so. Like so. And... oh, this one's going to need a bit of help, isn't it? Yep. What do you mean invalid conveyor shape? You're the one telling me it's okay. Conveyor's too steep. Great. Okay. Now that each one has ran into each one, we can take them to the appropriate splitters, like so. And then if we just set the recipes to aluminum casing, we are gonna have our production set up. Now, additionally, one of these is supposed to be diminished in how much it consumes. And that is important because of all the work we've done to make sure that this is getting what it gets, right? So, this last one on the end over here, we need it to run at How many of these are there? 12 times 60. We need it to only produce 40 because it's supposed to be 11 plus 20. Yeah, so it needs to produce 20. I said 40 because I was thinking 40 less. So we need to set one of these, which we're just going to make this last one to be that much slower. And then this should be fully completed, except for the fact we need to put down industrial storage. And the beautiful thing about this is 2 belts go into a container like that. We put some into dimensional storage, but we aren't going to need that much in dimensional storage, if I'm being real with you. And there you go. Look at that. We have aluminum casings being made. We have aluminum sheets being made. So either way, we should be able to see that we have aluminum casing. I went to the wrong place. Aluminum casing and aluminum sheets, both within our dimensional depots, which is just exhilarating, isn't it? So let's go to the hub and see what we can do with these. So with aluminum fully set up, we can basically fly through every single thing within tier 7. The only thing we're not going to get is the hazmat suit, because I don't particularly care about it. I'm not going to deal with radioactivity. I'm just going to ignore it at every point I possibly can. We wouldn't later even get nuclear power, except this is one of the parts, so you have to get nuclear power whether you want it or not. So we're going to go through. We're going to unlock... We'll start with the hover pack. Why not? It's the first one. It's obviously the one you're supposed to unlock next, right? Okay, so here we go. Hover pack time! Now, the hover pack, of course, is made within the equipment workshop, because where else would it be made? And like everything else, you only need one of these. And I'm going to show you all the cool stuff you can do with the hover pack. For a few reasons. One, I have 4 minutes to wait, so I might as well do something. And two, because the hover pack's kind of cool. So first thing, what does the hover pack let you do? Well, wow, it lets you hover. A lot of people really like the hover pack for building. Like, they really like it. Now, you're going to notice there's like a little white circle on the bottom left corner of my screen. And that basically shows me how close to electricity I am. So if I like just hover straight up and kind of away from any of my power poles, you can see it's getting smaller, 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 smaller. Once we get to a certain point, it's going to disconnect me from the power. Now, I believe I can catch it. So if you start to fall, you can catch yourself with power. Which really only happens if you drift away from it. So if I drift away from it, as I fall, I can come back into range, and it'll be fine. And so I don't particularly like the hover pack that much. It can also technically mess with machines and like steal power with them. I think that's a weird bug that I don't think has ever been fixed. I just don't like it. That's it. That's the short. I don't like it. So often I'll be using the jetpack. You'll see me use the jetpack the entire rest of the time. But quick swapping between the two is a wonderful trait to have, and it's pretty easy to do. So there are a few reasons to want to quick swap between the two. But essentially, if you want to start going away, like you're in your base, la-di-da-di-da, you're floating around, whatever, I don't know, and you decide that you want to start heading out, well, you just switch, drop to the ground, and off you go, right? Pretty easy. The other main thing is like, oh no, I've fallen off the void because I thought my hover pack was gonna save me over here. And you go, oh no, and you switch. And you get yourself to safety. So how do you do this hot swap, right? How do you do it? Well, first of all, it has to be the first thing up here, and I don't know if you can control that. Let's find out. If you have multiple things in your inventory, can you control the order? Yes. And the order is just based on where they are in your inventory. You can also drag them here. So I recommend it being the first thing. It's going to be the only thing in my inventory the entire rest of the game. So, should be easy. And all you do is tab 1, exit. So, usually, I exit by hitting space. Or you can just hit space. You don't have to exit, do you? No. So, tab 1, escape. Tab 1, escape. Tab 1, escape. Tab 1. Gotta make sure you don't hit tilde. Tab 1, escape. Oops. And once you get comfy with that, it's a pretty useful tool to have available to you. I don't like the hover pack that much. I probably won't be using it too much. But if you're building something big, it's really useful because you just go through, you set up all your power first, and then, you know, you can just hover around. I also don't like it because I just think it's slow. Like, hover packed plus the crouch jump is significantly faster in my mind. You have more control over it. I don't know. I like jetpacks. Sue me. Okay, so next up on the list is Logistics Mark V. And hello and welcome to our new belt of choice. With Logistics Mark V, we get access to the Mark V belt. This isn't going to be the belt we use for everything, but it is going to be the belt we use for a lot of things, because it's fast. At a whopping, I believe, 780? Do I have that number right? I think that's right. Let me go double check. 780 a minute is a really high volume of items, and it'll be useful in some scenarios. In some scenarios, we're going to stick to the Mark IVs. We should have enough sheets for the rest of the game to not worry about it, although a lot of these sheets are going to be stowed away, so to say. But we should have plenty of sheets that we can use Mark V for basically everything we want. I'm not sure, like, if we're primarily going to use it, but it's good. It's a good unlock. And now I sit here and wait for 4 minutes. Yay! So I came over to computers and whatnot to look at, to pick up computers for the thing we're doing right now. And I just somehow saw that I never connected this, so my steel wasn't flowing well enough for this. And I was so confused because I came over here to check on how heavy frames were doing, because this is what I do, you know, you come, you check, make sure it's producing how you expect. And you can see they're both yellow. I was like, that's strange. So I clicked on them. They're running like 59%. I think they're both running at 59%, yeah. And I was like, well, what's the problem? It's the encased beams. So I just kind of followed it back. And I'm like, okay, well, encased beams are coming. And they're not getting enough steel is what I realized. And I was like, well, why are they not getting enough steel? It should have manifolded by now. It's been long enough. And I was like looking at these. And I'm like, okay, well, this just had a yellow light. Its percent is too low. And I'm like, no, that can't be, so I'm following these. I start looking around and I see that some of these over here are yellow. I'm like, why are they yellow? Well, because they had 200 or 100 steel ingots, whatever it is, sitting in the chamber waiting to be released, and I'm like looking at the belts and there's a missing belt. So, I don't know, hopefully yours is hooked up correctly, but my heavy modular frames hasn't been running like it should. It should be like somewhere here right now, but it just isn't, which isn't going to be a problem. But I found a bug, a mistake I made. I wanted to like kind of walk through the debugging process. I don't know. There that is. Anyways, back to the hub, which is that way. Alright, next up is control system development. Now, this milestone has a lot of things in it that are, worth talking about, discussing, and going over. So, first of all, we can scan for sulfur if you couldn't already, which is because you get sulfuric acid, packed sulfuric acid, and batteries. None of these we're going to use. So these are just ignorable garbage. Next up, we have radio control units, which are pretty important. And we're going to get to work on these pretty soon, along with supercomputers, which are very important, and we're going to get to work on those soon. And then this is one of these space parts or whatever, and yeah, ship parts, and I don't care about them. But we need them at some point. And then we get a new machine that we're not going to place too many of. So we're probably never going to make a blueprint for the blender, but here it is. If we do make it, we make it, but we haven't yet, so. Now, going forward, we're going to need radio parts and supercomputers for, like, all of these. Radio control units, not radio parts. So that we can get through this section. So we'll start with the radio control units, because I think they're easier to make than supercomputers. Kind of doesn't matter. We're going to be setting up a super base anyways, so let's go maybe start talking about that super base we're going to set up and get to that. Look, this immersive sphere here, which just so happens to be where we're going to be starting to build our super base. So this out here, I don't know, it's called like the Dune Desert or something. And I got here via launching myself across the map. So this is my planned location for basically everything during this phase. Besides what we already made in aluminum, which is over here. And we're going to have to get that stuff over here, by the way. So it's going to be a fun time. But this is kind of centralized to all the locations we need to build. And it just happens to have goodies that I want. I want goodies. I'm sure there's something here I didn't see that's going to try to bite my head off. So, a few things before you come out here. Just know that if you come out here, you're going to have to drag power all the way across the map. Like, I'm probably going to make this run. Or I might wait until we make this connection with trains. I'm not sure, but I'm going to be out here probably a while with no resources other than what the Dimensional Depot supplies me, which is normally fine. But because I'm trying to make a huge platform, I went out of my way to collect a bunch of concrete and iron plates. So basically, we're just going to start by making a huge platform, which I have no idea how big it needs to be, but the answer to the question is pretty big. So we're gonna just start, because yeah, there's no way else to do it. Just time to make big. In our factory, we're going to be working with a lot of trains, so I want to set up some blueprints to help us out with that. Okay, so we're going to do a few things here with our generic tracks, and one of the key things we're going to do is we're going to make this as simple as possible to use. Which means we're not going to use any traditional types of junctions that you would see in, a real physics-based train engine type game. So essentially, the way we're going to do things is we're going to have lower and higher belts, train lines. So all we're going to do is we're going to start by planning out a very simple rail blueprint. And this is going to be designed so that hopefully it auto-connects to itself and other blueprints. I'm not sure how this works, but step one is making sure that you get your rail on here straight. Now, I typically do this as small as possible, which means you want it to be like this on 3 platforms. 3 foundations should be perfectly centered, best you can. And so we're gonna go ahead and make rail. We're just gonna call this straight rail. Go ahead and get a rail. And let's see, what color have we not used? Foundation? Foundation looks great. Yep. So now we should, in theory, be able to auto-connect these. Oh, that's beautiful. Except the track is too short, so it doesn't want to auto-connect that. That makes sense. Hold on, let's tweak this. And here's the tweak I'm thinking. The tweak is that you do something a bit like this, yeah? Yeah, let's try that again. So now, if I place one down, and then if I have it on auto connect, can I just... No, because it's too far away? Yes. Okay, so they can't be more than a foundation away. Got it. Learning, learning. So that means if you remove that, this should do it. Save. So now you just place the foundational half near you. Then the other one just gets placed away from you. And there you go, they auto-connect. Heck yeah. That's pretty easy to build, isn't it? So now let's just go ahead and remove this all. Okay, so that's what our straight rail is going to look like. Let's go ahead and clear that. Now we want to make a turn, and turns are not typically the easiest thing to make. Where is it? Foundation. So you should only need one turn, and once you have one turn, you should be able to make it work for anything. I think you have to start it on, like, the center of that one, and then go to the center of this one. So it should look like that. If you, I don't know, care about your prettiness, you probably could do something. Something a bit like this. Whoa, stop clicking too much. And I mean, that looks like a turn to me. I don't know about you. But I'm feeling 22. That's rail. Turn. Curve. What is this? Sure? I have no idea what that is. I've never seen that before. That's cool. Looks like a rail turn to me, I guess. I don't know. So let's see how this works. So with any luck, should be able to place down a straight rail. And then we should be able to hook up a rail turn to it by pulling it right there. Looks good to me. And then the only problem is, can you hook these up directly to each other? I mean, that looks like it. Only way to know if that worked or not, by the way, is to put a train on it, which are called locomotives. But this won't have power, so I can't test if that worked or not. So, womp womp. But the way it connects here, it looks like it worked. So I'm happy with that. If it doesn't work, you'll be hearing from my lawyers, I guess. And then we just want a simple blueprint for going down. Yeah, that seems to make sense. And unfortunately, the only way to go down is ramp 2s. So, if I could... Well, I should have put this in Zoop, shouldn't I have? Yeah. So, ramp 2 meters. I'm not sure how I want to do this, but I think this is how. Start the rail from the middle of this top one, and then just go down like so, and I don't know, rail down, rail ramp, ramp. Sure, it's a ramp with a rail, isn't it? So I have no idea if this works how I think it should. So first of all, can I... Yes. Yes, I can. That's beautiful. And then, can I go straight off of this? Make my day. Okay, that's close. It's really close. Okay, so this isn't quite the blueprint. Man, it almost looks like it's... This might feel weird, but I'm gonna try this. Ramp. Go all the way up. And then rail. So if you put it on the middle of the first 3 rails, like that, or ramps, does that work? Let's give it a try. So I have a straightaway. Boom. And then, uh-oh, I need to go up. So I make a ramp, and I hook it up. And then I go up arrows. I mean, come on, right? Ah, but it does not work when connecting to itself. Okay. And I guess that makes sense. Because it's too far away. But then... Just the way this one works... I mean, a little bit of like... Oh no, I have to click one more time isn't that big of a deal, right? I don't think it is. What if I... Okay. Yeah, let's do that. What if I go halfway on both sides? So, like, halfway on the top and halfway on the bottom? How does that work? I mean, doesn't look bad to me. Let's give this a try. Save, continue. Rail ramp. And I can push it out. Up. Ah, it won't paste because that one's too short. I see the problem. Okay, well, what if we intermediary? So on the bottom... Start here and go all the way to halfway up the ramp. Try that out. Rail ramp. Looks fine here. Looks like it's going to connect to itself just fine. And then if I want to go flat... Okay, so if you want to go flat, it just looks like you do it by hand. And it's not that big of a deal. Yeah, okay. Yeah, actually. And ironically, I like this a lot. So let's then look at the turn. Make sure this looks good. Okay, so it just looks like you slide it over. And, I mean, if the track's too short, just bump it out till it isn't, right? Like, who cares? Yeah, like, that's chill. Okay, no, this looks good. This looks good. I'm happy with this. It's not perfect, but this looks like our set of rails, so... This is exciting, and this is way easier to use than last time I played around with this, which is pre-1.1, so this looks awesome. Okay, and those are basically the 3 blueprints we're gonna need for all of our railing. We're not gonna do anything too hyper-specific otherwise, because we're still gonna keep things simple. So, and that's the goal of this. The goal of this is to keep things simple, right? So let's see. To the road to simplicity, we have 7, some number. 7 trains that we need to bring in here. And I'm kind of thinking we just go big trains. Thoughts? Kind of thinking we just go big train. It's kind of funny. Yeah, I kind of just want to do big trains, you know? Big Twain? Big Twain. Okay, so let's start by laying down stations. And if we're doing big Twains, we're gonna need some space behind these stations. Something like this. And because this is on the edge... So I'm kind of thinking 6-car iron train. But before I build... Ooh, is this spicy? Is this a spicy spot? Nope, I can't get spicy here. So before we commit to big trains, let me talk about the benefits of big trains, right? Like, what are the pros and cons here? So remember when we did our train math? We said it takes 3,200 items to fill a cart, a wagon. So, for example, the amount of iron that I want to bring in is this number in parentheses. That's how much iron ore we're going to bring to this location. And if that sounds like a lot, it's because it kind of is. It's not like an insane amount, but it's kind of a lot. And that's how much we're going to bring to this mega base. Like, moderate-sized base that we're building. And so the problem is, if I split that up between 3 wagons, right? So what's this number divided by 3? 765. That means if we take this, and we go to 765, we only have 4 minutes for that singular train to make a round trip. Which then means you're gonna need multiple trains. Multiple trains leads to more congestion, generally. Which means you have to design a better system. However, if we take that same number, and instead of putting it on 3 trains, right, we put it on 6 trains, it would be 382.5 per train, right? So then we take this number, and we go and we divide it by 382.5. And you can see now we're allowed 8 whole minutes for that round trip. Which means because the iron we're going for... Let's see if I remember this. Okay, so the iron's actually the close one, because the iron's right under us. It just is going to need to come up here and go back down. Maybe the iron train doesn't need to be big. But you know what they say, when in Rome, baby. When in Rome. So I'm just gonna go big because it's fun, is the short of all of this. So bear with me on that. Okay, now, all of these train stations that we just put down need to be put to unload. So all, and you can't paste settings on these, no. So all 6 of these need to be set to unload. Make sure you do this. If you mess it up, it's gonna be jank. That's what's gonna happen. Then they all need industrial storage in front of them. And I mean, you can do this however you want. Doesn't really matter. And then run 2 of your fastest belts in there, which is going to be Mark 5. And again, we just want this to unload as fast as possible so that the resources start to clog up. No matter how much we actually need on the belts, we just want this running as fast as possible. And that's why we're going to use those Mark 5s. So that is 1 train station done. Now, we're going to want room to run belts and whatnot, but if you just take another container, line it up with one of those, let's put it back about there, right? And then you can use that to line up a freight station with. Except for the fact that I lied. Because it needs to line up with this one, right? Yeah. It's to line up with this. Okay, though. Let's just get it to line up. It's not that hard. Wow, there you go. And we need it to line up with this so that they are in the same space, even if they're facing the wrong direction. And how close is it? Is that how close we have them over here? Or do we have them a tick back? We have them, it looks like a tick back. They look about like that. Yeah, they look a little more tick away, actually, to me. This doesn't matter. This is pretty finicky. But now I'm just going to pay attention to where is it here. And it's halfway through. It's on that line right there. There you go. And so it's on that line. Line it up. And then we should have room for our 6 stations. Yippee! And that's just like a, I don't know, simple-ish metric. And yeah, I think they're about that far away. Which this should leave space in between. And it doesn't really matter how you do this. As long as you leave yourself room to do this, it genuinely doesn't matter how you get them off the Twains. But, you know, I like Twains. Okay, then make sure you set all of these to unload. 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 Cool. Alright, so then the next train station can just go back to back with this one. Like, quite literally. Just like so. And this is gonna be, I guess, coal. Now, the rough way I'm doing this is I'm allocating 300-ish per station of resource. It's not an exact math. There is no exact math to this. And then the other thing I'm doing is, like, how far does the train have to go, right? So this train is a 600 train, and it's gonna be of coal. And I feel like there's some coal, like, right over here-ish. I don't know why I feel that way. Because there is. And that's enough to get to 600-ish, right? No, that is not. Because that's 300 and 300. Plus this coal over here, if I route that over there, or I go... Oh, if I send a train all the way out here, that's perfectly fine. So that's like, that's a good distance away, right? Like, it's not super far. In fact, if I look at it right now, it'll tell me how far it is. It's 1,500 meters. So for that train, I'm going to go out of my way to say, I think we should have 3 platforms. And I'm out of wire! Oh, life is pain! Not wire! Okay, and we placed the 3rd one. Yay, we did it! Hooray! Apparently I need to wait for wire to fill up before I do too many more of these. Which is kind of funny, but... Is what is. That line up? I don't think that did. Okay, so to get us away from our wire consumption, let's just set up one of these train lines and see what exactly that's going to look like. Ow. Oh, probably roughly this. Something like that looks good. Okay, so first of all, we need a way for the trains to get into here. That's a friend. Don't shoot that friend. He'll make you sad you shot him. By the way. So we need a way for trains to get in here. And given that we're going to have 7 rail lines, something we can do pretty easily is we can separate them into 2 sections. Or into sections based on where they're heading. So for example, iron is probably just going, like, underneath this platform. It's not traveling very far. But what do we have that's that way? So we have coal that way. We have Caterium, that way. Our nitrogen gas, that, spoiler alerts, nitrogen gas, is also that way. And so we can run a line out of here that just goes that way, right? That seems to make sense. So to do that, let's start by getting a ramp going. And I'm gonna actually go out of my way to make it line up, which means I'm gonna have to place things by hand. Ugh, not placing things by hand. And let's say we go up... Let's say we go up 2 ticks here. That seems to be good. So any train that's heading off that way is gonna go up 2 ticks. And then let's run that into a straight rail. Let me make sure that hooks up correctly. Okay. And then it's going to run into a straight rail. And we're just going to take this out and away. In fact, we can do a little bit better than that. Let's turn it here. So that we get it off of our platform. If I could get this to place so that I can just key it over. Don't forget that if you're placing it like this, it wants it like this. Beautiful. Now, why have I done all this? So, our coal's going to go on this same path as well. Oh my god, it's slightly off-center. Oh, do you see the little wiggle? I hope you see the little wiggle. I'm not fixing it, by the way. There's always going to be a little wiggle there. Alright, so let's come over to this one, which is going to be my coal line. And let's do the same thing and see how this works. So I'm going to go out of my way to line it up with this. And then we just got to run that in there. And we went up 2 ticks, is what I said we were doing, and that's what we did. And then we went straight out of this. Which I think... It doesn't matter how you do it. Jesus. Just do like this. Place one platform down and then turn. Now, if I did this well, these should be lined up perfectly. Which, yeah, they look like they are to me. So now what's going to happen is once I place, I don't know, 2 of these down or something, I'll be able to connect this myself straight into this. Something weird happened here. This I don't care about. What's going on here? Ah, there are like 2 railways hidden in each other. Okay, I was like, nah, something... You ever see those poles in the middle of a railway like that? Something went wrong. And I'm not sure what, but that doesn't matter. Alright, so we have this now. And let's go ahead and get a straight rail. And given the way this works, we might want to pick that up. Oh, well, that's not what I meant to do. Okay, let's put this one back where it was, which is here. Okay, and then let's hook the straight rail up first. Which honestly makes sense. Yeah, then take this rail and hook it up into this, and look, we get a little thing. It's a toggle switch. It tells the train which way to go. Now, this toggle switch is dumb and doesn't know which way the train is going, but that's beside the point. Okay, so then we want to use these things called block signals. And since the train is going this way, put a block signal where it'll let you so that the arrow is, it's being a little finicky, on that side of the track. You need to put it before the junction, in front of the track. Like so. And this isn't gonna look right because we probably need another one somewhere up here. So let's go ahead and actually get this turned now so that it's going the direction we want it to. So the whole reason we did that was so that we could merge them together. But now we want to, you know, get them going the right way. And of course, it's not going to make it easy on me. You will find that this is a kind of slow process. It's not like super tedious or anything. It just isn't fast. Something that makes this fast, by the way, if you hold Alt and then mouse wheel, you can scroll through hotbars. And I actually don't use my hotbar too often, other than like the 3 things that I use it for. But this is something that you could use it for. And if you put foundation on 4, whatever foundation is, you'll probably get better with this. And then if you want, you can add the other train stuff as well. We're never going to use path signals, but you can definitely put block signals on here. And then if you really want... Hold on, 7, 8, 9... 8, 9, 0. And then you basically have everything you could ever need for trains all in one place, which is pretty cool, right? I don't know, I think it is. I'm gonna say this doesn't want to connect, which is kind of annoying. Okay. One platform out, like this. Build to it. And we don't really have anywhere we're going just yet. So let's take a look at iron, since that's what I want to build up first. And I was gonna say, I believe there's a shit ton of iron down here, right? Yeah, but where's the good iron? The good iron is over near this rock formation. Yeah, okay, so we want to head towards that rock formation, which we're a little above. So, if we do a turn here... And we need to go platform out, don't we? Getting used to that is gonna take a bit. There we go. And then we can honestly use our rail ramp to get a little bit lower. Because we don't need to be so high up. And because this rail ramp is really easy to use, this doesn't seem like it's going to be too frustrating. Although I would like it if it would, like, attempt. Okay, well, it's not exactly trying its best, although I'm not going to give it that. Page down. Oh, what? Do you want to be, like, a whole space away? Fine. Merry Christmas. Yep, that's beautiful. And then we can just rail ramp it down. There we go. That looks more like what I was expecting out of you. Well, but not really. This is still finicky, by the way. This used to be awful. It seems like it's a little bit better. Okay, that's the move. And then you just down until it lines up. Beautiful. So you gotta get at this angle where the box is, like, where it's above. And then you just nudge it down until it's in place. And then you just keep it moving. Keep it moving. And we don't really need to go too low. I mean, you can go all the way down to the ground if you really wanted to. I don't know if there's too much of a point to that. This is we're at the point where it's kind of up to you and how you want to build. As to how this goes. I do think I want to be a little bit lower though. Because when you come down like this also means you have to go back up, which is not, you know, it's not an easy thing to do, especially since we're not going to use the same ramp. So keep that in mind too. If you build down, you have to come back up. Anyways, this looks good to me. The point of builds like this is to be floating. So we're gonna keep on floating on. Oh, isn't this nice? Okay, well that wasn't. Okay, it looks like we're about where we need to be, so I'm actually going to pick this up. Go out 2 on each side. And then just run this 10 long. I don't know how long it needs to be, but run it 10 long. Beautiful. Now what? We need stations, which are in my hand. If this train is going to be 6 long, we probably need to go out a little bit further than that too, so... Alright, that looks good to me. Let's plop down a station. Try to get used to my hotkeys. Plop down a station somewhere in the middle of this. Looks good to me. And then all of the iron, I believe, is out to the right, so make it face that way. And wow, would you look at that? I did a really good job with the distance on that. Woohoo! So then this is going to be your iron collection point. And unfortunately, gonna need more concrete within our system. So this is something that's really concrete intensive. Because, I mean, look at how many foundations we're placing, right? So, just be ready to either upgrade your concrete or struggle through. For right this second, I'm going to struggle through because we're close to almost done with concrete. Storage containers into the input. Like so. These you don't need to touch because by default they're on load. But same idea, make sure you have 2 belts of input going into this. Okay, next up. Logistics, Mark 5 lift. And so we're going to need to take these Mark 5 lifts to the ground. Obviously, this doesn't have power yet, but we're also going to have to take power down with us, so here we go. I mean, that's pretty good. And that is power on the ground. I don't know what I'm doing. Okay. So, this is kind of Iron Mecha. In terms of, there's a lot of iron here. Pure, impure. There's a normal there. There's more this way, but it doesn't want to show it to me. So, we're only interested in pure nodes right now. Oh, and I'm gonna need more portable miners. Oh. Well, see you in a bit. Okay, sat there till I got bored of making them. Made like 43. Into the Dimensional Depot they go. Anyways. So we can actually fully overclock pure nodes because we finally have access to a belt that can handle them, which is exciting. We still need to hook them up to our very fake and very unreal power. And I'm going to go look for more pure nodes. I think there are a bunch really close by. Because how many pure nodes do I need? I think this is a pure node. I believe, yeah, this is, that I need 4 pure nodes worth of iron. Let me double check notes. Yep, 4 pure nodes of iron. And these have to be maxed out too with the shards and whatnot, so. There's one there. I do believe that that is one. And that is one. Not 100% sure. We'll check it out. I don't know why I'm placing the miner before I check to see if it was pure. I'm just that confident in my choices. No, I don't care about copper. I care about iron. Eh. Okay, and then this is also pure, which makes for our 4 pure nodes that we need. Okay. make sure they are overclocked. This one needs to be overclocked as well. Also, even if it's mostly useless, we still need to run our power line. Yeah, gotta run the fake power line that will eventually one day do something. If you don't have a couple if you don't have hard drives, because we need one more at this point. This one that's actually up on that mountainside. But it's really easy to get to. This one right here is gonna be my final one. And, yeah, might as well pick it up. I'm right here, building around it. Don't have to think about it for later. Can just shove it in and get rid of it. Goodbye. I also didn't overclock this one. So make sure you do that, because all 4 of these need to be overclocked. And this is one of those things that if you mess it up, you may never notice. Because you're probably not going to come back down here if you're doing this the exact same way I'm doing this. Because I can tell you I won't come back here. And make sure this one's overclocked as well. Alright. Now for the magic trick. We're going to take 4 belts and split them into 6. Now that might sound complicated, but because the belts all have the same output, we don't actually need to balance through all of them. We really just need to take 2 belts and split into 3 twice. And I've been playing for 4 hours. Oh no. So we're really just looking at, you know, how, okay, not like that though. I hate that belt. Do this on default. Just looking at putting 1 from each splitter into each merger. And then you can run 2 of them here however you wish. And there you have it. Now you have 3 outputs that you can utilize. And then same exact thing over here. We're going to take 2 more splitters, run them into 3 mergers. Doesn't really matter how you do this, just 1 splitter connection to each merger over there. 1, 1, 1. And just take your belts. Run them in like that. And then be sad because you're about to be out of aluminum sheets. Oh, pain. Hooray. Okay, so that leaves us with the iron all being set up and all being ready to be fully utilized. Or utilized to the extent we're utilizing it. So we didn't name the other station, but I like to do simple stuff. Iron ore, pick up. Just nice, easy, to the point. You know exactly what it is and what it does, right? And there's nothing too complicated about it. So, straight out of the station, we can place down more track and get to it. Foundation, rail turn, this auto connects. And we can essentially just start our ascent once we turn around. So it's just 2 turns into each other. That's straight, not turn. Where is turn? Turn is this one. And we're going to find out eventually whether that works or not pretty soon. Because I forgot about the 8th train partly. Okay, rail ramp, where are you? Up. Down, over. Oh, this also needs to be 1 out, doesn't it? Everything needs to be 1 out. Womp womp. Okay. Since this platform is where I plan on doing all my building, I don't want to be, like, on the platform level, which is why I'm going to go below it. And let's see if we can just hook up a rail turn. Yeah, how does that work? Not well? You want to be spaced out one? Of course you do. So I'm coming back and turning here because I want to try to make this at least get close to lining up with what we have up there for the platform. In fact, I'm going to go back 1 more, I think. Because, yeah, it looks... Oh god, what did I do? Nope. It looks like if I put a foundation here and then turn, it's going to be pretty close. I mean, that looks pretty spot on to me. And then we just have to go up 1, which means we have to go out 1, so out 1, up 1. Nope. Ah. Okay. Yeah, and then this can just be ran straight down into any of these that it needs, right? Yeah, I mean, that looks good to me. And so there you go. There it is going into, whatever that is. I forget what it is. Iron. Then take this and come like this. And beautiful. And we should be able to even go ramp up and away. I might have to hit it like this. Yeah, this will look good though. So then The other ones are going to be low on the way out. And those will be the ones that go over that way. So we're going to have like rail lines going that way, rail lines going out. And everything's going to look great, I think, in here. So let's, we kind of brushed over the block signals. So let's go over it again. So in front of every station that's currently connected to the train line, you should put a block signal. So as it leaves the station, it enters a new block. And that's what this is here. So this all the way to here is a new block. And you should do the same thing over here because this is well, this is going to have other connections into it. So right here. And notice there's this yellow and then there's this orange. Now, what that means is if a train is in the orange, a train in the yellow can't go in. Because this signal, which is currently green, will go to red. And so what that allows us to do is, like, right here, you see, we have two trains that are going into a junction. I just need to go a little ways away to place this, sorry. So right now we have two train lines that are going to want to go into this block here, this red section. But they're not allowed to go in the red section if another train is in that section, so they're just going to wait here, nice and patiently, until it's clear to go. So what we have to do with block signals is we have to place them frequently enough so that the trains can continue to move, but we can't place them too frequently or the trains will collide into each other. Because if you put like two block signals between each other, it'll be like, oh, well, this one's fine, so which means if you have long trains, you just need to separate them by a lot. There is probably going to be a split right here, but I'm not going to worry about that. In fact, I will worry about it. I know how. I'm going to move this block signal to this junction. It's going to be a junction. It just isn't one yet. I can make it one, though, really quickly. There's going to be a straight rail that goes here. Like so. And so what's going to happen is we're going to have... That's not good. Need to place it here, apparently. Nope. That's on the wrong side. Okay, I don't know why this won't place. This hates me. There we go. Okay. So now, when we look at this, we have all of this is green. And so what that means for us is we're just going to go little ways down the ramp like there. And put another block signal. And then we're going to go a little bit this way. Let's go one more. I don't think the trains coming out here are going to be that long. But I don't think it's a problem. And put a block signal like this. Now, if I've done this right, only one train is ever going to be on this section out here. So we will not need to run another block signal on this entire section. Because, as far as I'm concerned, this is going to be the only spot where a train can be. Because there's only one train that's ever going to be assigned to iron. Maybe I'm wrong, though. Where's the coal? You know what? I bet the coal train takes this path. I bet that's the coal. Oh, actually, wait, wasn't it? Yeah, that's the coal out there, isn't it? Not that one. Pretty sure it's that. Yeah, okay. So, because that's the coal, it's pretty likely that another train uses this. So, let's talk about how to path it then. So basically we have that one way up there, and that's great and all. But we want to put more of them every so often. So that, let's say a train is in this section, well, the train can keep coming closer. Now again, we have big trains, So I'm going to intentionally separate them by quite a bit. And then when we get to a section like this, it looks to me like... It looks to me like we're going to have a turn somewhere in here. So let me pick up like this bit of rail. And let me put down a turn. Because I just think we're going to have a turn in here, you know? And then I want a straight rail that auto-connects. And no, don't. Okay. And so then we can just put one in front of the station. So this blue section goes all the way until a train is in the station. And I'm going to guess that the coal line is... It might merge here. It probably does. Yeah, it probably does merge here. So I'm going to put one in front of the station. And then let's just get this roughly ready. By doing this. And so then this connects in there as well. And if I put a block signal going this way, come on. Work with me. There we go. Then you can see that this... Why is that not a different color? Why did this not work? Maybe because there's no other section that way yet. I don't know. Doesn't matter. That should be in the right spot. So then this is all pink, which means that, you know, we have space for Twain. And I'm going to place this like here-ish. I will say that my, like, placement of the block signals on the rail is very, like, girl math. It's very vibes-based. There is no, like... I'm not doing anything logical with it. I'm just like, yeah, I think... You know what? I think that connection looked good. Oh, God. Okay. If you really wanted to, you could count out how long a, 6-car train is. That being said, I'm not going to do that. There might be another connection here. In fact, I could plan the connection. I'm not sure. Like, is that long enough to be a 6-car train? So there is one way to find out. You can always just plop down a locomotive and then give it 6 cars. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's close. It's surprisingly close. Just gonna remove this one and leave that one alone. For the most part, trains won't be getting in the way of each other anyways, with how few trains I'm planning on having. And it won't really matter because of, like, timings and with how slow all of the, mining is going to be, because I'm intentionally, like, spreading it out between many carts. Trains are going to need to move less frequently, and that's, that's perfect. One kind of here-ish at the top. I will say, these do absolutely hate being placed for no reason. Okay, and we'll have to wait to figure out how we're going to signal this area up. Well, not too much. I can tell you that 100% there needs to be one here. And here. So these ones we're doing them right past the break, so once a train clears this, it's fine, and once a train clears that, it's fine. Since I know I'm not going to be adding any more in that direction, that's all well and good. Yeah, so that's kind of trains. Say kind of, because we're not even close to done. We've set up one train that we can't test yet, but that's okay. Do is we should just run power over here, go pick up more stuff. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. We're gonna run power over here and make it work that way. Okie dokie. So let's start doing that. Alright, since I'm back in base, I figure it's time to update this, pathetic excuse for concrete production, because, it's looking a little sad. So all we're gonna do is place down minor Mark IIs. I don't think we're gonna overclock anything. We could, I don't think there's much of a reason to. So how much does that give us? That gives us 180 a minute. Which means we can just place down 2 of these, right? Yep, 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 yep. Boom. Boom. Yeah, you can merge them, I guess. So we're gonna have to redo this. I did not mean to disconnect that from power. Okay, so this is gonna be pretty easy, but, I mean, just run them into a merger, right? We have fast enough belts for this now. Isn't that crazy? Yeah, we have belts that can handle this easily. And then you just have to double split. So, splitter here, splitter there. Splitter here. Pick up these, Mark 1s. Run this into the merger. Run that into the merger. Run that into the splitter. Split, split. Split, split, split. I don't know if this needs to be upgraded, but we're going to anyways. Place a merger on the belt. Belt everything together into one thing. Add power to these machines. And I mean, there you go. Look at that, right? Wow, we've really done it. So this will produce just a little bit more concrete. That way we don't have to feel like we're gonna run out. Which, you know what? I just want to be sure we don't run out. I just want to be sure we don't run out. We should have plenty of power shards. Given that we have, like, an extra 100 in storage, extra 200 in storage. Yeah, look at that. In fact, I'll just restock my supply right now. And I have a bunch of slugs. And by a bunch, I mean a couple. So we can power shard both of these. Yeah, I did double on the other one, right? I hope I did. Yeah, I did. Okay. And all that means is that we can add even more. Okay, let me just piss all up really quickly. Run the merger around. Okay. Then run this into a splitter. Half of that splitter is going to go into this splitter back here. Then we're just going to place down 4 more constructors. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we'll just double split on this side. Splitter, splitter, splitter. Something like this, like this, like that, like that, like that, like that. Take this, run that into there. Take power, place a new power pole down. Power pole, power pole, power pole, power pole. And then these are all running and making whatever they're making. Concrete. Run them into each other as well. And now I'm going to show you some forbidden technology. Alright? We can put down just another single storage container. That's fine, whatever. Okay, so the forbidden technology is if you place 2 of these dimensional depots. Then you get twice the upload speed. So when you're churning through and churning through and churning through, you get twice the upload speed on your thing that stacks to 1500, which means you essentially have more than you could possibly need. Now it might be worth our time to make more iron plates. How are we doing on iron plates? Let's take a look. Nah, iron plates are fine. We can leave iron plates as they are. Alright, and now that we've done all that, let's pick up iron plates. And let's pick up concrete. Okay, so now that we're out here, we should have power out here, which we can double check with this. Yes, and that means that we have power being supplied to Amsterdam, which we're going to rename to Iron Ore Rock. So how about we lay down our first train over here, which... Now, this is always stressful, because there could be things wrong. Like, it's possible you forget a track. It's possible... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5... 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's possible that something I thought should have connected didn't. It's possible that a block signal's placed wrong. There is so much that could be possibly wrong with this. So needless to say, little stressful. Just a little bit. So, iron drop-off, iron pickup. Yep, that works perfectly. Fully loaded, or 3 minutes. I don't really know if there's a reason to, like, ever move if it's not unloaded, but we'll set it to 3 minutes. So remember, this is supposed to be on about an 8-minute round trip. We can do the math again. Right now, let's do the math. So those are all making 600, which I'm dividing into 2, so they're 300. And it's 300 times 6. Nope. That's why you do the math. It's 600 times 4 machines, which is this much. And that is being divided into 6, so it's 2400 divided by 6. Is it 400 per line? It's 400 per line. That's why you do the math. So at 400 per line, what that means is that a full cart will fill up in exactly 3 minutes. 8 minutes, would you look at that. So I'm going to time it, and I'm going to see how long it takes to make an entire round trip. Now, here's the thing. I want this round trip probably to be under 6 minutes. Well, probably 7-ish. Because as more trains are on the line, you have to account for minor delays. I'd be really happy if this round trip is under 6, which it might be. We didn't go too far. No, we didn't go too far. So, the drop-off is fully loaded or 3 minutes. And the pickup is fully loaded and 3 minutes as well. We could probably do 4 minutes. Let's just stick to 3. I like 3 minutes. I don't have a reason for that. I just like 3 minutes. Double check the timetable. Cancel this. I didn't change anything. Stop, you're scaring me. Make sure it's or. Yes, they both need to be or. Or save changes. Check it again. I always double and triple check this because it's easy to get it wrong. And yeah. So here we go. The second we stop at this station, the timer starts. Okay, that's about 3 minutes. 2:58. Which means there is so much time for delays. Like, this train's gonna get there, and now it's gonna sit there for 4 minutes before it's fully loaded. Which means it's actually gonna hit 3 minutes before that, which means that might be too little, but that doesn't actually matter. As a general rule, trains moving slower is good. So we could slow it down even more if we need to. But no, that was incredible, and now, ugh, these are filling up with iron, and these are emptying so much faster than they could ever imagine. No, this is beautiful. This is exactly what we want, and this is why you test your trains. So, if you're getting, like, train can't find a path error, that means your railways aren't actually connected correctly. Or you messed up a signaling. Or you hooked it up to a station it can't go to. I mean, could be facing the wrong way. There are a lot of little things, but it's okay, because I'm going to walk you through every single train we build. So if there are any errors in any of the future lines, you're gonna know about them, you know? You're gonna hear it from me. Hopefully I can make some mistakes so that it's visible in this video, but I don't know. We don't always get to choose our own fates, do we? Okay, one of the things I was waiting on was those cables, those wires. We got those now, so let's get back to laying out these, I think. Something like that looks good on spacing. Oh, I like that. That's 4 blocks between them. Is that what I do on the other ones? If not, that's a really good rule. I mean, it kind of is. I'm gonna stick to that. 4 spaces go between. Okay, so what's next? I need to bring the aluminum supplies over. The aluminum supplies are going to be on the single longest train ride. And the aluminum sheets are going to be coming in. I need them at a rate of 210 a minute. So I think that's 2 platforms. And then if I could get the 680 down to basically the same number, that'd be wonderful. So I guess that's what I have right there. Oh, and it's gonna need so much more room. Okay, I need to redo this. Like, I had the right idea, but this needs to be stuff that's gonna come from this train line. Because I'm about to run out of room for that train line without redoing this, and I kind of don't want to redo that. But it's okay, because only 2 more things come from this. So, coal is one of them. And then Caterium, which, if I need the coal at 600, I also need the Caterium at 600, so those ends up just being the samesies. Oh, these could be way closer together, couldn't they? That's okay. Not a big deal, no sweat. Also the wrong way, because this is... No, this is output. I was right. Okay, so then this section here, it'll be the last section that's on this line, and that's gonna be a gas. So that means we need to use the fluid platform, because fluids and gases. Fluids and gases, I don't know. It needs about 600 a minute, which is not a lot for a fluid slash gas. God, some part of me really just wants to make this four train long for no reason. Don't know why. Wait, I do know why. Hold on. Hold on. Let's go 6. Let's go 6. Now, that might seem crazy, and that's because it probably is. You're gonna have to come with me on an adventure for this one, which is, and I don't remember this exactly, but gas trains don't hold a lot of gas. So this, if it's fluid, holds 2400. I want to say it's half of that if it's gas. So I want to say it's like 1200 or something. It's not a lot. So I think by separating it, you know, we're going to be doing pretty good. Now, the trick to these is that you need to use... Oh, you don't need to. Well, I'm going to. You need to use fluid buffers. And these take a little bit of space to use. And the trick is that you need 2 of them. Now, with a gas... With a gas, it's really easy. I have no idea. Ow! I have no idea if these are lined up or not. They're not. Now they are. So with a gas, it's pretty easy because you can just pipe it in. You don't have to worry about pumps. But with the fluid, this is a little bit more tedious. And as weird as this may seem, the reason that you separate them into 2 separate buffers is because there are 2 outputs. And you want to utilize both of them. Well, normally you do. With a fluid, I would do it this way, but with a gas, I think I'm actually just happy just doing 1 line. And running them through the 1 line. No, I'm not happy with it. I lied to myself again. Wee. Okay. Yeah. So put these on top as well. And oh, I don't like the way that looks. Do we have like straight? Yeah, noodle works. Noodle's cute. So just run these in to these upper deck ones. And the lower ones in if they're not already. And there you go. This is guaranteed to pull out at a rate that is significantly faster than whatever. And we'll deal with the piping on this coming out later, but for right now, that's perfect. Go through, make sure these are all set to unload. Because these unload whatever comes into them, yeah. Also, I set this down, and I don't think I changed them, so make sure they're also set to unload. Okay, and that is everything that's going to come from this train line here. So now it's time to get stuff that's going to come from whatever the other train line is. And I didn't think about this too much, but I kind of want to build a second platform now. The only reason I say I didn't think about it too much is because it would be nice to put this one up on that platform, but this platform is going to look weird. So I think I'm not going to do that, and I'm just going to keep expanding this way. If I had thought about it sooner, two platforms would have been cool, but alas, here we are. Okay. This one is going to be another freight platform, and we're going to go 2 and 3. Beautiful. This is going to be our aluminum train. And the basic plan with these trains is that they're going to have their stuff come from above, whereas, like, these trains just come in like this and have a block signal there. Aha. And speaking of which, this one does the same thing. And it can have its block signal here as well. So this section is all... Oh, God. Remember when I said having that, reflex built in is pretty nice? Yeah, no, that's awesome. Okay, wow. Whew. A little bit of adrenaline there. So this has allowed us to separate these quite nicely. Okay, anyways, back to what I was doing. We're gonna go ahead and take the rail ramp. I can't move. Help. And we're just gonna line it up like that. I'm gonna try to be consistent with this and keep it on this same line. Oh, let's make sure it looks good. Oh, yeah, it does. Keep it on that same line. Just like that. That way, when we connect this, they're on, like, the same platform location. Yeah, that looks good. So then this is going to have the same general idea, except trains are going to be coming from a different direction, right? I need a rail, and I don't have a rail. Okay. So trains, instead of coming from this way, are going to be coming from somewhere out here. So we went one up, and now we're going to go straight. And the way this auto connects is going to be ugly, but I don't care. And so we're going to make a turn. But before you make a turn... See? Clever. And then go straight out this way by 1. If I can get this to even come close. Beautiful. Alright, then we're going to go out this way. And I think... Oops. I think that's the last one. Okay. Okay, anyways, I don't know what I was doing, but, rail here, connect like that, and then it should be straight into a turn, right? Turn. Beautiful. And this should... well... Close enough? Oh, I see. Wait, what is this? Not close enough. Or like, it should line up perfectly. Well, I don't know what that's about. Whatever. Yippee, it connects. Okay, now keep in mind that this one is coming this way. So we need a block signal on this side. Which, except for, like, the most precise positions, it's not going to let me. Which means we can put one there. And this is a long way to travel, but... there it goes. Put one there. And put one here for when we inevitably go straight out of this. In fact, let me just do that right now. Yeah, let me pick this block signal up. Because, yeah, they're two different colors, and I don't want that. Put it here. That's fine. Yeah. And this looks long enough, like a train could fit in here, I think. Let's double check that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6 is the longest of any train car we're gonna have, so. So it's beautiful. Okay, that's the in route. And I'm not sure how things are going to get there just yet, but that doesn't matter. Let's work on the out route. And for the out route, what I think I'm going to do is just take this and honestly just bury it, you know? Delete the excess foundations. Do something like that. Then what? Which one are we looking at? This one at the end? Yes. Oh, look. I can even help out here. Oh, no. I want this back. I lied. Straight rail. I mean, sure. We can do that. It's fine. Yep. Looks great. Okay, then we can get the rail turned in here. Just go out one. Okay, then let's just take this and run it straight down. And that's going to be the exit path for trains here. Right, gotta make these in smaller segments. Gotta make it an even smaller, well, longer segment here. So that this can turn into it. Beautiful. Then when it comes to these, just put rail signals here and here, and that'll be good for now. We'll have to come back and rail signal more of this up later, but that's a-okay. Okay, so first rail ramp. Probably get away with just like 2. Well, let's go for 3. Well, I guess we could just go straight here, right? Yeah, we could. Let's do that. What do we want to do here? We need a train to get, like, down there, so I think what we're going to do is make a turn here. This is not the train line we're currently building, so I'm not going to, like, actually worry about it. Like, we're just going to keep going straight. But I think I'd like to, at least in theory, be prepared, you know? Because, yeah, we're going to need one right here that just goes way down. Unfortunately, this thing hates auto-connecting. That was the angle. Okay, just do that, and then nudge it from there until it's acceptable. Oh, of course. Duh, you gotta go out 1. Okay. That's not the train line we're doing right now, but definitely should be a block signal right about here. And then, I don't know, another one right there. And then, let's go a little further. One right here-ish wouldn't hurt. Alright, we're gonna do something a little weird here. We're gonna make a 45-ish degree angle. Because taking this all the way and making only 90-degree angles is gonna go crazy. And this might make the hookup jank at the end, but, like, that doesn't matter. This will get us where we need to be faster, because Pythagorean says so. And, yeah. 5-car train. We're doing it about here-ish because, well, right down there is the stuff we need to pull up, so this looks like a good spot as any. Alright, so train station. Freight station. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Oh, we're short. We're not that short actually, because I only need this, right? Yep, that's enough room for industrial storage. Okay, then we just load these all up and in. This one I expect to kind of never fill up. In theory, it should eventually, because... Should eventually, in theory, but... I don't really expect this one to be full ever. Oh, we're actually pretty far away from where I wanted to be. Oh, well. Okay, we don't need to bring power down for this, because we already have power, and this place already has power, so we can just bring these down. Means a lot of landing on conveyor lifts. And well, the good news is, if I run out of these, I can just pick some up right here. This is where they are, after all. Not even if, it seems more like when. That's the right height? About. Get a new splitter, place it down somewhere around here. There we go. Okay, as I was saying, that one we're going to split 2-way. This one we're going to split 3 ways. The one that splits 3 ways is going to be casings, which are what's stored in here. And the one that's getting split 2 ways is going to be sheets, which is obviously stored on the other side. Alright, and there go both sheets and casings up to our train. Aluminum stuff. The aluminum stuff pickup is what we're going to name it. So with this station, we're going to do something a little bit different. We might have to have 2 trains that run out here. And so what we're going to do is we're going to create a buffer. For a train. So we're going to put a block signal there. And then we're going to come way over here. And put another block signal like there. Making sure there's enough room for a 5-long train to fit in here. So what this does, and we can see it, is this section's a block. And then this section is a block. So what we're going to do is we're going to take a rail turn, and we're just going to make a U-turn here. I'm going to be on auto connect. And if we just this in position, it work. There you go. And once you have that little chain, you know it's working. Beautiful. Nope. Not good. I'm so sad I had it in perfect position too. Alright, what we're gonna do is we're gonna bring this down past where we were, making sure that that rail connected. It did. Beautiful. But turn here. What even is it? I don't even see it. Oh. And using this, we're just gonna take it and connect it up like this. Don't really need this, but I'm gonna do it anyways. Beautiful. So what this is it allows us to turn the train around and send it back down this line. Now, we're gonna put a block signal here. And then we're gonna put a block signal right here at the end of the station. Alright, so that means we can have a train in the station, and a train can come all the way to right here and hang out. So we can have two trains on this line if we need to. And then, see how this is all lime green? We're gonna keep this entire block lime green. It's all gonna be lime green. Oops, all lime green all the way back. Because this is the longest train line we're gonna have, and it's not even close. It's by a lot. So I kind of don't want to have to, like, micromanage the train. And by giving it this huge length of track to run down, basically the train's gonna wait on that end, or it's gonna wait on this end where we make the split. And once they pass each other, they can figure it out. So this will help tremendously with the complexities and having to lay down the thousands of, you know, foundations it takes to come back this way. And we're almost to where I think we're gonna do this. A little tricky. This is a long path. A very long path, in fact. A very, very, very long path. Some would even call it obnoxiously long. We could probably do it somewhere around... Somewhere around here looks fine to me. Let's just pick up a railway. Might have to pick up two railways. That one up too. And then just slap our turn down here. But it's not supposed to be a turn this way. It's supposed to be a turn from this way. Which means this was done wrong, but that's okay. That'll be fun. What's wrong with that? It's too close. Of course it is. Whatever. There can be a tiny gap in here. Can I fall in that tiny gap? No. That being said, I'm just gonna place the extra foundation for the funsies. Alright, let me take this. Look that up here. And so this is where our block signal is gonna be. We're gonna have block signal anywhere you'll let me put it, game. Like right here. So now this whole section should be this lime color all the way down to those over there. And what this should allow us to do is if I go straight out of this. Let's even go straight one more. And then we make a turn happen. Is like this. This will be our way back to the base from here. So we can just run this straight back now to our base. Okay, now we need to go back and place a few block signals on this path. And we're just going to do them every once in a while. But, like, it needs to face the right way, question mark? Wait. Are those ones over here not facing? Is this on the wrong side? What's going on? I'm thinking this one might be on the wrong side. Let's, Aha! Prior mistakes! For some reason the signal was facing the right way, but the arrow was not. It needs to be on the left side of the track. Aha! Make sure you don't make that mistake. Pay attention to the direction that the arrow is going. Which means that anything that's down here is probably also in the wrong direction. We will see. Yeah, because this is outbound. So they should be on the left side. Great. I love fixing up signals. Now I'm gonna follow this whole path down and make sure that we did this right. We can start putting block signals on this every so often and just making it more accessible. It's not a bad thing to do. Again, I'm not like using any mathematical way to do this. I'm just doing it every once in a while whenever it feels nice, you know? Oops. Well, I guess we're gonna need one here, and this one's facing the wrong way, so it needs to be there. That's why it was blinking. Ah, no, it's still blinking. Then we're gonna need... Huh. I'm not sure about this one. This one might be fine. But we can... Oops. Yeah, we can put one down like this, though. And it looks like we didn't even fit one more in here, although I don't think that's necessary. Okay. This side of the track. And then there should be one that is also this side of the track, because the arrow's pointing that way. I mean, yeah, that looks good to me. Then this section, as prior discussed... Oops, my hands are off. Does not need any signaling of any type. This one needs to be on this side, going that way. This one needs to be on this side, so it's going that way. So, while you're here, make sure you name this aluminum stuff pickup or whatever. And I would actually like to take the time to do some math here and figure out how long trains should wait here while we're doing this. We're going to use this math a little later. We don't need it right this second. But I want to figure this out. So, essentially, if a train can hold this many items, this is how many aluminum sheets it can hold. Because aluminum sheets are... Oh, no. I did not have a pen. Great. Okay, let's try again. This number is the number of aluminum sheets and casings that it can hold. Because there are 32 slots, and they hold 200 each. So this number right here is our flat line, like how long it takes to fill up the train. Now, we have a problem, because this moves at 120 units per minute. And this over here moves at 226 units per minute. Now, we never want this to overfill, right? So we want to use the faster number. And the faster number is this 262. So how long does it take a train wagon to fill up if it's 262 points? We'll just make it 227 for rounding, right? So how long does it take if it's 227? And we can even be more precise because we can take the input number, which is this, 680, and we can divide it by 3. And you can see it takes about 28 minutes to fill up a wagon. So as long as whatever we do is faster than 28 minutes, which, by the way, is a fairly reasonable amount of time. As long as whatever we do is faster than 28 minutes, this train can run just fine. Which, I guess means we only need one train. Because you don't need any... So you only need one train for this. Yep. And well, I'll make sure this has power, but I gotta take the long walk back. It's probably faster to go down here, hypertube back to your hub, and then just go back over there. So I'm gonna meet you somewhere over by that junction. That's where I'm gonna be, because I'm gonna make sure that we finish properly laying down whatever these things are called, block signals. Yeah, I'm gonna make sure we properly finish laying down block signals. Okay, back here, I know we already fixed that one up. So essentially, all we're gonna do is we're gonna just go down, and every once in a while, we're just gonna throw down a block signal on this train line. I don't suspect that there will be many trains on this train line, so we can really space them out. But at some point, there are going to be a couple trains, because every train is going to merge into this at one point or another. It's just a matter of when. And I, of course, don't know the when. And if I don't know the when, you don't know the when. Neither of us know the when. Who knows the when? But make sure you're placing it on the left side, so it has that arrow going outwards. That's long enough for sure. Because we did big trains, hopefully we don't have any real throughput issues with our trains. Because, you know, the few trains we have are all big. Okay, so that should be all the signaling done for this. So if we head over... I shouldn't pick this... Oh, I want that merchant, which we can check out, and there it is. So the aluminum one is this one all the way down here. And I want to get our train set up, so aluminum stuff drop off. Okay, beautiful. Make sure that name change took place. Yep. And then I'm just going to double check that these are on unload. Great. And we're just going to set up a singular engine with 1, 2, 3. Nope, that's not connected. 4, 5 train cars. So it has 5 wagons to it, and we're going to go into the train. Let's name it aluminum. Aluminum stuff. Twain. Go to the timetable. Drop off and pick up. At the drop off, we can have it wait quite a while. I don't really know if we need it to wait so long. I don't know if we need it to wait that long. But we can make it hang out for like, I don't know, 2 minutes or something, because it doesn't really matter. So we'll do this. We'll put it on an or statement, so... In fact, because we have 28 minutes, I'm going to make it 5 minutes. I'm just going to make it 300 seconds flat. The trip out there won't take anywhere... Like, the round trip of this train isn't going to be anywhere in the realm of, like, 20 minutes or anything like that. Like, it might be a 10-minute round trip. So, I don't feel bad wasting a few seconds here. A few minutes. At pickup, it's never going to fully load. So we can set it 1 load, unload has been completed. And we're going to set it for 10 minutes. Yeah, let's do that. What's 10 minutes? 10 minutes is 600 seconds. Save. Go back and look at it. So on drop off, it's waiting for 300 seconds. I just feel like I'm going to drop that to 180. I don't know. 180 feels better there. And then on unload, or on loading, it's going to do one load and 600 seconds. And this should work fine. Gonna double check that. Yes. Yes. Great. Alright, we're gonna turn it on, and we're gonna let it do its thing. We can... Oh, we didn't set up any stuff for it. That's fine. We have plenty of time to do that before it gets here with anything. So we obviously will come back and check on this way later. And I do mean it when I say way later. Like, we're going to come back and check on this in maybe half an hour or so. And if there's stuff here, it's probably fine, and I'm not going to worry about it. So at this point, it's kind of pick a train and go for it. It doesn't really matter how you do it. So I am going to pick a train and go for it. How about let's do coal, which should be this train the way I have it set up. Coal drop off. This station, which is the third one in our line, is the one that I designated for coal. And we just have to know where we're going with our coal, right, in order to get there. And it should be pretty simple. We're just gonna go down to right there and then head out that way. But I see a purple slug. And when there's a purple slug that's this close and this free, I can't control myself. I want to touch the purple slug. And then, like, oh, but there's a Mercer Sphere right there, isn't there? Like, that's a Mercer Sphere, and it's just right there, and then I can come back. And then, look, there's a yellow slug. Like, it's just the never-ending gift that keeps on giving. Okay, so after you place your first one down here, do make sure you give it a block signal. That's going the correct way. Apparently, like, does the direction of this block signal even matter? It does. Okay. Why is this one on that side? I have no idea. It works. I know it works, so I'm just gonna leave it alone. Alright, so we set our block signal up, and off we go. And the coal ore we're going to, just by the way, is right over there, so... yeah. Okay, once you're about here... just 10 foundation times 5. Oops. Just... like that. Then... center this. You need 3 freight platforms. 1, 2... 3 is the number we've settled on. And you just need one more row of 10. Get your industrial storage out. This one loads in. Boom. 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 Okay. Then just take 3 of these down a bit. Don't forget you're going to need to grab a power pole. So you might as well take that down with you. And then it looks like we're close enough to the ground that we can just go all the way down. Oh, yeah. Okay, then we just need 2 minor Mark IIs. Each of these can just be set to 360, and that will be more than we need. Because we only need 630, and 720 minus 630 is 90, so we have 90 extra, which is a-okay by me. And because that's 720, we can just merge them onto 1 belt. So remember, they just need 1 power shard. Oh, that's too close? Bro. Not a splitter. Merger. Default it is. Then, that means all we have to do is take this somewhere over here. Run it into a splitter. Run that splitter into those, and then give these both power. And that should be all set up. Okie dokie, now this one needs to be named full pickup. And then obviously put a block signal here. And we're just gonna run it back. I have no idea where the rail signal went. Beautiful. And our goal is just to get this hook up right over here. Alright, and there you go. That is all connected up. We should be able to put down a coal train, but before we do, I'm just going to make sure that this is signaled well enough. So again, I'm going to put a block signal every, just so often to break up the train line into multiple segments to prevent any potential clogging without allowing the trains to collide into each other. So you just have to make sure that it's bigger than like your longest train length, which is 7 cars. It's 6 and a 7. 6, 7. But as long as you make them like overwhelmingly far apart, it usually doesn't matter. I tend to be a believer in the first one out of a train station. There should always be one out of a train station. And is this one on the wrong side? I think it is. Oh, yeah. There should be one going into a train station, and there should be one coming out of a train station, at least in my personal opinion. And then we're going to follow this back and kind of do the same thing, except I don't think this path's ever going to be used, is it? Yeah, we'll still do it, just in case. I think there's only going to be one train on this path, but it just never hurts to do this, you know? It just never hurts. You could think that it does, but it never does. Yeah, it's fine. Okay. And let's get our coal train put down. 1, 2, 3. I just did it here because it's out of the way of any pre-existing trains, and it will allow me to work this out. So, what we're going to do is we're going to name this the coal train. Choo-choo. Now, we need to do just a smidgen of math before we do anything else, which means I need to get out of the train. So we have 720 coming in at 3 lanes, which is 240. And it's this many coal items per wagon, which means this needs to beat a 13-minute round trip. Good news, this is always going to beat a 13-minute round trip. So I wouldn't even worry about it, which is the whole point of making these trains big, by the way. Big trains means less trains. So we're going to do coal drop-off, coal pickup. At coal drop-off, I think we can just leave this alone, or we could set it like this and make it wait at most a minute. I think that's fine. Yeah, I think that's fine. And at coal pickup, we're going to sit here until it's fully loaded, or we will wait 5 minutes. Whichever happens first. And if it isn't fully loaded and it's sitting there for 5 minutes, it's a-okay. It's not a problem. So, this should keep the coal flowing into the base. I'm going to take the train back to base because I'm lazy. And then we're going to start our next train line. Now, one thing to say is if you are getting bored of building train lines, you can skip back and forth in the video to parts where I lay out buildings and then train lines, buildings, train lines. That way you get a little bit of both, right? You're getting your differences of kind. That being said, I'm just going to finish all of the trains essentially before we do anything else, because that makes everything flow easier in my mind. So that's how I'm going to do it. And next up, we're going to do the Caterium Train, which I believe is this one right here. So let's Caterium drop off 2 ramp pieces up, so go 1 all the way in front. And then, yeah, it looks like 2 ramp pieces. Yes. It's been like a day since I last did this, so I don't have this all memorized, and I am just vibing it out. Let's do that. Well, okay. I wanted to do a turn, but guess I didn't double click. Then just connect that to this. Sure. That's fine by me. And then we can get a block signal, and we can put it right here on this side. Which, I'm so confused with why these are correct, but they're on the wrong side. Like, they visually look like they work, and they must be working, but it's really bothering me that they're on the wrong side and working. And, like, I don't really know how that is. But I am just going to come here and correct them. Including this one. Okay, so for Caterium, we need to go and follow this path downward. I'm pretty sure was the plan. Whether that's still what's happening or not, I don't know. Ooh, Mercer Sphere. So I believe there's a Caterium node right here that we want to get. And that runs like, I think that's it right there. Yeah, this makes sense. Okay. So let's run this out there. Okay, so right here, 10 long, 5 wide again. This is also going to be 3 rack pieces long. Make sure the cargo goes out the left side. And then connect that up. Obviously, give it a rail signal, a block signal whenever you can. Like that. And this looks like this is going to work well. Name it Caterium Pickup. Caterium Pickup. Which is absolutely beautiful. Come out the back here. Increase the foundation length by 1. Industrial storage going in. Beautiful. Some type of conveyor belts going down. Also, we'll want a conveyor belt going into these. Multiple conveyor belts, not a. We want a million conveyor belts going in. Then we want a power pole coming down with us. Anyways, this should be a pure node of Caterium ore. And we're going to place a miner down. And we need to overclock it twice. We need to overclock it twice. Grab yourself a splitter. Run this into the splitter. And run it out like so. I already have a pull down here. Okay. Now, quick math on this one. 480 divided by 3 is 120. 160, sorry. Which I don't need to put in parentheses anymore, but I'm going to do it this way. If we take 320 and divide it by that, that means this fills up in 20 minutes. Also, I don't do this very often, but hover packs are really good at climbing things like this if you brought the power down. I'm too used to jetpacking my way up these things. I don't know. Anyways, that means any train we put on this can spend, like, literally forever here, because it's a 20-minute round trip type ordeal, so. Okay, so we have a few options for how we want to connect this up. Basically, we can either take it all the way to there, or just run it straight down into this line here. Do note, you don't want to run it into this line, because then it would have to go through the train station. And if it has to go through the train station, it will, which means it could potentially slow down your games. Ooh, ghost cars. Ghost cars! So instead, what we're going to do is we're going to get it to that far line over there, I think, is the best way of doing this. There is, like, some argument for going there. Yeah, maybe we will do that. Have I convinced myself? Am I sold? I'm gonna say it, I might be sold. Yeah, this looks way closer. I'm gonna connect to that. As long as your connection point is past... Yeah, that looks right. Past the point of any train station, so there are no train stations along the path home, it should always be fine in this type of layout. Which is the whole kind of philosophical point of this type of layout. So now it should just be as easy as running this all the way down to there. It looks like I'm a little off-center with it and a little above it, so we can start working on that down part. So when it comes to connecting rails like these, I personally am okay with just, like, accepting the fact that it isn't perfect and curving it out. If you want to figure out how to make it perfect, I will leave that to you. I'm more in a, ooh, it worked? Wow, type of mode, so that's what we say here. Ooh, it worked? Wow. Alright, let's take this segment here, go around it, and let's make sure it's all block signaled up correctly. And we need one right out of the station. And then we just follow this path along. Okay, whatever. No, I do want one in front of this junction. These different colors now? They don't look different colors. Am I crazy? Oh, fuck. Oh, different color. Okay. I think so. Yeah. Okay, so that should be that all signaled up. The math we did said the Caterium Train only needs to run every 20 minutes. So let's place down a locomotive and 1, 2, 3 freight cars. 20 minutes is basically infinity time. Caterium Train. Edit the timetable. Caterium pick up, Caterium drop off. Put drop off first because we're at drop off. Is empty or yeah, 180 seconds. So it's either when it's empty, you should leave, or when 180 seconds have passed on the drop off. Then on the pickup, I think just waiting waiting 10 minutes. Minutes is a long time for 20. Yeah, we'll just leave it at 5 minutes. I think waiting 5 minutes or having the freight fully loaded or unloaded, I think that's good enough. Save changes. So what did I do? I did unloaded or 180 seconds. Then loaded or 300 seconds. Seems fine to me. Goodbye, train. I hope there are no problems. Okay. Yeah, it's been a while, so let's look at coal and really just make sure coal's coming in. Which, I'm gonna guess these wagons are completely full, yeah. Which is because I'm gonna guess these are... because this isn't, set to unload. Hey, make sure that your coal train, if you didn't do it, is set to unload. While we're at it, let's double check the Caterium Train. Oh, the Caterium Train is. That's great. I just forgot coal. Alright. Let's also go look at aluminum stuff down here. Because I'm hoping... Well, this is just stupid. What is this? Okay. Good try, me. Really good try on that one. Also, I didn't unload this last one at all. So, good job, me. Otherwise, it looks like these are all doing fine, honestly. Looks like they have the stuff they need, so that's fantastic. The aluminum stuff seems to be working just fine. We can check the item bring-in rate. Yeah, it looks good. Looks great. These ones are going to be weird because someone, no names mentioned, is, yeah, messed up. But that's a... Oh. Well, we're almost done with the desert trains. We literally have one more to do. So my gut instinct is just to get it done. Now, I'm going to be straightforward. This is going to be the nitrogen gas train. This is the nitrogen gas train. We are going to build the train line for this, but we cannot collect the resource just yet. And we're just going to build the train line for it because we're here, right? Like, that's the reason. Also, what is this? Could have at least tried. Okay, bring it out to the black line. And then, like, just attempt to line it up. There you go. Doesn't really matter, but, like, I don't know. Would be nice if we did things right once in a while. So that's 2 straight. Put a straight piece down here. And then I think we only want 1 straight, right? There you go. And this just needs its own block signal. Not there. Right, literally not there. I hate block signals. Why don't they just place? Place. Just place where I want you. Oh, I had the pixel. There it is. Oh my god. These things suck, man. Yep, this all looks good too. Yeah, no comment. With how slow the train's gonna be moving, I think this is totally fine. I wouldn't worry about this at all. Okay. We need to make sure we have one coming into it, which we do. Perfect. So with nitrogen, I don't know how fast it's going to come in. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. But we set up a 6 train, 6 cart wagon train to really prepare ourselves for what we're going to be doing. So I'm just going to get this out there and set up. And then we're going to work from there. So the pro tips is if you're lazy and you have a long way to go on a train line, just place down a train. Drive it yourself. A little tricky at first, but you know, use the arrow keys at junctions to decide which way you want to go. I think by default it goes whatever straight is. I just always make sure I'm holding the direction. We didn't actually have to go that far, but this is marginally faster still. Because we're going to go right here. Please don't crash. Hello? Okay, that's fine. Like, seriously, train? What the fuck? Alright, and we're gonna go straight out of here. Because this is the path off to nitrogen gas, and that's the wrong side. So we put one before the junction, and then make sure you just have one going into the station like that, and it'll be fine. Alright. So from right here, we're going to need 6 train length, which means go 5 by 10, and then just go by 10 again, I guess. Which is really expensive on the foundations, but what you gonna do? Can't do much. Okay, so then get a train station, put it like at the end, essentially, just center it. Beautiful. We need fluid platforms, and I don't think it particularly matters which way they face. And I didn't count. Was that 6? 1, 2, 3, 6. Oh, would you look at that? Oh, you can save on a little bit of foundations if you wish. I'm probably gonna put these back. And run this down. About like this. Now these need industrial fluid buffers. Because we're gonna be piping in at less than 600. Also, that's the wrong side. Like the amount that each section is gonna get is gonna be less than 600. We don't need any more than 1 buffer. Because it'll never need to unload faster than that. Like, it won't even be close. In fact, there's a good chance these buffers do basically nothing, but that's okay. Let's put them down anyways. Can't really hurt. Okay, now, normally, with fluids, right, it's just better to have the station closer to the ground. So you don't have to bring stuff down. But these aren't fluids. These are pipes. Now, pipes still kind of suck, because there's no, like, vertical pipe tool. So we're going to actually use the hover pack for this. This is one of those things the hover pack is good for. Although not yet. Because I hadn't put down the power pole. Oh, wow, look, a power pole. Oops. This doesn't have power? What? What? Guys, I didn't connect the train path. Anyways. Oh, look, I have power now. Okay. So anyways, this is really good. Because what you can do is you can go to foundations, get the big foundation. Switch to vertical. And apparently just place one. If you vertical, and then, I don't know, maybe 4 sounds good. And you can just do this. Bring this down. We can probably go lower than... Let's go 9 down. Yeah, let's try 9. How does 9 feel to you? Wow. I mean, just look at that, right? And so you can essentially keep doing this until you can touch the floor. Which, your ability to touch the floor is going to vary based on, you know, where you're at. But then just do something like this. And these don't need to be nice, but I'm going to make them nice. If I can, at least. And just keep in mind that because this is a gas, it is perfectly a-okay for these just to travel straight up like this. No pump required. You're good to go. You're good to go. And then this part is no longer good to go, so we're going to switch to vertical. And you can do this with the jetpack, by the way, instead of the, hover pack. It is just... Oh, whoops. Oh, that works out probably. I bring this down to here. Yes, I can. It usually just works out easier with the, hover pack. And I don't know, more people are gonna be less skilled with the jetpack. Shrug. Which also means if you want to do all this jetpackless, you can run... Yeah, you can run your power poles along this and make it even easier. Okay, then this one can get down to land. This one can get down to land. You're down to land, just not if I do that. What about you? Okay, this one, oh. Down to land, boom. Now, what I am going to do is I am personally just going to remove all of these foundations. Before I do, I'm going to go to the top, though. Missed a few, but that's not a big deal. Alright. And there we go, we're foundation free. We're just gonna run that down there. Might as well pick up the free blue power slug since it's here. And I don't think there are any hostiles here, but I'm gonna land and just check it out myself really quickly. Yep, great. It looks stupid. And all we're gonna do is just bring the power lines, Just bring the pipelines closer. That way, when we're ready for this, it's really easy to set up. Because I don't know about you, but I'm feeling 22. Sorry, I think I've already made that joke like 3 times. But this will help in the future, because we just have all of this set up. We're not going to run a train for it just yet, because we're going to want to do some math on that train that we're going to run eventually. Also, wait a minute, why are there 7 lines? Hello? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oops. Hey, pro tip, make sure you count your stations before they hatch. Because I apparently have one too many buffers. And if I have one too many buffers, it's either because I placed one for the train station, which I did not, or I placed 7 stations down, which I did. So just to be sure, 1, 2, 3, there should be 7. Okay, good. 7, including the train station. Whoopsies! Which means I'm gonna go pick this up. Hopefully you didn't make that mistake, because you're better at counting than I am. And then it might be hard to get up afterwards, but don't forget you can just hover pack your way up. Because floating powerful poles don't give a rip. Alright, we can name this nitrogen gas pickup. Nitro and gas pick up. Also stop and admire the pretty waterfall. Wow. Okay, coming out of this, we need to make U-turn. Basically go back the way we came from. We might want to go this way, because we need to connect there. Ooh, I don't like having, not the jetpack. Oh, we want to connect there, don't we? Yeah, okay, no, I see the plan. Okay. So, we're just gonna turn that way. Which, if I could get this to place at all, that works. Oh. It'll work. I didn't place the train station all the way up against the edge. That's not facing the right way. This is beautiful. Okay, so make sure we have a train signal there. And that one down there works just fine for this section. Alright, now we're just going to go make sure that this is signaled up. I don't think it's going to, like, really need too much in the way of signaling. Like, if we just put... in fact, genuinely, if you just put one... Well, we should prepare for multiple trains. I have no idea how many trains we're going to need. Okay. But as long as you put one there and there, this whole section is probably fine. Like, genuinely, it probably doesn't... Well, it doesn't need that. It probably doesn't need more than a signal on the way in and a signal on the way out of this section. That being said, I'm going to break it up into a few chunks, like 2. That way, just in case we end up needing 2 trains. Which, I'd be surprised if we did, but just in case we do, you know? Because while I would be surprised, it wouldn't be the first time, you know? Nope, not though. Because nitrogen gas trains, just as a general statement, cannot hold as much gas as they can liquids. So, you might need an extra train, even if the amount we need is silly slow. Which, spoiler alert, it is. It is silly slow. Oh. There we go. Alright. And that should be enough for this entire section of track. So, let's put down a train and head back to the main hub. Because we're actually done with every train that's out here in the desert. So the desert trains, all done. All done. Back here, we kind of have, what, 3 trains left to run? This is aluminum, right? Yeah. We only have a few trains left that actually need placing down. That being said, I need to expand this all the way out, because of course I do. Something about like this. And then we'll need to figure this out too. So I guess this has to come out. Ooh. Well, let's lay the trade station down and then figure it out from there. Okay, so we're gonna need a train station that I'm gonna put it like here. Make sure it's facing out, which it is. Cool. And let's just run these 2 train stations back to back. How does that sound? Sounds good to me. So one of these is going to be for quartz, and one is going to be for oil. The quartz train is really small. In fact, the way we've been doing this, I'm going to do 3 for the quartz train. So 1. Okay, but can we 2. Whee! I did it! Okay. And the quartz train needs to unload. So that would be this one. Yep. Oh, I didn't place it. I said yep, I just didn't place it. Oh, okay. So this is going to be the quartz train, as I mentioned. And it's going to unload quartz. Wow, you probably didn't guess that, did you? This won't need a lot of quartz, but it'll need a non-zero amount. And is that... kind of. That's fine. It can clip into this. I don't give a shit. Over here, we're gonna need fuel ones. And we're definitely 100% gonna use 6 for this. In fact, if we wanted to do more, I wouldn't be like, "Oh, you're crazy." In fact, let's see. Do we want to do more? Maybe we do want to do. How many do I have? F, G. This is 5. Well, I need one more anyways, no matter what. Get 6. We're gonna be looking at 2400 divided by 6. Which is 400 per. 400 per is a weird number. In fact, it almost looks like 8 might be the move. I mean, 8 kinda... It's the last train. Like, I shouldn't do it, and I'm not going to. We're gonna leave it at 6, and we'll just balance it and figure it out. So, I was fighting, the devil in my head, because, it's gonna make the math easier if it were 8. The problem is I would need to run it on a separate train line from everything else, because everything else has been planned around 6 as the maximum. So we're going to be consistent, and this is going to be 6 at a maximum. What that means is we're going to have 400 coming in. And it's going to take 6 minutes to fill up. So this one might require multiple trains, and we're going to have to navigate that. Because it having multiple trains means that there's going to be a little bit of headackery that goes on there. Okay, it probably doesn't really matter how I do this one. So I'm okay doing it this way. Except for the fact that messes up this, doesn't it? It's okay. We'll make this line up. I'm not stressed about it. Because I'm just going to push it this way until it lines up. Like that. And then we're just going to get rid of this straight rail. And connect this with that. Easy enough. Doesn't really matter. And there you have it. That's hooked up. And this one is going to be quartz, which we're going to get to in a bit. But I really wanted to be able to hook this one up. Yeah, that looks fine to me. And then something like this. Okay, stop. Beautiful. I think I have to place this, right? Yes. Which means if I want to place this, I need to get rid of this whaleway. I need to get rid of the whaleway. Okay, try again. Yeah, because I need that to line up with that. And then like that. And then run this into that. Okay, that looks good. Okay, so what we need to do is place like a block signal here. And I would like one sooner than that, but that might be what I have to get. Okay, now we're going to place one right there in front of this station. And then we're going to place one right at the end of the station later. But what's really important is I need to know the answer to the question, can six long train fit in this block? Oh, baby, it can. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Is that 6, 7? Did I miscount? No, that's 6. Okay. Ugh, it fits snugly. So that means we don't have to worry about 2 trains in here. So measure that out and make sure that's the case. If it's not the case, just make your track a little bit longer. Push this station over. Make it jank. It doesn't matter. It literally does not matter. You can also push this block signal back if it will let you as far as you can here. So that this section is separated for an even significant larger period of time. Okay, now on the backside, let's get these hooked up coming out. Which, I mean, they need to go into this. But I'm just kind of looking at it. And I'm like, yeah, what if I just did something like this, you know? That way I can try to keep this exposed and free. I don't know. I don't know if it's necessary at all. don't even know if it matters. No idea. Let's just take a rail. Run it kind of like to there, and then we're connected up there. That looks great. Then just take this connection and do that. There you go. So we need a block signal here, and then we're gonna need one coming out of this station here. And then we'll need one right here. In fact, we might... Yeah, I'm just gonna get rid of these two. Let this be all one color, so no train can enter if there's a train on... Oh, but okay, that means there needs to be... No, I was right the way I had it. I was right the way I had it. Yeah. You can just put them at the stations like this. That works. Yeah, so no train can be... Only one train can be in this section. Yeah, no, that looks like it should be fine. I don't see any issues with it. If there are, we'll find out later. It's not a big deal. Okie dokie, now we need room to deal with oil. And oil, kind of a bitch and a half. Kind of. So we're gonna need room, and we're gonna need fluid buffers. That's probably enough space. And, hey, while we're at it, make sure that these are set to unload, or you're never gonna get anything here at all. So go through and set these all to unload. And I think the quartz needs to be done as well, because I did not do the quartz. And if I didn't do the quartz, there's a good chance you didn't unload the quartz. So let's both just take the moment and let's unload those. How about these? Oh, these are great, because that's already working. Right. In fact, why is there a train stopped here? Hold on, team. We have to go investigate the mysterious train stoppage. I think this is just placed on, like, a non-existent junction. What if I just remove it? Okay, I see. Guess we need to pull that back. Yeah, and that makes sense because we split off of that track. So we'll pull that back to here, and that should be fine. Yep. Oh, except for the fact that it doesn't like that. Why do you not like that? Is that because of this one? I think it's because of that one. What's wrong with that one? Is it just that it doesn't have anything? What if I just place one here instead? What's... Okay. Hold on. Debugging. Uh-huh. Yeah, what if I just, like, place it a little further back? I don't know. What about, like, there? Okay, this one was being problematic. I don't know. Train stuff can just be like that sometimes. So, back to the fluid buffers that I got distracted from. Yep, they should be coming out of the blue ones perfectly. Okay, let's go through and just get the first ones in. Okay, and then just get the second ones in. So, fluids are really annoying. Is the short answer, right? Like, fluids suck. Fluids are literally the worst. But to deal with them and make them not as much the worst as possible, this is how you do it. So you put 2 buffers on top of each other with enough space in between to work. And then you shouldn't need anything more than a pipeline 1. So to save on the heavy modular frames, you can just do this. And it'll give you rough guidelines for them too, so you can kind of line them up the same Z's. Then you just have to make sure that they have power, which take from the train line. Place a power pole down and just place it into each of these. Like so. And I think that's all of them except for the first one. Yes. And there you have it. That is how you're going to get this out of the train. Now, let's talk about how you're actually going to get it into pipes. And the trick here is mostly knowing how many pipes we're going to need. And I haven't done this for any other train thus far, but I'm going to do it for this one because it's a little annoying. So, first thing is... I want a vertical pipeline junction. Okay. First thing to do is just pull out a straight line from each one. Okay. Then put a pipeline vertically in the middle of each one. Alright, and then I'm going to switch to horizontal to vertical just because I can. Pull them straight down out of here, just like so. And there you go, that's how you do this. Now, each one of these has 400 is supposed to be the magic number in them. So we can do merging and stuff later to really trim this down. But that's the whale pulling out setup. And I wanted to set that up specifically because it's a little bit more complicated than other things. So, there you has it. Anyways, let's get the oil train in, right? Let's do that. Split that I was talking about. And essentially, we're just gonna build this ramp all the way down to the water. That's like the gist of what we're doing here. I go this low and be above that purple thing. Nope. So... how's that look? I'm gonna go a little bit lower. Okay, so we're gonna kind of go off script here. Can I go 2 foundations lower and then... yes, okay. So let me get this first of all, before we bury it forever and have particles in the middle of our factory. Let's pick that up. There's even another one. Dude, why are there so many slugs here? What is this? What is this? It's just slug heaven. You think slugs live near the water or something? I don't, but gimme, gimme, gimme. I will take all of the slugs you are gifting me. Even the ones that I don't particularly think are worth picking up. Okay, so I think this platform is going to be big enough. to buckle my 2, 3, 4 out the door. Okay, train station. Put it at the end. And center it. Perfect. Okay, we need 6 fluid stations. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Did I make it too big? Yep. Do I care? Nope. Double check that this is actually 6, because apparently I've been having problems with that. Good. Okay. Take this section here. Make it larger. Now, for our inputs here, I'm okay with only using 1 fluid buffer. Because the rate at which we're filling is never gonna be faster than the rate at which we give it away. So this should not cause any problems at all. If it does, which it won't, we can come back and double buffer it later by putting 1 on top of it and getting it to output that way. And if I were doing like 600 per buffer, I would double buffer it. That way we could load it faster, but we're not, so we're not. Done. Easy. Not bad. Because it's going in. These by default are on load. Perfect. Okay. So while we're here, let's get ourselves all the oil we need. And this could be a little tricksy. It won't be easy. Because we're gonna need a lot of oil. So let's just start by finding our oils. Okay, so for starters, we have 2 pure nodes behind us. And pure nodes can go to whatever they go to, 600. And because they can go to 600, that means we can get them to the number we want. Is this the one? Oh, get out of here. Yes. So take the pure nodes, put them to max. We're probably going to put everything to max that we run into, just by the way. So just be prepared for that. And then I don't particularly care how you go about doing this part. As long as you really never go up, should be fine. So I'm just going to keep things on the shoreline, essentially. And this one, we're also going to run over here. And we're going to max it out as well. Don't forget about your power, which for us is going to come from this power pole. And I need to bring power to this. Oh my god, is there another slug? There is. Hello, slug. I don't really need you, but you're here. Okay, I guess I'm gonna pick you up from up here. Nope, did not want to ping. Alright, so we're gonna take a couple pipeline junctions here. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2. You're so rude. You're a rude dude. You know that? That's what I thought. That's what I thought. And we're just gonna split one into each pipe. Like so. And what this does is it's gonna give us 3 lines of 400. And we're gonna take those 3 lines of 400, however we can, and we're gonna run them over and in to our buffer. Unfortunately, the game is disagreeing with me. I mean, yeah, we can run it underwater. And then in, sure. Now, with pipes, unlike belts, I will, you know, be stopping to check and make sure that everything is running correctly. Because it is quite easy to mess up piping and not have it actually work like you think it's going to. But like, so for example, this one should be filling this. More importantly, it should be filling this. And you can see, bada bing, bada boom, it's starting to fill up. Beautiful. And we're just going to go through and make those types of checks. Because again, it's really important to make sure that this isn't messed up, and this is something that is very easy to mess up. But I think there should be enough head flow on these that we're going to see them head lift. That we're going to see these filling up just fine. Even if it takes a second for stuff to get there. And even if it's a little slow at first, not concerned about that. We can come back and check that out in a little bit. I just want to see that, is anything getting there right now? Yeah, and these look fine. One thing that can help out a little bit is put a valve right before the pipe merger like this, flowing this way. So that there's no backslosh, and it just, you know, gets it all out as quickly as it can. Next up, here we have a normal, impure, and a normal, which is, if you add that together, that is all equivalent to 1 pure node. So we're going to get those all hooked up together. Those are here, here, and there. There. Alright, so these all need to be maxed out. And I'm going to make sure that I'm not crazy. And that this is what I think this is. I think that's at 600. It did not. I just can't read. Which is totally fine. Okay, and then this one should say 300. Perfect. And then this one over here would say 150, right? Yes. Okay, again, make sure that they're all full to the brim with power shards. And we're just going to run these two into each other. And then we're going to run this one into that. And there you have it. Again, something that can help out is valves, as they're going to make it so the flow is required to go out through this pipe. Okay, now I need to... Okay, so 2 of the nodes are up here. One there. One there. Let me just run them together. I believe these are both impure. Correct. And correct. So we're at these two nodes that are right here and here. I'll scan it one more time. So that you can see where that is relative to our station and whatnot. So we're going to connect two of them together. Then we're going to run this down to the third one. Which might have a little guy defending it. Yeah, there he is. Okay, which, do this, do that. Slap a valve down on each side. Just do yourself the favor right now. I need to take the power up to here. Wherever power is, I forgot it. Somewhere right here. There it is. We can also place valves on this bit. Coming in, coming in. Could be quite useful. Fine, I'll pick you up. I've walked past you like 3 times. Welcome to my inventory. In fact, you want to go float around in space? Go float in space, guys. Go have fun with that. Okay, now we just need to run this back over to, you know, join everything else. That's not what I meant to do, but that's fine. And then we'll just bring power along with us for the ride. Ooh, I see slug. Okay, so now that I've supplied power to these way off in the distance, I am going to go and make sure that I overclocked everything, because I genuinely can't remember if I did or didn't. Like, I can't remember it at all. So we're going to go look at it and make sure. This is also a good thing to do for your sanity. Yeah, so like, this is fully overclocked at 300. And then these here and here both be fully overclocked. Okay, I did it. Double checking something like this is important because the odds that you forget to do so and never come back are really high. Like, there's a really good chance that you do something wrong, you didn't double check it, and then hours upon hours later, you're just sat there wondering, what did I... Like, what's wrong with oil? And so then you have to come back and you find out that you just didn't power shard something that was supposed to be power sharded. And that creates this whole problem that is stupid and could have been easily avoided if you had just done the right thing the first time or double checked it. Alright, so setting up oil is really annoying, but the good news is we're almost done, and all you have to do is merge all of these together like so. It's just 2 to 3, typical stuff, you know. Then just run these in to those. And it is important. Let's do a check here. This should say flow rate of 600. Yep, okay. Good. Good. And over here, we might not have a flow rate of 600, but there's plenty of oil in the pipe, so looks like it should be fine to me. It's time to continue our train's journey, because it's not done yet. First of all, let's name this oil pick up, which is beautiful. Then we just need to get a rail ramp and kind of push it into position. That is not what I mean. Okay, how about this? Page down. Try my best to line it up with the platform here, and I'm not having much success. That lined up? Does it need to be like... Okay, let's back up. Place a foundation. That might help. And then, oh wow, we can get it to work with the foundation. Crazy. Anyways. Beautiful. Yep, go ahead and rail ramp our way up. And we have to get all the way up there to that line. So it's gonna be a bit of a journey, but it's okay. Up, up, up we go. Because, now we're golden. Yeah. We're going up, up, up. I don't know. Whatever. Now, someone who cares about aesthetics might tell you not to run the train ramp through the mountainside. But I'm here, and I'm like the demon inside your head. And I'm gonna say, hey, let's go through the mountainside. I mean, looks lined up. I see the connection, so the train connected. Or I doubt it's gonna be perfect, but that doesn't matter. If you just did something like that and you're concerned, like, oh, is it working? I don't know. We can try running a train through it. And it'll be pretty easy to tell if it's working or not, because does the train go through no problem? Yeah, it does. Fun fact, do this going up so you can stop faster and not have to wait for the train to stop because you cannot dismantle a moving vehicle. But would you look at that? It worked. As stupid as it is, it worked. Then we need to go up to... Okay, once you're up at the top, put a block signal about there-ish, and that should just be fine. Now we're gonna go run through this whole thing, and I guess we'll block signal it out. For funsies, I'm gonna start over there, go down, and then come back up. Doesn't really matter, you can do it backwards, but I like doing it forwards. So, I don't know how many times I need to say this, but there's no real rhyme or reason to how I'm placing the block signals. Just as long as I know that, like, in my head, like, yeah, that's far enough. Like, yeah, I think a 6 wide train, 6 long train could fit in there. Like, it probably does. In this segment, you're probably going to want a couple of block signals so that maybe if you need to, we could stack up like 4 trains here, worst case scenario. I'm not rooting for 4 trains to be stacked up here, but I'd rather not have 4 old oil trains. But hey, you never know. You never know. One can probably go about here for sure. And I can definitely get one more before the station. No question about it. That's a huge section of track. Probably one like there. That way you can get like the ramp down and maybe a little bit of speed into the station. Who knows? Now, coming out, there shouldn't be any congestion at all. So I'm going to be so real. You probably don't need any block signals up this ramp. Like, actually, you probably literally need 0, and it's probably fine. That being said, I'm just going to place them down. We're here anyways. It doesn't cause that big of an issue to place them down. Let's get a train figured out for this. 7, 1, 2, 6, 3, 4, 5, 6. Can't help myself. I'm an addict. I'm addicted to slugs. Okay. So, let's set this up. Now, my thoughts are that we're going to need 2 of these. At least. So, we're gonna find out how many we need to do. But as a friendly reminder, we're bringing in 2,400 oil per minute. It is being divided between 6 stations, so that's 400 per station per minute. A full fluid cart holds a number. A full fluid cart holds 1,600 fluid. Which means that this transports needs to do a loop in 4 minutes. So essentially what we're going to do is we're going to time the loop, and however long it is, we're going to multiply or divide by that many, and that's how many trains we need. So first of all, let's set up oil train 1. And, well, oil pickup. And one of these is oil drop-off. It's Wecker Baxenbronn. Something like that. This is oil drop-off. I don't think you can rename them from here, but that'd be pretty sick. Yeah, okay. So you can't rename it. Just is the way it is. So Baxenbronn. We're gonna go at pickup until it's fully loaded, or no longer than 2 minutes. So if you're not loaded in 2 minutes, get out of here. Go away. Be free. At drop-off, we're gonna wait at most 30 seconds. So it's unload fully or 30 seconds. And that should be it. Save changes and go double check. Should be fully loaded or 2 minutes. And at drop-off, it should be fully unloaded or 30 seconds. Okay. This looks good. So what we are going to do is we're going to get a stopwatch up. And I'm going to turn on self-driving. And the second it stops at this light and the docking commences, I'm going to run the stopwatch. I'm actually going to go away for a few minutes too and come back, but I'll be back when it's done, and then I'll tell you the time. Hey, it's post-fact 11 because I was muted during this. Anyways, I'm laying down a new train here because apparently we needed 2 trains. I don't remember what my recording time was on the trip, but it must have been bigger than 4 minutes. It must have been like 5 or 6 or something. So I figured I also needed a new train. We slap it down. We name it Oil Train 2. And I'm going to give it the same settings as I gave the first one. I assume. Struggling to do so, I guess. But that's what's going to happen in this clip. So we're going to set oil pickup and the V renamed station, which we're going to rename in just a second here. And yeah, I'm setting it to what I've set it to before, whatever that was. Yep, there goes the numbers. I did it. I probably double, triple check it because that's what I do. And then, yeah. So then we head back to base to the oil train, and we station, and we rename it to oil pickup or drop off, sorry. The oil drop off. And then I have no idea what I'm talking about here. I'm probably just like, wow, look, there's oil train 2, and where's oil train 1? Oh, there it is. Found it. I don't know. No idea what I'm talking about. Cheers. Oh, I've been muted. Oh well. Okay, so we finished up the oil line. Um, with the oil line finished up, it's time to take care of the copper line. That's about it. So, around about here somewhere, you're going to want to pick up one of these. Now, this is going to make some trains sad. So, you know how it is. Trains just have to be sad sometimes. But we're going to do this so that we can get to the copper line. And we can fix any train sadness by doing that. And then this. We already have a block signal way down there. So all I'm going to do is, once I get this placed, place a block signal on this, but it has to be going the right way. Going this way. And that should probably make up for it. I'm not sure why it's upset. I think it's upset because there's more track or something. I don't know. Well, we'll come back to that later. I'm sure it won't cause any problems. Anyways, we're just going to run this straight south-ish from about where I ran it. There's no, like, exact position from which to run it, but this should be close enough. And we're heading over to those green trees, because somewhere in there is our copper. And somewhere right near the copper, I'm pretty sure, is also our quartz. So we're going to kind of get a 2-for-1 deal out of this. Because we could probably make 2 train lines, essentially, off of this 1 train line. So yeah, it's kind of a 2-for-1 deal. And exciting news, those are the last 2 train lines. So we're almost done with trains. And I know it may have felt like forever, but I promise you this is the long part of what we're doing. This is actually going pretty quickly, too, in my mind. Figuring out these blueprints and how to work with them has made this faster. So, yeah. Alright, somewhere around here is our copper. And I don't know how much there is. And I don't know how big the train is. I'm guessing it's a 6 train. So let's make this platform nice and big. Yeah, I think it's a 6 train. And so that should be 6. Yep. And I believe it's a 6 train. If it's a different type of train, I don't know. There'll probably be a comment here on the screen about how stupid I am. And to help you not make the same mistake. And I should have known this before I came out here, but oopsies. Okay, there are the copper nodes that we're going to be after. First, we're going to start by getting ourselves ready. Great. Then, we're gonna run the conveyor lift down. This way I have a way back up through my stupidity. Hooray! And then just boop, boop. Take all. And immediately fly away. Oh, I'm running on biofuel. Why the fuck am I running on biofuel? I don't even have biofuel in my inventory. Oh, okay, up I go. Oh, okay. Anyways, now we can go back to fixing this. Which, you know, moments like these are good to show that I too am human and make mistakes, and making mistakes is part of the satisfactory experience. Hopefully you just make tiny mistakes like I do. I don't usually make big mistakes. There are things that, like, cost a minute here and a minute there, but we're not speedrunning, so it's not a big deal. Okay, now we take these down. And all that because I didn't have power, and I don't know why I don't have power still. But that's coming. When I find out why I don't have power, I will be sure to elaborate. Wow. You take your splitter, and you shove it into 2 different conveyor belts. Isn't that crazy? Wow. Then you just go and do that for each one. Run it into a splitter. I didn't mean to fall there, but that's okay. Run the splitter into the lifts. Twice. Once. Twice. Wow. Splitter. Lift. Lift. And there you have it. Once this has power, however it's supposed to have power, because I really genuinely, I have no idea how this doesn't have power. Yeah, then it'll all be running and working, and everything looks good to me. Everything looks good to me. So let's go ahead and name this hopper or pick up. Great. And so what we're actually going to do is, before we finish this up, let's go take a look at lining ourselves up with quartz. And I say lining ourselves up with quartz because I think it's that right there. Like, I think you can see it through the trees. Maybe not this angle. But that's okay, we'll just ping for it. So, if I were to run a turn... right about here-ish, and let's do it like that. That works great. Then we can also run this straight there. And there you has it. Then we can... I'm just gonna build the platform. I know for a fact, there we go. Found it. Like, I know it's right here. Okay. This one, we're only doing 3 platforms. Just something nice and easy like that. Make sure your industrial storage is loading and not unloading. God forbid. Just like so. Okay, again, you're gonna need to run power down, even if the power isn't real out here. Yet. Power will be real eventually. Okay, let's take power down with us and let's go on a field trip. Into the tree! Ah, there they all are. Okay, perfect. This one that I'm looking at is a pure node, and I think a pure node is all the quartz we actually need. Yeah. Sorry for shooting the dog, I just need him to move. I don't even know if I hit him, but he moved, so. Just grab a miner. And a pure node maxed out is all we need. I think if you wanted to, you could probably get like those and this, maybe, and merge them all together without power shards. What are they? A normal and a normal, so that's 480 if you use no power shards? No, because you need a little over 500, so you'd have to use power shards anyways. Go away. No. Splitter. Run your belt into it. Pull these down even further. Make it easier for us. And then just run them in, you know? Doesn't really matter how they get in there. Just run them in. Just like so. And then once this has power, this is more than enough. Because as I mentioned, we only need 500. And we're getting a whole extra 100 for free. Okay, so the reason we did this is so we can now see how to best connect those. And so what we can do is we can put a rail turn here if it wants to connect. But this way. Aha. And then from there, we can put straight rails out this way. And we can connect the straight rail. Hold on, let me put another straight rail down this way. And we can connect them like this. We're going to come back and do all of the signaling for this entire section of track later. Which is why I'm not too fussed about it right now. Uh-oh, we had a train collision. How is that possible? Where did they collide? Going up the hill. Okay, we're gonna go look at that once I get this rail all the way hooked up. Okay, we have to move that block signal just before the juncture. And we have to get on the right side of the track, correct? Yes, has to be going that way because that's the flow of traffic. Just like this one needs to be on this side. Too bad I can't get it there. Okay. Because that's the flow of traffic. Oh, I'm gonna not signal this yet because something's wrong with this. But, and something's wrong with this question mark? I'm gonna disconnect this for now. I want the arrow going into this, facing that way. Which it is. Okay. Whatever. Okay, so first thing. Good. Okay, back here, we need to rename the copper one to copper or drop off rate. We also need to find the quartz and rename it to quartz drop off, and I believe that is this last one here. Quartz drop off. Beautiful. Now, let's go look at our train collision and see what happened. Why did you collide here? It needs an extra engine. The trains literally just need an extra engine, so I'm just gonna put it on and hope that it works out. But everything was planned around 6, so this might cause issues. So learning. I didn't know this, but... Well, okay, so I knew this, but I didn't know what the limits of this were. So there's physics in the game, right? And the train can only pull so much weight. And, well, essentially, to get it to pull this much weight up that 2x2 ramp, you need a second engine. Or it just runs into itself. Which I didn't know. And my tests were done without it stopping. So I think the stopping is what really caused the problem. I need to be in this if I'm going to go through the mountain. Because it had to stop and wait. And I'm guessing that in the stopping and waiting process, it just slowly slid down and crashed. Which it is solved by an extra train. I'm gonna, like, make sure it works now, but yeah, I didn't know that was an issue. Anyways, there you go. Okay, right, so this has problems now because the block signal... Oh no. That back. Was going to the wrong spot. It should now go to there, which means they can be right up against each other. Which then means we've caused issues for this. So can I fix that? I'm sure I can. This might be a little jank, but if I just take from here instead of here. And then... No, I want my signal! Ah. Then just put one of these. Wrong way? No, that's the right way, right? Yeah, that's the correct way. One of these here. Oh, please let me put a... Okay, I'm gonna back it up even further. Where can I put a block signal? Alright. Oh, what? Can I no longer put a block signal there? Alright, we'll go even further back. Okay, I had to, like, tweak the ever-loving heck out of this and make some... Yeah, that's fine. Readjustments to this because this layout got stupid with the train expanding. You may or may not have to do something like this, but to clarify, the general idea is that this green block signal back here needs to be big enough to hold that secondary train there. And I need these white areas that you can see here to be free of trains no matter what. So if a train comes in, it can enter this white zone and clear out of it so that the trains don't collide. But there's no stoppage of the flow of trains. So this should have fixed that. And it looks like it might have caused another problem, unless it's still docking. Okay, edit timetable. No, everything looks fine. This is probably getting ready to move anytime soon. Because it can't drop off because everything's full. Oh, it's and. This has to be or. Let me double check that. Drop off for 60 seconds. My bad. This one doesn't even have the or 60 seconds. Oh, let's add the 60 seconds onto there. Okay, everything seems to be fine now. You'll have to closely monitor the oil situation later. I want to finish up what we were doing first. Jesus. Okay, so over here, we're gonna fix up. So we're gonna fix up this line out to copper. And what I realized, and this may sound dumb, but oops, I made a mistake incredibly early, and that mistake is why nothing had power. Now everything should have power, and I'm assuming if I place this down, and it's going out, so if I place it here, does that fix this? Yes. Now, I don't exactly understand why I think this is on the right side of the track. Like, it doesn't look to me like it is, but it thinks it is. So I don't know what's going on with, like, track switching. It seems to be weird and just does whatever it wants. So I've said this, like, it feels infinite times, but, you know, just place block signals every so often. They don't have to be super close together. Just make sure they're far enough apart that a train of 7 length could easily fit within their reach. And then you don't have to worry about it too much. 'Tis just kind of that simple. Because there aren't many trains on this train line, and that's the way we're going to keep it. Okay, one before the junction. And then on each side, one after the junction. Then for both of them, one before the station, one after the station. It can even be further up the station a little bit. Also, take the time to make sure that everything's flowing well, which it looks like it is. Make sure they're actually flowing into the machines, with the station, which again, looks like it is. Alright, if there was a section of track that really does not need block signals, this is it. There's no way there will ever be 2 trains on this section of track, ever, so we can just skip right over that. Kind of the same vibe with this long section here. But, just... Oh, well, actually, we don't have to just in case it. We can just put one, right there. Done. Just in case. Done. Put one here. Put one there. That looks good. So that they both can enter this piece of track. But only one at a time. Go a little ways away. Place another one. Okay, then take this final line that we have sitting here. Connect it up about like that. Those two are pretty close together, aren't they? Yeah. Something like that looks better. And then this looks acceptable. This looks like how I think it's supposed to look. And so that should be that. We should be able to slap down our 2 trains that we should need. I didn't do any math on any of this. the math on this first one, 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The math on this first one should be really easy. Because it's essentially just 300. Because it was 1800 divided by 6, which is 300. And it's 3200 divided by that, which is 10 minutes. And this train will be faster than 10 minutes. I am not worried about that at all. If the... yeah, well, I don't know. It doesn't matter. So, copper ore, drop-off, pickup. At the drop-off, fully unload, or 30 seconds. At the pickup, fully unload, or 3 minutes. And that will be fine. I am not even going to think about it. I am sure that this round trip is faster than 10 minutes. I am absolutely 100% positive about it. I'm just going to make sure that the train heads off on its way. And while we're here, we should check that these are set to unload. They are. If I did one, I did all of them. Beautiful. Next up, we're going to deal with the Quartz Train. And then we essentially have all of the trains done. Quartz, I believe, is this one right here. Which I believe I even named it. Look at me go. Nope. And the oil trains look like they're flowing fine, so that's cool. Quartz Train... yeah, this is the Quartz Station. I didn't rename it. Oopsies. So hold on. So at Quartz drop-off, fully unload, or 30 seconds. At Quartz pickup, fully unload, or fully load, or 3 minutes. I think the time on this one is even better. We're actually I'm gonna take the train out to Quartz right now because I want to rename it. So I'm just gonna go with the train. But if I remember correctly, we have 600 coming in. 600 divided by 3 is 200. Let me actually just stand on top of the train while I do this. No, I was gonna say, let me just stand on top of the train. I don't want to fall off. Okay. So if you have 3,200 divided by 200, that's 16 minutes. And if the other one definitely makes a 10-minute round trip, this definitely makes a 16-minute round trip, and it's not even close. So I'm going to go out there and change its name. Quartz pickup. While we're at it, let's make sure that Quartz is flowing like it should be. Which I guess means I'm going for a trip. Oh, remember how I have 2 jetpacks? One's going in the Dimensional Depot. I forgot about that. Yeah, that looks like 600 to me. For my Caterium train, I forgot to hook the storage containers up. Whoopsies. There we go. Much better. Okay, so now every resource that we needed to collect is coming in. We're done with trains. Ever? Forever, I think. I don't think we're ever coming back to trains. I think that was it. Assuming there aren't any problems at this point with our trains, which if there are, I won't know for a while. We're done. We did it. Alright, well, we are done with trains. We aren't done with resources just yet. We have one more that I want to go get. In fact, we can use the power line itself, can't we? And just bring it down. We're here. We're looking for limestone, and I know that there's some just, like, right below our platform, so I don't know. I didn't feel like training it. And you very well could have trained it. But I don't know. Just didn't feel like it. It's close by enough that I'm okay with just, like, running it up in under that platform to, like, there, maybe. That being said, I don't know how much we need. I don't know if we have enough. And I'll figure this out. This is impure. I think the one that's, like, over here is normal. This one. Let's take both of these. Because we need 400. We need 500, essentially. In fact, let me just pick that up and just take this a little bit further along with us. Apparently, I shouldn't have done it from there because I was so far away, but whatever. Something like here. Get your mining Mark II out. Ugh, of course there are rocks. Why wouldn't there be rocks? Okay, so there's one, and the other one is right there. Miner Mark II again. Overload this to 300. Oh, we're gonna need all three of them, aren't we? Yeah, we are. Because we also need to overload this to 150. And that is only 450. So unfortunately, we are going to need a little bit more than that. I don't know why I didn't want to train this. Probably wouldn't have been too hard to train, but oh well, too late. We're out of aluminum sheets? There's no way. Well, now is also as good a time as any to place down a type or tube launcher of some type. Over here, if you haven't already. If I want to go to aluminum, I'll probably need 4 of these. Okay, so the good news is nothing is really wrong over here. But we're just gonna make a nice and easy fix to this. That'll be better for us overall. Let's run this in a straight line there. That way we can put a smart splitter on it. And let's have that smart splitter prioritize overflow out to the side. And then just run that overflow out like this. That way we still get plenty in storage for us to use. While once that's overflowed, sending the rest away. The other alternatives would be like slooping this or something, but I'm not interested in that. So this will be our solution for now to make sure that we have plenty of this for our own personal stash. So let's get back to our base and get back to work. Alright, back over here where we left off. Gonna merge these together, and we can merge them on a Mark IV belt into a Mark V belt. That makes everyone feel any better. And we just gotta run power lines back to this power pole. And let's see, we have 450. So, you probably don't need to overclock this, but I already did. I'm just gonna leave it alone. That's fine. So here's how I am gonna design our new base. And respectively, that means you will as well. I'm going to just start with iron and make everything I can out of iron. Then we're gonna move over to maybe copper and coal and do the same thing. Just what can I make out of that material? And we're gonna be doing so on this platform here, and I don't really have like a rhyme or reason to how I'm gonna do anything. But if you're not working on expanding the platform, highly recommend you pull out your concrete and you pull out your iron plates. That way they can stock up as like a backlog, so that when you want to expand, you have twice as much. And if you do it multiple times, even thrice as much. Okay, so first of all, let's do a conveyor pole that is 6 high. And I don't really care how the belts get here, but let's get... Beautiful. And let's just put another one back here that's like 3 high. Now let's just go like that. And then let's just keep on keeping on. Keep on keeping on. Alright, so there is our 6 conveyor poles of 6. Or of 400 each. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna take those, and over here we're gonna merge them and split them. No, we're gonna split then merge. And basically we want to take those 6 lines and we want to convert them into 4 lines. So what we're gonna do is a classic 3 splitter to 2 merger situation. And then we're just going to do 2 of those. So we're just going to run another one right on top, just like so. And so all that's going to happen is each merger, so each splitter on the bottom, right, is going to connect to both of the splitters on the bottom. Something like that. And then just do the same on the top. In fact, for funsies, I'll even try to make the same silly connections, except I don't know where this one went. This one went like that. And then like that. This one went like this. And like this. So those are all the connections that we need to take from this conveyor pole line into there. And if I can just select the conveyor poles. I also could have done this a little bit closer so I didn't have to move the belt so far, but I don't mind. Also, this is a thing that could annoy you to death. If you care about your train aesthetics, running a belt line right here like this is probably going to hurt you. And I am sorry. You can do... Oh, God. You can do a bunch of things to remedy that, if you actually care. But again, we're trying to beat the game. So I'm not interested. But if you ran all of these below the foundations, you would never see them up here, and then you could just have them pop up where you need them. Tends to work pretty well. Either way, as I said, I don't care about my train logistics, so we just get to get away with something like this. And now we have 4 belts for whatever we need them for. Let's go and fix that. That's fine, right? No, I'm gonna fix that too. Okay. Essentially, what's wrong with this blueprint is that there's no power between the front and the back, which can just be fixed like that. Okay, so hey, fun fact, naming matters. I thought there were 12 smelters in this blueprint. It turns out that there are 16 in the blueprint. And you see, why that matters is because I misfucking counted. I can't believe it. Counting. Alright, let's try again. Yeah, it doesn't look like I left this math correct. Okay. So now to be sure that we have this right, that is right there. 3 sets of 16. If I want 55.5, we have 16 times 3, which is 7.5 left over, or 8. And that goes here. And there you have it. Now, again, hook these up to power. Wow. Then again, make sure they're smelting iron. Then check to make sure they're all yellow, which now with the mistakes we've made and corrected, they should be. Wow. Okay. This now takes 3 belts. It doesn't actually take 3 belts, it takes more like 2 and some change. But to make this easy, we can just take these belts here, here, and line them up. And then we can take this one all the way down here, just like so. You can split any one of these, I don't care which one, it shouldn't matter, and we can actually double check our math, can't we? 75.5 times 3 is that, plus 480 is that, which is less than 780. So it doesn't matter which one you split. I'm just going to split the one at the end. And we'll just run that straight into there. And there you go. You should have everything set up to be smelting iron. And then you're going to have one line extra. And this line extra is going to be for steel. So that line's going to be for steel, and we'll get to that when we address what to do with our coal. Which might be what we do after we address what we're doing with our iron. Okay, so now on each end here, we're going to have this right there, and then there's our sad little one that's on the ground over there. And that's our output for our iron. And we should be outputting, I don't know, a butt ton of ingots. It's like 1,600 ingots or something. And we're going to need 3 belts for that. So how I'm doing this is I have a calculator up on the side that like I would show, but it's, I don't know. I'm not going to. And essentially, 750 of this needs to go into iron plates. And then 900 and it's like 17 needs to go into iron rods. We take that number and we divide it by 780 after you put it in parentheses. And this is how many belts we need. You can see we need 3 lines of belts, so we just make a merger that manages that. That being said, don't forget, in this section over here, make one of these 50. It'll make things marginally easier. So we're going to come over here, and we're going to pull 4 mergers, because we have 4 lines of belts. Yeah. We can actually do it in 3, right? Yes, we can. And the reason we can do this in 3 is because this one here outputs at a rate of Mark 4. That one there outputs at a rate of Mark 3, which means we can just combine them into one tier 5 belt. Right? Because 270 plus 480 is less than the maximum throughput of the higher tier belt. And no, I did not mean to ping. So we can get away with that. So all we actually have to do is just make sure the lines are balanced. So I'm actually going to put these mergers closer together. Let's just do something like this. So 3 mergers into 3 splitters, and that will be all we need to do. And it's tale as old as time. Each merger needs to... I'm an idiot. It's okay. I'm a lovable idiot. But I'm an idiot. We need 3 splitters. We don't need 3 mergers. These lines are already merged. Just take them and, you know, run them in. Run them into a splitter. This one needs to be merged because of these 2. Then we take those splitters and we run them into mergers. Wow. And I'm going to make this better. There we go, that feels better. And then each splitter goes into each merger. Boop. 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 Just like so, and this will get us our 3-ish belts of output. It's not exactly 3 belts of output, but that part doesn't matter because manifolding, you know, it'll just balance out on its own. Okay, next up, we need 25 constructors that are going to be... Let's do it here. And these 25 constructors are going to be making iron plates. And because they use or can be used on a Mark V belt. We can actually run it in one long line, so I'm actually going to move it even further out. I lied. My bad. I apologize. Yep. So this is where auto-connecting is going to play a role. Because we can have 25 of these all on one straight line. Since the input to this, if you were to look at iron plates, is 30 a minute, and 30 times 25 is less than 780, which again is a full belt. So, because we can afford that full belt, that allows us to just stack them on each other like so. And then again, like so. Now keep in mind, this is 30 and we want 25. So from this last one, we're going to go remove, 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 remove. If it makes you feel any better, you can clean up the miscellaneous stuff here. Such as these mergers, these splitters, these belts that I missed. Yeah, that belt as well. If you want, you can take this line, run it into that merger right there. That gives you your output. The output on this is more than a full belt of Mark IV. But because it's split half and half, it can be Mark IV up till this point, where it can be Mark V right there, and that's perfect. That being said, make sure your down the middle belt is Mark V on this. And that means every segment. Do not miss a segment or this will not work. And like here, for some reason, there are 3 segments. 1, 2, 3. Make sure you hit all of them. It's really important. If you miss one, this won't work. Alright, next up, you gotta connect the sections of 10 to each other, which is here and here. And then it's here and here. I guess technically we do need that power pole. It's kind of sad, but whatever. Just gonna leave it. I'm not gonna leave it there. We'll just fix it. This last one, the 25th one, of course, is not a full one. It's gonna work at 94%. And yes, I am aware that that is an oddly specific percent. They're gonna be oddly specific. Just keep that in mind going forward. So the rest of these are going to be 100% iron plates. Best way to do this is probably some combination of flying past them like this. This is where, if you really like the hover pack, by the way, hover pack can be pretty good here. Because with the hover pack, you can just do this. So I often forget that the hover pack can be used like this. It's pretty good for doing this like one specific thing. And that can help make things pretty quick. Either way, this needs an input, and its input is one of these belts. However you get it there, you know, is your choice. I don't really care how you get it there. It all works out the same to me. Hey, this is Editing Lovin. Double check your belts. Holy Toledo. I was wondering why my iron plates weren't running efficiently, and I didn't really look at it because I didn't particularly care, but I was like, man, it's kind of slow. It should be running faster, and it just isn't. Why isn't it? Well, as you can see in this screenshot, I missed a belt. I missed one, and I didn't even think to check the belts, because I thought I already checked them. Check them again. If you see yellow in your lights, buildings, the building lights, go check the belts. That's like probably the #1 cause, and this is due to like the new auto connect functionality and us not upgrading the blueprints. So if you want to just never have this problem again, go fix your blueprints right now and make them all Mark V. We don't need Mark V for all of our blueprints. In fact, most of them don't even need Mark V down the middle or on the sides. But if you just did that, then you're never going to have this issue. And you won't have to double check. But, hey, double check them, okay? Beautiful. And then these should all start making iron plates. And again, it's going to take itself a while to manifold out. I don't know how much I need to say that. It doesn't matter, though, because that can run for a while we go and work on the next bits. Which is, oh boy, did you think that 25 constructors was a lot? How about 62? So before we do this, we need to have 6 of these. Is there anything I'm missing? Yes. Encased beams. And cable. Section. We're gonna run 2 lines of 10. We're gonna do 2 lines, because we have 2 lines of iron that are gonna be used for this available to us. Can I pull it back? I'm gonna leave it here. I think that's fine. We're gonna do that for this first placing. Make sure you're not on auto connect because you don't want anything auto connecting. Then you can turn on auto connect. And that looks good to me. Looks good to me again. Can't argue with that placement. And then it looks like I'm waiting for supplies. Boop, 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 boop. All right. And so that right there is 60 because we did 3 sets of 10, right? Times 2. And we want it to be 62. So place 1 constructor on the end of each one. Yippee! Make sure it has power. And there you go. That's 62. Now, of course, it's not 62. It's 61 and 13% of 1. So these are making iron rods. This one over here is going to be 13%. Which means it's basically making nothing. But basically nothing isn't nothing. And that's an important distinction. As for the rest of these, they're all going to be making iron rods at a normal rate of 100%. That being said, let's get power to everything here first. So that we can hover pack. Because I found a use for the hover pack that I like. Alright, so with everything set up, you should be able to copy and paste your iron rod recipe into everything by just flying over it. Don't mess up the one that you just set up to be 13%. You want that one to be left alone. And yes, there is a philosophy that says that you could just leave it at 100% and it would be fine. I'm going to do the exact ratios because I am. It wouldn't matter, though, in theory, if you didn't. So, you could get away with not. Okay, then next up, the down the middle belts. Actually, do they need to be? They probably don't need to be, now that I think about it. They can probably just be left alone at Mark 4s. Well, let's find out. If we have 15 ingots per minute. Oopsies. if we have 15 ingots per minute times there are 31 in a row, that is technically less than 480, so you could actually leave it on the Mark IV belts, which I guess I will, because why not? So that means all we're gonna do is give them their 480 a minute and let them run away with it. As for the output, it's the exact same ordeal, right? If they are making... I don't want this here. If they are making at a rate of 15 a minute and 15 times 31, then that means this whole thing outputs at a Mark IV belt, essentially. That being said, they do need to be two separate lines, because of course they do. Couldn't have it any other way, right? Okay, and that is all of our iron rod production done. If you see a sea of yellow, you know the drill. Yada yada manifolding. Yada yada manifolding. Don't worry about it, it'll work itself out. Not worried about it. So, as you need more space, just expand your platform. Don't think too hard about this. Don't try to micromanage and fit everything within, like, this nice little tiny blueprint. Just expand your platform. And I'm saying that because you're probably gonna need to expand your platform real soon here. And, well, screws is just another 60. It's technically 61. But 60 constructors, which means we're gonna need 6 more of these. While I'm at it, so you notice I'm having a hard time getting the supplies I need through the dimensional depots because it's starting to ask too much of me. So let's do just a little bit of pre-planning. So yeah, I figured I'm struggling to get the resources that I need from my dimensional depots. So what I did is I laid out everything, all the blueprints I have and what I'm going to need from them so that I can go get it. And as you can see here, really just these things that I'm missing. So let's go pick those up. Just so you know how many of each thing I'm going to need, according to the math I have. I'm going to need 90 constructors. I'm going to need 56 assemblers worth. I'm going to need a 16 foundries worth. And 4 manufacturers worth. We're going to be building a lot more than that, but that's just like my temporary startup. Let's get things rolling. That's all of iron. That's like all of iron and all of steel is that stuff there. So let's get those pieces, and then let's come back so we can build unimpeded. So I'm back with stuff. I didn't have enough room in my inventory for encased beams. Could put like a storage container down here if I really cared. I don't think I particularly do, so we'll just let it be. So yeah, we're gonna want 61 constructors making screws. And instead of doing any fancy anything, all we're gonna do is just run one really long line of 6 constructors. I don't see any reason to do it any other way. Because it can work with a set down the middle, with the faster belt down the middle. It can work, so I kind of feel like we're going to do that. And this does mean my platform's going to get long, but I already knew my platform was going to be insanely big, so no reason not to just get to it. Okay, so that was 2. This one is 3. This one is 4. This one is 5. This one is 6. And then finally, 1. Okay, go down the middle. Do remember every single belt. Every single one, you cannot miss one, needs to be Mark 5. And where you have the junctions, for some reason on my design, they have 3. I don't know, auto-connect be weird. Auto-connect does whatever it pleases. Make sure you get all 3 of them or you will have issues. And I don't want you to have issues. So make sure all the way down, Mark 5. All the way down, all the way down, all the way down, Mark 5, Mark 5. I don't know, I made the same mistake again. I didn't even notice this one. I literally didn't even notice this one. That's because of the power of manifolding, and oh my god, screws can hold so many things, so it never actually, like, caught up with me. But how did I not notice this one? I'm losing it! These all power, and I don't think there's a single power pole I can connect to, so I'm gonna have to add a new one, but that's fine. Just make sure you have power all the way down so you can use your hover pack. Now, these here are going to be making screws. As you might have figured, it's going to make a lot of screws. And we're going to have to figure out how to divide that in just a minute. But this one here is going to be 19%. And every single other one is going to be on screws here. At 100%. Screws at 100%. The back one is at 19%. And we're going to make it work. We'll talk about our quandary in a little bit. Just make sure you get them all set up. Well, what is our quandary? Well, it's pretty simple. You have 30 machines on one side, and screws produce at 40, which means per side, you have 1,200 screws coming out. Now, the easiest way to deal with this, and this is how I'm going to deal with this, is every 10, you just separate the belt line. Right? That way, each section of 10 is getting 400 screws. And that's how I recommend you deal with this. And I'll, walk you through that process here. It's quite a simple one. Essentially, count 10 machines. This is the 10th one. Remove this section of belt that I know we worked so hard for. And I'm just going to pull it on top of the other section like this. We can drag it across, and as we do, count mergers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's not going to work, but this is the 10th one. And it's really easy because they're in sections of 10, so every time you have the triple belt stuff going on, that's where it happened. And then I'm just going to run this down along the tops of those. And then what I like to do, this is my personal preference, you could do this with conveyor belt poles and they would look nicer. I just don't hate the way this looks enough to care. So you can do this, and it'll work out spectacularly. Just like that. So you have your 3 belts here. This can just merge into this somehow. It doesn't particularly matter. It also doesn't matter, like, which one it goes into, right? As long as you merge it in, it'll be fine, because this doesn't output enough to actually matter. So let's go do the same thing over on this side. Let's go find our first 10, and then do some counting from there. And if I've ever complained about the turbo pack being slow, this is it. So now you can cheat, because right here, you see where that is? Come across. We found the 10. You don't even have to try to do any counting on this side once you have it done, hopefully properly on the other side, right? And then you can just take that down. Looks like the next split is right here. And just take that up. Take that across. And take this across if it would let me. Except it doesn't want to be straight. I don't particularly care that you're straight, but I would like you to be. Alright, and there we have our 61 screw constructors. And it looks like a lot, and that's because it is a lot. Okay, I don't want cover pack. So now we need to deal with splitting our iron rods so that we can make sure we get the right amount where we need them. And this is pretty simple. We have 2 outputs or inputs, and we want them to be 3. So we're just going to do the timeless classic. We already have them in mergers. Beautiful. We're just going to put down splitter, splitter, splitters. Make the tower of splitters. Why not? It's kind of fun. That's not how you do this. My brain is cooked. You do not make a tower of splitters. Instead, you go like splitter here, splitter here, and then we need 3 lines. So you can make the tower of mergers. That makes you feel any better. So full speed into there, full speed into there, and then each merger gets 1 line from each splitter. And there you go. We're just going to take 1 and run it over here. And that is screws being made. And these screws are going to be made at, like, I don't remember what the number is. It's like 2,400-ish a minute. So needless to say, this is a lot of screws. And manifolding, manifolding, manifolding. Okay, so we have our 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 screw lines. And obviously, we need to figure out what exactly it is we're going to do with these. And what's going to happen is they're going to merge. Right? They're going to merge, and they're going to make 4 screw lines. So, we don't particularly need to worry about balancing all 6 together, do we? Let me have a think about that. So, essentially, to get this to work, we're going to need to make a 6-to-4 balancer. And to make a 6-to-4 balancer, start with 3 splitters on each side. Oops, I did not mean to upgrade that. That is okay. And then run those in on both sides. Stop upgrading the belts, please. Just make it work. Okay, so you've ran that in on both sides. That's going to go into 2 mergers. And essentially, each splitter needs to run into each merger. That's the wrong way to do this. So, bottom merger, bottom splitter, top merger, bottom splitter. Then go from the middle merger, bottom splitter, middle merger, middle splitter. And then take the top one, and the top one needs to go to the bottom and the middle. And this one's going to be tricky, because of course it is. It's not going to like doing this. Nope, nope, nope. Would you like going into this side? Yes, okay. We'll fix it like this. Then this one needs to go into the bottom merger. Yeah, so each splitter goes into each merger. So as you can see, bottom, 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 top. And then we have middle, top, middle, bottom, top, 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 bottom. Beautiful. And yeah, that's exactly how you want this to work. Now we just do the same thing on this side. So let's go bottom, then go here, go straight across, take this one to the bottom, take this one down, and this one down. Beautiful. Probably could even... I don't think it matters. No, it doesn't. And that's great. Just double checking. Yep, that's good. What about the middle? Middle, 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 down, top, bottom. Okay, great. So, now that you've done that, these, right, are all the left side stuff. These are all the right side stuff. What we want to do is we want to merge left side and right side. So how I recommend you do this is these need to run into splitters again. So you just put splitters in front of them. And essentially, bottom splitter goes to the bottom on each side. Just like so. Top splitter goes to the top merger on each side. Just like so. Same thing here. Bottom splitter goes to both bottom splitters. Top splitter goes to both top splitters. And there you go. Congratulations, you now have 4 outputs that are oops all screws. Okay, so over here in this section, it looks like we can fit our assemblers if we maybe just expand this way a little bit. So let's see about that. Can we fit assemblers in here? We need 2 sets of assemblers here, because we're going to need 16. And I don't want it to auto-connect. Not yet, at least. And we're going to run this, yeah, like that. Looks good to me. So let's plop it down. Hit auto-connect here. Does that auto-connect? It looks like it does. Is there any reason we shouldn't do it this way? Yes, there is a reason we should not do it this way. Okay. So the reason we shouldn't do it that way is because the number of screws this takes is like 900 and something. And as it turns out, 900 and something screws is more than we can fit on a Mark V belt. So we don't want them auto-connecting. Oh, we want it like this. There are those. Now, this is going to take all of these iron plates. So we can just run a splitter out like this. And then we can run the iron plates in like this. And this does not take more than a full stack of 400, full Mark IV, so you can just leave it alone. Just make sure it's split and run into both sides. To confirm this, we're going to be making iron plates in here, right? And iron plates need, reinforced iron plates need 30 a minute. And obviously 30 times 16, the whole thing takes about 480. So when it's split into half, the two sections don't need the 480. Before I forget, we are going to need an extra assembler. And, I mean, belt in like that and like that. Make sure it has power. This one is going to be the one that is at 63%. So make sure I'm at 63%. And then the rest of these can just be done like so. And assemblers, you can sprint over them as you paste, so they're pretty easy to do as well. Okay, then we gotta hook this up to power, which is done like that, and you can see we have, oops, all yellow, and that's exactly what you want to see. So we're gonna need 2 belts of screws, so let's go ahead and bring those all the way down the line. Okay, so I was examining our iron ore train, and I learned something that I just learned recently over with oil, but I learned it again, and it's going to be cemented. I'm never making this mistake again. And it really sucks that I made this mistake in this video, because I've never even seen this be a problem. So, block signals. They should not be put at the top of ramps like this, because it's problematic to big trains. So they stop, and then they just slowly slide backwards, and they have no momentum, and they can't start up again. Is what happens. I don't know if just, like, moving it, like, if you didn't let me here would work. Yeah, I don't, like, would that work? Let the train get over the hump a little bit. I don't know. Unfortunately. I wish I knew. So I'm just gonna use this as a moment to just completely redesign this section a little bit. And yeah, this section's gonna look a little dumb, but that's okay. A little dumb is a-okay. We're gonna take a block signal and put it there, and then we're gonna take a block signal and put it wherever you'll let me, game. Is that really as close as I can get? I would like to go a little bit closer if you would. You know what? I'm going a little closer. You can't stop me. Okay, put a block signal like here. This one. And we're going to move it all the way down to like here. So that should alleviate that problem. Now to go actually clear up the train. So I'm not putting block signals anymore on big ramps like this. I'm just never doing that again. Because apparently it's too much responsibility for trains to handle. So that might slow down traffic a little bit. That is a-okay. I just need this train out of the way. So that that one can... I don't know if it's going to fix itself if it slides all the way down. And, like, if it can use that as momentum to crawl its way back up. I have no idea, so I'm probably going to have to help it out myself. Which, this is dumb. I've never had this happen before. I'm so sad. Yes, adding another engine would solve it. No. My... Turn off self-driving? Turn off self-driving, okay. I want to control. Backwards. I'm gonna see if I can get it to curl into the station. Nope. So we're gonna need to, like, brake early because I don't want to collide with the other train. Alright. Self-driving, on. Goodbye. Swear to God, if you don't make it up that hill, there will be consequences. Okay, now that wasn't on my bingo card for things that were going to go wrong. But either way, we're still going to come back here, and we're still going to take our two conveyor belts worth of screws down this way. I think I'm just going to do them one at a time because I think that's faster for me. Okay, screws. Okay, so one set of screws goes here, and the screws, let me check this. 8 times 60 is 480, so you technically don't need to upgrade these belts. However, I'm going to because it'll make me happy. And on the other side, you absolutely will need to. And that's part of why I'm doing this. Because this side absolutely needs the upgrade. Because this one in the back at whatever percentage it is going to consume just that much more. The 36, 37 a minute matters in terms of your output. I also didn't consider how I was going to merge this in, but I mean, looks like something like that's going to work just fine. Oh, in fact, I could just, you know, do this, do that. Wow, merging. It's not as hard as I make it out to seem sometimes. Shrug. Okay, so those are all the reinforced plates we're going to need, and of course, those are making at a pathetically slow rate. It's like 40, I don't know, 46 or something a minute. It's not fast. So we can just merge, pull from over here and merge. Ooh, I like that curve. Ooh, I like that curve. Run that into another merger because we need to get these ones over here. Is this merger facing the wrong way? Did I grab the wrong thing? I grabbed the wrong thing. Okie dokie. Why that one? Why not this one? Alright, and there you go. There is all the reinforced plates that this makes on one line. And that's all we need them for. So they can stay on that one line and think about what they've done. Alright, next up, it's screws and rods o'clock, which is another assembler build. We still do not want you on auto-connect, despite what you think. And let's just line it up, something like that. And so for rotors, which is what this is, we need 8.5 assemblers. So rotor, paste, 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 paste. Let's see, get power from literally anything. Hello? Gonna have to insert a power pole to steal power from. Oop. Alright, and this is all set up to make rotors, and it just needs a line of screws and a line of rods. The rods come in at significantly less than 480. So that's fine, because it's 20 times 7.5. Friendly reminder that one of these two needs to be set to that half. So I'm going to make this 150%. So it's 150%er, and then the rest of them are 100% because you need 7.5 assemblers worth of rotors, okay? 7.5. That's the magic number. Alright. So that has that going for it. We just need to go out of our way and get the screws. Which, if I do this and then run this belt all the way down along the tops of these, we can go and get our screws. And we can just pull that from this one. And there you go! There are the screws. Woohoo! So that's rotors done. Got your screws, got your rods. Completed. It does need a full set, so make sure that going down the middle, the screws come in on a Mark V belt. They must be on a Mark V belt, as each of these takes 100 screws a minute, which means that this whole production facility takes 750 screws a minute. The belt has 780. It'll barely be enough. Make sure it's all Mark V on this section here. Alright, so next up, we're gonna be making our rotors? Modular frames. There we go. That's the word. And apparently I didn't place this right. I did not. Okay, I see. Now, our reinforced plates that we made, they have to go into two separate things, so we're gonna split them. First of all, they're gonna go into modular frames, and second of all, they're going into something we haven't talked about yet. So, we're just gonna start with the modular frames, and then we'll work from there. The modular frames do not take anything at any impressive rate. So we can place this, and let's just start pushing this over to, like, here. While everything doesn't need to be compact, I do enjoy making things kind of compact. So we need 14 assemblers, and as you mathematicians at home all know, 8 times 2 is 16. And these all auto-connect, yes? Beautiful. So we need to just remove the back 2. Like so. Which means you can also remove any belting associated with them as well, of course, because that's how that works. Normally I probably wouldn't... I don't know if I care about this or not, but I'm doing it. Because it saves on encased steel beams, which apparently are important to me. So this should be 14. Let's just give that a double check-sees. Beautiful. And it's not exactly 14 because it never is. This last one, what are we making here? We're making modular frames. This last one is 75%. The rest of them get to be 100% modular frames. So let's make sure we have power first. Like so. And once you have power, give everything its job. Making sure not to overwrite this last one, which is at 75%. Maybe it's better to do that last so you don't overwrite it. It's never a problem if you did. I just like having everything exactly the way I want it, you know? Alright, anyways, one of the things that this needs is those reinforced plates, which there they are. And then the other thing it needs is the last set of iron rods that we have. So we're just gonna... Oh, I see. Oh. That's kind of fun. Ooh, I like that. That's fun. So we're just gonna take those on over. I don't know if this was necessary. Okay. And it does not matter what type of belts these are, correct? 14 times 12 is a really small number. No, it doesn't matter what type of belts these are, really. So you can leave that as the blueprinted default. And then we want to merger these in the back. Also does not matter what type of belt that is, because the output on these is going to be pretty slow. This is like, what, 30 a minute or something? Yeah, it's like 27. Perfect. Alright, well, that's out of the way. I'm going to stress that it kind of doesn't matter where you do this. So if you're, like, worried about following exactly how I'm building stuff, trust me, it does not matter anywhere near as much as you think it might. Okay. That being said, this doesn't look too bad. I don't hate that. Okay. So we're going to need how many foundries? 14, which is an 8 and an 8. Something... I mean, it feels like that should be lining up, but it isn't. Why is it not lining up? That lined up. Oh, right, because foundries are, yeah. Not symmetrical. Yeah, fine. Put it into each other a little bit, I don't care. Alright, so there are 8 and 8 foundries. We're going to need exactly 14, which is kind of fun. Kind of fun that it's exactly 14. So that means you can just go ahead and remove those 2 at the end. That being said, I'm not going to touch their mergers because the way they merge over the top and whatever, I just don't want to fix it. And if I break it, I have to fix it. So I'm just going to leave it alone like this and let this and that be our outputs. Okie dokie, so these all need to be set up to make steel, and if we're lucky, they probably already are. Heard you were going to connect somewhere. Where were we going to connect? There. Right. Yes, so these are already set up making steel. And that's fantastic. What type of belts are they on? They're on Mark 4. Is that a problem? 8 times 45. Nope, it's not a problem at all. We are going to need to split this belt, of course. Because, well, duh. Half of it goes there. Half of it goes there. And that's step 1 to foundries. Step 2 is we need to go collect our coal. And, well, our coal is kind of off in Never Never Land, right? Which is to say it's right here. Now, I don't remember how much coal we're bringing in. It's not a lot. It's like less than a full belt. So what we're going to do is we're just going to merge it all onto one belt. And then I'm going to run that belt under itself. And we're just going to take that belt and ride off into the sunset. No, I'd prefer it if you actually went around the corner. Yeah. And then maybe up. Ooh, what about up? How do we think about up? Okay, but I wish you, like, actually went straight instead of whatever this bend is. We could not... Whatever. Oh, yeah, now isn't that just beautiful? So we take our coal up and over. And we bring it to the same splitter, essentially. What if I curve it the other way? Looks about the same. Doesn't really matter. And then one comes out like this. And then one does. And hip hip hooray, you have the amount of coal you need. Whatever that number is. And the good news is this is where all of our coal goes. It just goes into this steel. And the even better news is I believe this steel comes out at less than 700. It does. Alright, so the good news is this all comes out at a rate that is less than 780. So, oh, I'm up here now. So what that means to me is, obviously, we can just merge them together like so. And then we can immediately split them, because that's going to allow us to balance them. Hooray! Now, of course, these need to be made into two things. You're never going to guess what the two things that we need from steel are. What? How'd you guess? So we're going to need 10 constructors. And ideally we have space for 2 sets of 10. That will work. Alright, we're going to have to invade the natives a little bit. I don't want to get poisoned. And or have trees in the way. So this first set of 10 is going to be for steel pipes. And we don't need to change the belting on this at all. This is just the way it is. This is steel pipes, baby. Just like that. Steel pipes. And if we run that into there, give this power. There you go. You have steel pipes being made. We can run that into a merger out back. Steel pipes. And steel pipes are made in exactly 10 constructors, which is pretty nice. Now, as for this section, I guess I'm gonna do a little bit of clearing here. Okay, so the steel beams only need 6 constructors. So I'm happy to place down the 6 constructor recipe. Mark 3 is not enough, though. The middle needs to be at least Mark 4 on this, okay? So don't make that mistake. And this is going to be making steel beams. Steel beams. And steel beams, we need 5.5. So it is 6 buildings. Set one of them to 50%. And there you go. Nice, sane, easy to work with numbers. Hooray. As for the output, is the output fine? Yes, this makes like 82 units or something. It's nothing. Great. Okay, so now we're gonna need to place down a couple more assemblers, right? Yeah, assemblers. We need 5 assemblers. I kind of don't feel like using the blueprint for that. Let's just place 5 assemblers down. It looks like I have space for that here even, which is kind of cool. So this section, sometimes when it's small, just do it by hand. I think it's easier that way. These, of course, are going to be making encased steel beams. We want this to be 4.59. Oh, whoops, sorry. We want this to be 59%. The rest of these are going to be good old 100. If you find it easier to, you know, slap down the blueprint and either disconnect or remove what you don't need, that's completely fine. That choice is yours to make. For me, this is just easier. I've built stuff like this enough that it's pretty quick to set up. And if I know what it is I want, it doesn't really bother me to do like 5 machines like I mean, I could do 20 machines like this, it wouldn't bother me. Blueprinting just is faster whenever that is available. And if it isn't available, it's not available. So this build needs limestone. And really, what I learned is I didn't plan ahead well enough, because the limestone is coming into the wrong spot. So we're going to need to bring it... Well, we don't need to bring it up another way. It could work. Coming from where it is. But it just feels like it would make sense if it came up a different way. So I'm gonna clean up the old limestone path. And then I'm going to put down a new one that brings the limestone up over here. Because I just think in the long run, that would make things easier for us. Anyways, what I was saying is I'm going to use the same trick we used before, like this, do that, and just bring that straight down. And you can see our limestone took a huge detour over that way. If we merge them like here and bring it straight that way, I think that's going to be even better for us. So that's what I'm going to do. Didn't even remerge it. Just reran it. And then, the good news is this is easy to build. Because it's just this. And then one constructor at the end. It's exactly exactly 11 constructors. Down the middle, make sure it's all Mark 5 because it needs to be a little bit faster than Mark 4. I don't know. I have no idea. No words. No words. Double check your belts. Double check your belts. Double check your belts. Double check your belts. And I mean, like, there you go. That's it. This is concrete. Just set them all to concrete, including this one at the end, which needs to be full concrete. It also needs power, don't forget that. So it's actually just 11. Like, it's straight up just 11. Then we can run this all into one merger. What did I just do? I have no idea. Hopefully nothing bad. And then if we were just to, like, do something like that, there you go. That is concrete, which now means all of these machines should start to run. We're to merge these all together now. That's encased steel beams. Done. Next up, it's time to make heavy modular frames. And we have a lot of the stuff over here for it. Not everything, but we have a lot of it. This is going to be ran on essentially 3 machines. If we run this on auto connect like that, that's beautiful. But I actually don't even think we want to do that now that I really think about it. Just put down another manufacturer, line it up with the other one, and then just take each one like this and just run it in. Yeah, and that right there is your 3 manufacturers making heavy modular frames. They're gonna need a lot of input, and the connecting of the inputs is gonna be the hard part. But it's not like insanely hard or anything. The only trick is they need a buttload of screws, like a buttload. It's 600. So one of these belts has to be Mark 5, and I'm gonna tell you what I would do is I'm gonna make that the outside belt. I was gonna do the inside belt, but I changed my mind. The outside belt should be your Mark 5 belt, so put the screws on the outside one. The reason we're gonna do that is because the screws have the longest way to travel since they come from all the way down there. And the things that have the closest distance to travel are just gonna hook up right here. For example, this is what the encased beams are for. Boom, there they are. They're hooked up. They're going in. Then next, we have steel pipes. Half of the steel pipes are for this. The other half are not for this, but half of them are for this. And there you go. Boom. There they are. Going in. Next up, all of the modular frames go into this, and I don't remember where those are. They're somewhere. I think they're this. Modular frames are right here. So these modular frames were only made for this, I believe. I'm gonna double check that. Yes, they are. So modular frames need to get ran all the way around there, and we can actually just put them on top of the screw belt. Why not? And then we can just run it along with this. We can... Oops. Just come all the way around like that, delivering all of the modular frames we could ever possibly need right here to our one-stop shop. Then last but not least, we just need to get screws. And we're just going to have them ride the top of this wave all the way down. And that should be it for screws. We should finally be done with the screws. Which is great, because the screws are kind of off in La La Land over here. There's the last connection point. There it is. Alright, and there we go. The screws get delivered to their respective housing. And they should be coming in at a rate that is acceptable. And thus, this will now be making heavy modular frames. Now, obviously, we didn't make these just to make heavy modular frames, because we're already doing that. We don't have unlocked what we're making them for, so this is done for now. Just gotta make sure they're all actually merging together, though, because that wasn't the case before. And so this is going to sit here and make a couple hundred modular frames or whatever while we wait. It's not a big deal. Okay, so next up, we're going to make rotors. Rotors? Stators. Stators. And stators are going to be fun because they're also going to have a belt that travels, like, across the universe. So that'll be all fine and dandy. Now, stators only take 6 assemblers. So we can get rid of all this cute stuff in the back, because we don't need the extra stuff. Alright. So this is our 6 here that are going to be making stators. The one thing they're going to need that's going to come from Kingdom Come is wire. And obviously we don't have wire just yet. That will be our next project, I almost assure you. There are no available connections, so we place down a new pole. Yeah, our next adventure is going to be copper and wire and all that good stuff. But for right now, it's stators. And stators need steel pipes. The rest of our steel pipes. So just pull them out of here. And I don't know. That's fine, probably. Be more fine if we could complete the turn. Whatever, good enough. And there you go. There are the steel pipes these are going to get. We don't have wires to give them just yet, so we're not going to do that. Next up, we're going to get a merger. Let's start with that. For spacing reasons. Next up, we're going to make motors. And motors are only going to take 3 assemblers. So we can just do this by hand. Make a nice, cute custom design. Nothing too complicated. You face the right way? Thanks. Hook those up like that. Hook that up like that. Hook that up to that. We could just do a traditional splitter, like this and that. Just do something like this. Looks kind of jank, but it works. I mean, I don't really care how this gets done. This will split things evenly, so we don't have to wait around for manifolding as much. And this requires two things, of course. This requires rotors and stators. As we just mentioned, stators are made here. And we can pull them like that and like that. And there you go. There are stators. As for rotors, I'm going to be honest, I forgot where we're making them. I think these are plates. I think these are rotors all the way over here. Which means maybe I put this in an awkward place. Maybe I did. Oh well. I don't care that much. I can run belts. So the reason this might be in an awkward place is there's a good chance, a really good chance, that we make copper over here, and thus the wires are over here. And thus it is more work, probably, to move this around than it is just to move the stators. But honestly, that's okay. I don't mind. And look, we can put a new thing on top of this high belt that travels across our base. Isn't that fun? I really like stacking belts on top of each other like this. It looks so dumb. Alright, and that's, no! That's a disaster! Oh my god. Okay, so it turns out that, putting belts inside the wrong thing and mixing belts is horrible. And fixing it's an absolute nightmare. So I had to go back to a save that was 5 minutes ago to fix it. I figured that was the easiest way. So I lost 5 minutes of progress. I have no idea where this where did this connect to? I connected them to themselves. Awesome. Lost 5 minutes of progress, and we're back where we were. It's really not a big deal. Yep. So that is motors done, and we're gonna save those for a surprise later. Next up on the list is to get started on copper, because we're done with iron. Okay, so I planned out, like, all of the copper stuff, and looks like we're gonna need 12 10 constructors, which is 120. 1 8 smelter, 3 16 smelters, 3 8 assemblers, and 8 2 manufacturers. I was gonna say it backwards. It's all there, right there on the side. Hopefully you can, let me look up at the sky, maybe it's easier to read it there. And the to-do list stuff that we need to get, so most of this, we're gonna do something a little bit different this time. So like the plastic there, we are only gonna need 200 beyond what we have, so let's just pull 200 out and let the rest fill up. Basically the same idea with the frames. Just pull out that many and the rest take care of itself. Motors, I wouldn't worry about it. I'll pick up more iron plates at base, because I want them for platforms anyways. We can do the same thing with rods. I don't know if I meant to pull out that many. It's fine. Cables, we just have to go pick those up in base. It's too many. Reinforced plates, pick up a stack of them, it'll be fine. And that'll take care of all that stuff. I'm basically just going to go pick up cable, industrial beams, hollow train. And then some extra concrete and iron plates, because we're definitely going to need to expand to do all this. So I'll be back when I have that stuff. time to get started with copper. So we're gonna need some smelters. And it looks like I have space to put them here. And I'm gonna put them about like this. So that is 16. And then, is this facing the same way? What is wrong with this one? Oh, yeah, it is. Beautiful. Look at that. Oh, yeah. That's another 16, which is 32. This one is the final 16. So that should be 48, and we need this many, right? Which means we need 11. To get 11, I believe the plan is to throw one of these down and just expand it a little bit. Not really much of a plan, it's just what I'm going to do. Which means we need to do a few things here. There should be a belt here, I just can't see it and hit it. Okay, first thing we need to do is we need to go in here and make each of these Mark 5 belts. Same thing with the output. Make these all Mark 5. Make these all Mark 5. On these, it doesn't matter because they're already maxed out on their 480s. Like, that's the most they can do. So you don't need to alter these at all. But this one, because over here we have 3 times 16, which is 48, right? And we need 59, and as I said, we had 48. That means we have 11 left. We just placed down 8, and that means we need to add 3 more. Which, 1, 2, 3. Gotta make sure the splitter's facing the right way, yeah? Splitter, and then this last one doesn't need a splitter. Make sure that those are all belted up. And might as well make sure they're all hooked up to power as well. And then we'll just hook these all up to each other. And then find any power pole to hook them up to. Beautiful. Okay, so these are all going to have power now. We need to make sure that these outputs are merged. Great. We can do the same thing on this side. And then with one more simple merger, like so. There you have it. So that should be all of those we need set up. I'm going to double check that this is 11, which it is. And this last one is going to be 77% copper. So 77 is what you want on this one here at the end. Now, what does that mean for these? Well, simply put, they're copper 100%, right? Like, I don't know what you thought I was going to say. Wait, what? Did I store my hover pack? Didn't know I could do that. Whoa, am I hitting the wrong key? What am I doing? I have no idea what I was doing. Didn't even know you could do that. Oh well, doesn't matter. Alright, rest of these are copper. Boom. Boom. Uh-oh, it's copper time. Copper time. It's copper time. Copper. 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 Oh. Okay, everything there should be yellow. Just give that a quick glance over. Make sure it all is. I don't see any issues. Make sure this last one's still on 77. All looks good to me. Then all we have to acknowledge is that we need to get this copper. Now, it technically needs 3 lanes. I think the trick is that we actually have 4 inputs. Is that correct? Yes. And we had this issue earlier, and we did some math. Oh, this math is a little different, because it's 16 plus 11, which is 27, and 27 times 30 is more than 700. Even if that last one's a little slow, it's more than 780. So, dude, I don't want to put my jetpack away. What? Jetpack. Why is hot swapping not working? What did I do? Okay, it doesn't matter. Okay, so first, let's just get the copper all sorted. It's very similar to this. Marginally different, but very similar. So the big difference is, these are going to be coming in at rates of 300. And as it turns out, 300 just so happens to be less than 780 when multiplied by 2. So what does that mean for us? Just means we can do this. That's it. That's all it means. Then it means when we want to balance them and make sure they're all coming out at the same rate, right? We can just, maybe not there. Maybe a little bit over to the side, yeah? We can just run them into the conveyor splitter totem pole. Now, a good way to do this would be to make it go into 4 lanes, because we have 4 inputs that we need. So let's do that. Yeah, I see no reason why we shouldn't. So first, I know I just said let's put it into 4. First, let's put it into 3. And then each splitter, right, goes into each merger. So the simple ones are the straight across ones. You should probably do those first. Okay, then this one needs to go down. Then it needs to go up. And then this one needs to go middle. And then this one needs to go bottom. That's kind of a fun way of designing that. I've never done this with the curves before. That's kind of cute. Okay, so now we have 3 lines that are all even. And as I said, we want 4 lines. Simplest way to do that is the 3 splitters, 1 merger, and then however you want. I don't really care how you get there. Sure, that works. Great. Each of those just needs to run into here. And now this will balance itself out. I'm not going to do this. I'm going to run them into a conveyor pole. Yeah, let's do that. So, for your own sanity, I recommend that if you can, this one is the one that goes to the smaller one. But it ultimately doesn't matter how you get this there. It'll always balance itself out, and each of those is going to be used evenly, and there's so many great things going for this that I have no complaints. So it doesn't really matter. Then this is just a matter of taking these and plugging these in to our smelting arrays, which we can do quite easily. I don't know why I was using the poles when I just immediately abandoned them a few seconds later, but here we are. Okay, that's 1, 2, buckle. My 2. Make sure again that everything on this last one is Mark 5. Because if it isn't, it's going to look a little jank. Alright, and there you has it. That is the copper smeltery all set up. Which unfortunately is kind of the easy part of copper. Because, well, copper gets a little stupid from here. Alright, so before we do anything else, let's get all of our copper lines together. And I think the best thing we can do is this small stack at the end here. Run this into a splitter. Okay. Then put 3 mergers. We can stack them on top of each other. Why not? It's kind of a classic. 3 mergers. And, oh, it's too steep? Okay. That's fine. Run one into there. Take this one. Run it into there. And then take the final one, and you're never gonna guess what we're gonna do with it. That's right. Runs into there. Then take these, and each one of these needs to hook up to each one of those. So that each merger also gets a line from this. That way, all 3 of these have the same output, whatever that is. To make sure that they're balanced, we're going to run them into a totem pole of splitters. And then we're going to take that totem pole and we're going to run it into a totem pole of mergers. Which, as we learned, goes straight ahead. Middle to... bottom to middle. Bottom to top. Top to bottom. Top to middle. Oh, I did it wrong. This side it's top to middle. And then this side it's top to bottom. And then this side it's middle to top. And then this side it's middle to bottom. Yay! Now they're all merged and they're all on 3 separate lines. They're all balanced so that no matter what, this is always going to work out. Oker doker. Next thing we need to do is we need to place down some constructors, because it's big constructor time. We're going to start big, because we kind of live in like a go big or go home type of world, right? And this will be the wire, which is going to have a lot of complications with it. But the good news is that it can work off of 1 Mark V copper belt. So that's the fantastic news. Alright, so we're going to need to place 50, I think, 2? Yes, 52 constructors. And that's 10, 20. Oh, did these auto-connect? Yes, they did, because I can't tell where they were. Okay. 30. 40. 50. And then this is how you get 52. Like so. This needs to come to here, here, here. Merger. Belt. Merger. No. Belt. Okay, so this is 52. Of course, it's not exactly 52. The last one is 67%. Which probably means it's supposed to be 67 point whatever, but that's fine. It can be slightly off. The rest of these are going to be copper wire, but before that, let's make sure everything has power. so that we can hover pack through this as we do it. And you have something to plug into here. Apparently none of those. Apparently none of those. Okay, upgrading you. So that I have a place to plug this in. Great. Oh, look, now you want to work. So we're going, what, copper wire. Click. And then just paste it all the way down. Try not to overwrite the one you already did. I'm probably going to overwrite it and have to redo it, but 67% is the magic number again. So, yep, I just overdid it. 67. And then on the rest of these, you know, whee! Okay, isn't that grand? Boop, boop, boo. So make sure that going up this entire length, every single one is Mark 5 on the way up. Do not miss one. If you miss even a single belt in here, this will not work. So you cannot miss a single Mark 5 belt. I highly, highly, highly recommend that you double check all of this, because if it is off at all, this will not work. Has to be Mark 5 all the way up. When I say all the way up, I mean like all the way up. And that's because if we look at how much this takes, it takes 15. I can type the number 15. And we have, what, 52? We have 51.67. And you can see that that is 780s, essentially. It's not, but it essentially is. So it needs everything. Alright, then, just take that, run that in. There you go. Merry Christmas. This makes wire. Now, the problem is just how much wire this makes. So this makes 1,550 units. Wait, hold on, this might be salvageable. I can't type. I'm trying to type 780, but my fingers just don't want to. Okay. Good news. It's less than a Mark 5 belt. So obviously that means you can just use a Mark 5 belt and it's all good. So we kind of lucked out. So notice it's less than 2 Mark 5 belts. That's because, of course, we have this split up onto 2 lanes. If we, if we go back to that 52 number, let's go to 52. 52 times 30 is the number these output. And you can see it is exactly 2 belts. So if you just halved that and did it on 1 belt, which is 26, you can see it's exactsies 1 belt, which means as long as all the way up the belt, again, you make sure that it is Mark 5, this is going to work out perfectly. No, that was not planned. That is just a happy accident. But again, make sure they're all Mark 5. If you mess up even one, it won't work. And you'll be sad. But again, just make sure they're all Mark 5. I keep saying it because it is important. It's really important. But this should work out splendidly. Okay. I just want to take a second, appreciate the mess that we've made over here in all of its sheer elegance and beauty. And I just want to, like, point out and say, hey, if you're feeling like we've done nothing so far, do not stress, because this is all coming together, right? This is close to the finish line. It's closer than you think. Because we're building up a whole bunch of different items all at the same time. And this factory is going to make so many cool things for us once it's completed. And it's making nothing new. I know it's making nothing new. Do not stress. Do not stress that we haven't used aluminum. That we haven't used nitrogen gas, which isn't even here. We can't even do that yet. We haven't used the Caterium. We haven't used the quartz or the oil. Don't worry about it. We're getting there. And if you want to finish this game, this is the journey you're going to take, essentially, one way or another. So, relax. This isn't overwhelming. It's just piece by piece, bit by bit. You can do this. We're going to place down more constructors. Hooray! We need 2 rows. Does it have to be 2 rows? Let me ask that question kind of rhetorically and then answer with yes. Has to be 2 rows. How the 2 rows have to be, that isn't set in stone, but it does have to be 2 rows. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do 2 rows, one of 20 and one of 30. We're going to do the 30 row first. So this is the 30 row. And then we're going to do the 20 rows second, assuming I have room. Which I do. Great. And then this is the 20 row. Now, we had to break it up because this is going to be making copper sheets. And copper sheets take 20 minutes, and 20 times 50 is 1,000. And, well, that doesn't fit on one belt. But 20 times 30 does, and 20 times 2 does. So, this one over here, you can actually leave on Mark 4s. This one over here, it all has to be Mark 5s. Alright, so that's all Mark 5s now down the middle of this one. Now, the really good news is that the output on this is tremendously small. Because the output is 490, it's 500 copper sheets, essentially. 500 copper sheets from this. Which means that can all run out in the belts it's already running on, and there's no worries there. So let's see about getting this power. Who's to say I need a new power line? Pull that over, pull this over, pull that over. Pull that to there. And this to there. Okay, new power line just dropped. Time to make these all copper sheets. Which is what this is, right? Yep, copper sheets. Okay, now you're never going to guess what the copper sheets need. That's right, they need copper ingots. How'd you know? And that's what these are here for. We can, yeah, let's go through here. That's kind of fun. What about as a curve? Ooh, wow, that's kind of fun. Yeah, I like that. Yeah, no, that's beautiful. Did I? No, I didn't. Not yet, at least. Alright, and there is copper sheets being made. We probably need to go worry about merging them down at the end, just like we also probably need about doing the same with copper wire, but that's okay. That's not hard stuff. So down here, these have the luxury of just being able to merge all into one merger. Because as we mentioned, they are, yeah, let's curve it. They are less than 700 a minute, so that's really easy. That just all merges into one output there, and that's copper sheets dealt with. For copper wire, it's a little trickier, but it's not too bad. Essentially, these two lines are their own individual thing. And what we need to do is we actually need to split them into 3 lines. So we just go like this, like that. I'm going to spread this out a little bit more. Like that. Oops. Like this. Like that. Like this, like that. And because we need them into 3 lines, we merge them into 3 lines. Wow, who'd have thought? 1, 2, I don't know, 3. And that just means that, you know, each one goes to, each splitter goes to each merger. Wow. Would you look at that? It's how it always is. It's the same thing we've been doing this whole time. Now, of these 3 lines, one of these needs to go to Stators, and if you remember, Stator Brothers is way over there. And I said this was going to happen. I said we're going to have to go over and we're going to have to visit Stators with a long belt. Well, now's the time. So let's just take this wire belt and, you know, take it on a field trip, because that's what we have to do. I don't see any copper wire. I think I'm fine. Oh, I almost biffed it, though. You want to go that way? Go that way. Okay, so this is all the way over here. It needs to run into this. Just like that. And now these machines that have been waiting forever to make anything can finally start making their beautiful stators. And those beautiful stators are going to be fed into these, which can finally start making motors, assuming everything's going to connected up. And yeah, that looks connected up to me. Isn't that just exciting? I think I forgot to mention it, but back here at copper sheets, one of these is not 100. Yeah, no, I didn't mention it. One of these is supposed to be 40%. At copper sheets, which again, if I had missed that, would it have mattered? No, not at all. One of the things we're going to need is 23 assemblers, so that's 8 times 3. So there's the first 8. I'm hoping that auto-connect didn't connect anything, because it didn't. Good. Here is the second. So 1, 2. Buckle my shoe. And then here's the third one. And we can get away with this down the middle because they take less than 750 items in. 780. I don't know why it said 750. This one's a little bit trickier, but make sure that the middle belts are Mark 5 on both lanes. So the belts going up and down, oh, that's tricky. Oh, you really gotta be careful with this one. That's easy to mess up where they merge. That is really easy to mess up. It doesn't matter if you hit up any of the cross sections. So like if you accidentally click on that, that doesn't matter at all. It's not a bad thing. It's not a good thing. It just is. All that matters is that these straight up and down. Oh yeah, there's one I would have missed. Ooh, this one's gonna be hard. Maybe don't auto connect this one so you can do it yourself. That'll save you from having that problem. I recommend you double check this one, maybe even triple check it. If this Mark 5 that you're holding snaps to anything on the verticals, it's a problem and it needs to be touched up. That's all I'll say. There's no magic trick to this. I don't have any smart, clever way of upgrading these. Just make sure you don't make a mistake. If you make a mistake, it'll be slow. You'll never notice. It'll just run slowly and inefficiently forever. Because I lost like track of how many I placed down. Okay, that was 24. And we need 23, so goodbye, assembler. Just like that. And it's even worse. We don't even need 23. We need 22.04. So this one's going to be slow. What are we making again? Checkerboards. This is going to be 4%, which is kind of a laughable number. It's basically nothing, but it's still something. Okay, and then before I go through and hook these all up, let's make sure they all have powers, just so I can hover pack. There's gonna be nothing to connect this to, is there? Beautiful. Okay. So that means that we can just fly by. Make sure you don't overwrite the 041. That one's really important. The 4%er, that one's really important. Okay, now for copper sheets. Copper sheets splits really easily. It splits 3 ways. This is one of the splits. And congratulations. You did it. I don't know why I made a big deal about both of them being Mark 5 belts. Only one of them needs to be Mark 5 belts. The other one doesn't matter. But, oh well. Okay, so we need 22 machines making cable. And 22 just so happens to be 11 times 2. And that works out really well for a plethora of reasons. One of which is that these cannot be Mark 4 belts down the middle. Thankfully, this replacement's really easy to do. Probably hard to mess this one up. Just don't forget to replace that little nub at the beginning, and you'll be fine. So that's that. This needs to be Mark 5 just because of the way things work out. And then because cables are 2 wire... whoops, wrong one. Because cable are 2 wires to 1 cable, the output on this is extremely limited. I think it's... Hold on. Yeah, I was going to say, it's like 650 or something. It's less than the number of... It's less than the number of a full belt, so we don't have to worry about that. In fact, something we can do that's kind of fun, I didn't think about till right now. We can use this to feed into itself. Oh, well, I did think about it. I'm just an idiot. I already thought about it. Oh, that's facing the wrong way. No! Help! I'm being bad. There we go. And then that means that this can go here. We can take from that. And we can take from that. And there you go. This is 22 constructors making copper cable. Now, the trick is, of course, that one of these isn't actually making the full set of cable. It's making 84%. If I can type 84. The rest of these, however, are making full-blown cable. So, just go through, hover and click, hover and click. You gotta make everything to cable with the hover and click. Don't forget to power the last ones in the chain, because they weren't part of the blueprint. They don't got power. This song sucks. This song sucks. I'm bored. This song sucks. I don't know. Whatever. And then these two belts just run to that and that, right? Yeah, that's pretty easy. Let's go straight like that. And then like that. And there you have it. That's what we do with the rest of the wire. The rest of the wire becomes cable. Now, do we have anything to do with the cable just yet? No. We don't have anything to do with the cable just yet. We can get the cable splitting and balancing set up. Because it is, you know, it's a little complicated for this one. It's like that, and now you have 3 lines. So, yeah. That's that. We did it. Proud of us. Good job, us. Well, a little bit of a change of plans. It's not. It's like the same plan. Just, you know, slightly different. We're gonna place 16 constructors down. 16. So I guess 10 plus 10. Do we have a 6 blueprint? Bet we do. We do. I mean, yeah, I see no reason not to just do that. That's kind of derpy, but it works. This doesn't need Mark 5 all the way, but most of it needs to be Mark 5, so I'm just gonna make it all Mark 5 all the way. That way you just don't have to worry about whether you messed it up or not. The output for this is like 300. So, doesn't really need to be Mark 5, but these cannot be Mark 3. I'll tell you that right now. They cannot be Mark 3 on the edge there, which is what our blueprint was set up for. They cannot be that, or it will not go well. Constructor blueprints always suck to connect power to. That's not how you do that. Great. Okay, so these, I have 16, right? Or, how many do I have? Wait, what? How many did I make, chat? Well, I didn't need 16, but that's okay. I don't know what I'm looking at anymore. My eyes are going like cross-eyed, I guess. Maybe it's time to stop for today. Okay, we needed 14, and that's how many there should be now. Double checking F constructor. Okay, I count 14. It wouldn't have actually hurt if you had overdone it, but you know, I like being specific. This is 40%. I hope that one I did 0.04 was, but yeah, it was. Okay. I'm gonna say, I hope I didn't mess that up. And then the rest of these are 100%. This one's still at 40%. Everyone else is at 100%. And so this is all that our quartz is going to be used for, which is that one right there. This is literally all it's going to be used for. So if we switch back over to this. we can actually go ahead and yoink this stuff, right? Merger. Merger these 3 lines together. And then I don't really want to get in the way of everything else here, so... Okay, you know what? Let's do a lift. Do a lift out this way. Yeah, how does that feel? Feels pretty cute, doesn't it? Okay, and then this is just gonna go right out to where we made our constructors here. Just like that, yeah. And then this is just gonna make Quartz Crystal. And this takes about 500 a minute to make the Quartz Crystal we need. I think we're bringing in like 600 or something. It doesn't really matter. We have more than enough coming in. And so then this is gonna make Quartz Crystal. Now, this part's probably gonna suck a little because it's gonna take a amount of space that's gonna feel kind of needless. Like it's gonna feel needlessly large in space, but that's okay. Because we're gonna lay down these manufacturers. And well, yeah, manufacturers take a lot of space. Auto connect up. So that's 1, 2. Oh my god, we're gonna need so much space. Okay. Like that. I'm missing cable. Okay. Okay, let's keep going. Okay. And then one last one, because we need 17. And that last one just takes from these. And I think we only need 3 lines for this one, so if you really are feeling like you want to recoup on your encased beams, you can remove these all the way down. Sometimes I remove this, sometimes I don't. I don't know why, I just feel like removing it right now. It doesn't matter if you do, it doesn't matter if you don't. It just, like, literally doesn't matter. So that's why we're placing it down right now. And we're going to do that in just a second. And we're just going to do it like that, yeah. There you go. I should have gone to the last one, but I'm going to the last one now just because that's like so ingrained in my brain. This one's a 75er. Like that's how that one goes. Okay, so we are gonna store these. Like I said, ow. So we're gonna want to store these, and we do want a good like chunk of them on hand. So we're gonna do a storage container with the classic dimensional depot on top. And then if I can not type, Just put a lift up through there. Run a belt into this. I kind of wish it wasn't like this, but that's fine. I wish I had lined them up, is what I'm saying. And then we're going to get a smart splitter. And because this is going to have plenty of time to run before we actually need it, I think I'm just going to say overflow to the right. Nah, let's just split it evenly. I lied. I changed my mind. Let's just split it evenly. So whatever is needed will go this way. Anything extra will go that way. And that's perfectly fine by me. And then we'll do stuff with this later. But for now, they'll all get sent into storage. So none of these belts need to be upgraded. They're all fine on Mark IV. Let's go and get the components we need for these. It's pretty simple. We need... Ooh, I'm flying. We need cable. We need the crystal. Because, you know, they're crystal oscillators, right? So, that's not how that goes. Is this merger facing backwards? Of course it is. Of course it is. So we need these here. They can just go over the top like this. That's kind of cute. That's not what I meant, but that's okay. They can go up and through. And then we need to get reinforced plates, which are over here, I think. And they're going to come this way. I think that's where they are. Nope, they're further back. They're this. Aha! And I already split them in anticipation for this. So just steal from that there splitter. Bring them across and over like so. Bring them down and over. That's kind of cute. And then like that, there you go. And now these should be making crystal oscillators. And these produce so obnoxiously slow. It's actually impressive how slowly these produce. And the slowness with which they produce is why at the end of this, I only put a single chest. And not like the industrial chest, storage container. Because I really don't need like a huge surplus of them. I just want some. So if that overfills, that's fine. And I don't want that to overfill forever, right? So. Alright, next it's time for us to utilize our Caterium supplies. And this space right here actually looks like kind of a good starting point for this. Although I was looking at the spacing of it, and it's a little, like, in the way of things. Like, very marginally, and it's enough where I'm okay with it, and I don't care, like, that clips. And if you wanted to, like, if I wanted to, I could just, you know, and this isn't too big of a deal. There's a conveyor pull in there that's gonna bother me. You know, I could just move it over a little bit, like, how hard really is that? And then, you know, same thing here, like, there you go. It's the same end result. Alright, anyways, now that I have, set that up, we don't actually need, this many smelters, because this is 16, and we only need 10. Is it exactly 10? No, we need 11. So 15, 14, 13, 12, 11. So if I dismantle, okay. F, G. That's 11. Okay, great. So don't actually need as many as, you know, was there, and that's fine. We just cleaned it up a little bit. It's easy enough. That's the type of thing I don't worry about. With this build, I didn't remove it from the back, by the way, because the back has, like, the weird merging stuff going on there, and I didn't want to touch that. So I removed it from the front, which means today, the weird one goes in the front. So these are Caterium, and this is 40. Now, the rest of these are Caterium 100, and if I could fly, there we go, I could paste all these in. Paste, 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 paste. We can get this power. Great. I see oops all yellow. One final sanity check. Are these all 11? Yep. Do I need more than 480 up the middle? No, actually, you don't need more than 480 up the middle. That's like the exact number needed for this. That being said, it will help with the manifolding. If you do this, doesn't actually matter, and this output's like nothing in terms of Caterium because it's 3 to 1, so don't have to worry about the output belts at all. Alright, so let's go and get... Oh, I don't have any fuel. Let's go and get our Caterium, which I believe is not that one. Is it this one? This one. And the Caterium can do the exact same thing we see here. Run them all into a merger. And then, I don't know, let's just take that merger out like this or something. And then this needs to go somewhere over here. Which, I don't mind taking my ore on weird field trips. If you wanted this to look nice, significantly more planning goes into that. And I really, I'm going to stress, I don't recommend, if your goal is to complete the game, you worry about it looking nice. Embrace the spaghetti a little bit, you know? But there we go. There that is. Caterium ore is being smelted. So, if we go over here, it looks like I have more space. And we can lay down a set of 10 constructors in here, maybe? Oh, yeah, that's kind of snug, but it fits. A little snug, but there's room. So, we need 13 constructors. So I'm just going to place down the last 3 by hand. Because I do not find it that hard to do. And then this is going to take all of that ingot. So all the ingot goes straight into here. Isn't that nice and easy to deal with? And there's no percentage, there's no decimals in this. It's just a flat number, which is also really nice. Kind of a treat, honestly, as it were. These need power down here. Power, power. So that means we can just select quick wire, and then we can just make sure they all have it. As far as the output goes, the output is non-problematic because it outputs like 100 quick wire, I think. It's kind of a nothing amount, if I'm going to be real with you. I lied. It's a little bit more than a nothing. Okay. Yeah, I lied. I just straight up lied. What is that number? 630 plus 150. Oh, 780. Okay, so it outputs 780. So let's just ensure that that's going to be fine. And make all of these outer belts Mark 5. So all of the output belts need to be Mark 5 because this is going to output at exactly 780, and we do not want any problems with that. Okay, now let's get it its ore, which is where? Is that this? That's this over here. Okay, oh, okay, right. Boom. So there goes the ore, which is going to be made into quick wire here. And the quick wire is going to be shifted out over here. Hooray. Alright, then that is going to be split into two different directions. We don't need to worry about that exactly. One of those directions is going to be right here. Because we're gonna only need 2 assemblers for this one here. So we need AI limiters, and we don't need that many of them. So it's one at 100% and one at 50%. And that's it. And then obviously it just needs things ran into it. The 2 things it needs are... This way, I think. The 2 things it needs are quick wire and... copper sheets. Yes. My brain can think of words. So those are both pretty easy to get your hands on. And we already have them. The quick wire just goes there, and the copper sheets should be splitting into 3, and this is one of those 3. So just take that. We can run it down here. Let's run it here and there. And, well, there you have it. That's making AI limiters. Woohoo! Those are gonna go into a thing that we can't make just yet, but it's around the corner. Okay, the next thing that we can make out of these is... We have circuit boards, right? Circuit boards are here, yes. What is the output on circuit boards? Really slow. Okay. Probably. Just run this into here. Run that into there. Have circuit boards merged. Circuit boards are gonna go into a multitude of things. One of which is high-speed connectors. Do we have those? One of which is high-speed connectors. And these are going to get split 2 ways. So let's put that splitter down now. That is not right. And, I mean, I guess we can just do this over here. It's kind of tiny compared to that. So let's put it here. Yeah. Oh, yeah, there's so much room. Don't auto-connect it, though. You'll give yourself a migraine. Yep, that looks good. This one's a little tiny 3 manufacturer one, so it's kind of cute. These are going to be making high-speed connectors, which take quick wire, cables, and circuit boards. They are one of the cable machine usages. I am going to use this for them. Let me just do it in a way that's maybe a little bit nicer. I don't know. I want to... Yeah, that'll work. That'll work for later. Because, yes. Okay. And just to make sure all the numbers coming in are less than... Okay, got it. So all the quick wire is going to run into this. And the quick wire, right, needs to be a Mark 5. So make sure you got that running on a Mark 5 belt. Everything else can be on Mark 4. And I guess technically it doesn't need the 4th line because this is a 3-liner right here. And I made the outside one again, that Mark IV. And this is one of the things that Quickwire is used for, is that correct? Yes, and we already using it for the other thing, wherever the Quickwire is, yep. This is the last thing that Quickwire is used for right there. And it does need to be on Mark V yet again, because this is going to consume at 210 times, well, it's not times 3. Oh, no, it is times 3. So 630. Because there is no percentage on this. Alright, so you plug those in, and next they need circuit boards. Now, circuit boards are not being made yet, but these are the circuit board machines, and they aren't being made because we haven't got plastic yet. And we haven't done that because that's gonna be a headache, honestly. More than you can even imagine. But that's where they'll go right there. Those will be the circuit boards, and then that will be producing. I'm gonna keep saying that I know it feels like we've done nothing, but we are so close to, like, doing everything. So now we just have to deal with oil, is, the problem. And, I mean, it's not, like, a problem, but it's, oil's gonna be a rough one. Because we need 70 refineries making plastic. And yes, you heard that correct. 70 refineries making plastic. That is essentially 18 of these. And look at those resources. Shee! Isn't that going to be fun? Aren't you excited about that? Oh my god. But it gets worse. Kind of. Because we also need some making rubber. To be precise, we need about 2 more making rubber. So, that's what we're going to need for oil. I recommend you, you know, go and get that stuff here in your inventory. So I'm going to go take a field trip. Okay, so yeah, back. Unsurprisingly, did have to make a container for this. I also brought some concrete and iron plates because I'm just going to expand this platform out quite a bit. And I'll probably just come back when that expansion is done. I don't really know how big this needs to be, and I'm just going to make it big because my philosophy on foundations is when in doubt, just make it huge. Like, it'll be fine. Worst case scenario, I place too much platform. Oh no. Alright, so I don't know if I have the space to do what I want to do, but I figured out what I'm going to do. So, what we're going to do is we're going to place down our refineries, and I'm just going to kind of go all the way to the edge with it if we can. I unlocked it. That's awesome. How much room do I want? Go back to there. So the plan is that we are going to do 3 rows of 20. I'm hoping that if I'm on auto-connect, these don't auto-connect. Beautiful. So we're going to do something like this. And it's 3 rows of 20 refineries, not 3 rows of 20 things. Of course, let's have all of this on us. Take some of these out, have some of this on. Okay, that should be nice. So 20 is 5 blueprints. So we're gonna do 3 rows of 5 blueprints, and we'll start there. Now, if I want these to auto connect, should be able to put them right up against each other like this. Yeah. Yes. Okay. Beautiful. Cool. Cool. And then this should be the last one. Boom. And we can even double check. Okay. R. Nope. Nope. I cannot use my fingers. Okay, double checking. How many refineries are there? 14. Wow, would you look at that? There are 20 refineries, just like I said there were going to be. Okay, let's get more paste beams, motors, copper sheets, the works on me. Take paste beams. Take all the motors, and we'll come back for more of those in a minute. Okay, and then same thing. We just need this to go the same length as the other one. And this should be pretty straightforward. Yeah. There we go. Okay, there's that. Okay, so we have placed down our 3 rows of 20, which is 60 refineries. We need... Guess we're gonna take all this and pick this up now. We need one more row of 10 refineries. Which is like... this. Like that. Okay, so that right there is already 8. So we need 2 more. If I'm not mistaken, which I'll double check. It's 8. We can do 2 more. Alright, now here's the trick. I placed down another 4. That means there is 12 there. If I just separate that conveyor belt right there, we can use these 2 here to start the rubber ones we need. Or, if you really want them separate, we can just remove this. You can just remove this and move it elsewhere. It doesn't matter to me. It's all the same stuff. So we can place this one down as well. And then these that auto-connected to each other are the rubber. In theory, we would also need to disconnect this. But they have no, byproduct. Oh, I just connected the wrong thing, didn't I? This is the back, right? Yeah, haha. So I had that wrong. We didn't need to disconnect that one. We do need to disconnect this one. Because they have no input that is, a physical item. Instead, they're fluid-based. So what does that leave us with? Well, these machines right here, these 6 refineries are for rubber. And we need 1 more refinery that is for rubber. And we'll just place this one bound by hand. It needs pipe. It does not need an input. It does need an output though, which is splitter. Okay. I think I just did this backwards. It's fine. I'm just gonna hook everything up. I don't want to think. Thinking hard. Me no think. This was the right side. This is the merger side. Okay, I see. I see. So that means this side's the plastic side. It's gonna come out of it. And if you could just stop jittering out. We can even move it over to this side so that we know it's plastic. Make things a little bit easier on ourselves. Since this is already a plastic-based side, if we have another line over here, we know that that's plastic, and then this will be really easy to tell is rubber, because it's, you know, the only side out here. So just to double check, we should have 7 machines before the break. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 machines before that. Okay. Now it's just a matter of hooking them first all up to each other for power. So power pull time, which is always a classic, and then run that there, run this here. Wait. Run this here. That there, that there. That there. Here. There. 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 And there. So we now should have gotten power to all of them. Which it actually does not look like. It looks like I missed a connection somewhere. Not sure where. Probably this to this. Let's see how that looks. Yes, power. Okay. We probably don't need the hover pack. But whatever, I have it on. Okay, so refineries are pretty easy to deal with. However, I want to make sure we do the plastic right. So, well, actually, I don't care. Plastic and refineries are easy because you can literally just run on top of them. And you can even, if you're feeling confident, get some slides in there to help speed things along. I actually don't know if that makes you faster at all. I have no idea. It's fine, I'll just sprint and click. This is easy enough. Sprinting and clicking, sprinting and clicking. Oh my god, I got lag because I've been playing for 2 hours. Sprinting and clicking, sprinting and clicking. Sprint and click and 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 sprint and click. Sprint and click and 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 sprint and click and. Then come to the last one on this end, set it to rubber. Copy that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Look down, you should see the elevated track. This is the 70th plastic, and the 70th plastic needs to be set to 10%. And there you have it. That is all of the plastic and all of the rubber set up. We're gonna now deal with getting oil into it. Which the good news is, this is pretty simple. We have 6 pipes here. And essentially, we need each of these lanes to get a full 600 of oil. And I need to know which side the input is, by the way. This side is the input. Okay, so this is the input pipe. Let me just pull the input pipes out. Not too big of a deal if you mess this up. You just flush the whole system and do it again, but okay, I was gonna say, that is something that's nice to get right the first time. It's also nice to have pipes that don't aim themselves upward for funsies. And then, is this an input? Yes, this is an input side. And if you're unsure on how you can tell which side's the input side, yellow line's in, blue arrow out. It's also true of these. Yellow line's in, yellow thing out. It's not a blue arrow. I lied. Whatever. Doesn't matter. Okay. So, the trick is that each of these has 400 in it. So that right there is 400. Which then means if I split this, that is 400. And 400 is 600. Put a valve. I don't think we need valves for this. Then that one is 600. Sorry, 400. And now it's 600 because 400 line plus 200. Yeah, we will use valves. I think we will use valves. Except for the fact that I can't place them. It's fine. Not interested. 400 valve, 400 line. 400 line. Okay, don't do this on curve. Curve is awful. Do not do this on curve, by the way. Curve for pipes is not it. I recommend, like, Noodle or something. Noodle's great. Noodle is bestie. Just do something like this, like that, like that. And there you go. That should make sure that all lines get to the full 600. Of course, you know, it has the manifold and all that, but you actually should see plastic coming out on this side. You should see some rubber. Probably not yet. You don't see rubber yet, but there will be trickles of plastic. Okay, so one thing that, of course, comes with oil is the need to solve heavy oil residue issues. To do so, we're going to place down 14 refineries. I'm going to place down 14 refineries not using the blueprint because it doesn't need belts of any type. Since this is just going to be taking heavy oil residue and turning it into fuel. So we're going to place down 2 rows of 7. And I think that might be 6, but... Or I place down 10 and I can't count. Oh, it's 7, okay. That there's 7. I'll double check. I'll actually count when I do it this way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 6, 7. Okay, so this is all we're gonna need to get rid of all of our heavy oil residue. Heavy oil residue is this purple stuff, which is awesome. And we should have 4 belts worth of pipes worth of it. And the total heavy oil residue coming out of these pipes is like... Oops, did I hook this up wrong? No, I didn't. I just, just wasn't thinking when I hooked it up. Didn't hook it up wrong. Just wasn't thinking. So this is stuff that we just have to get rid of. This whole production line gives about 800 of it, which means we need 2 pipelines to deal with it, which is why we made 2 rows of 7. So if you merge 2 of the outputs into one line and 2 of the outputs into another, and then using a pipeline junction, if you run 2 of those into 2 separate, whatever they're called, pipeline junctions, like so, then you can effectively split this up and make sure that we're getting rid of it as optimally as possible. Sure. And that's the goal, of course. The goal is to get rid of it as optimally as possible. Okay, because we'll just run these out of the way. Like, we'll just take these and run them over. And then we'll take these and run them over. Like so. Then this is easy, and let's do this the right way. And the right way is you take a pipe, lay it down about like this, and then just go like here. You can make sure it's straight. Then take it the rest of the way. Now you can really easily hold control and place these down, which also allows you to sprint as you do it, which makes it the fastest way to lay pipe. Hey, yo. This is like the same vibes, except slightly different. We're just gonna run this all the way down. You don't want it connecting to these at all. Can't intersect them, I just can't connect. And then you just, you know, do this. I recommend walking this one. This one's a lot of clicking, and it would be really fast if you were sprinting. And, well, I just don't recommend that. And this can all run on one line because this outputs less fuel than than 600. It's like 540, I think is the exact number. If this is running at 100%, but it's not going to. Oopsies, don't do that. Nope, stop. I don't even know if that one was right. Okay, then on this side, just kind of do... Get rid of this pipe for a second. Do the same thing there. Junction. Junction, 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 junction. Connect, 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 connect. Connect. Then just take this here. Connect it here. And then last but not least, give all these power, 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 power. Power, 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 power. No, don't connect to each other, guys. Bad. Okay, they all look connected to power. Which means when we connect into this, we should see that, except these are on the wrong recipe. They're supposed to be making residual fuel. And residual fuel is just a good way to help us get rid of the excess fuel. Because now we can just turn it into power and burn it. Yay! And everything here has power. That's great. So we need to get rid of fuel, and this part's a little annoying, but shouldn't be too bad. We need to get rid of 540 fuel at 20 minutes. So 540 divided by 20 is 27. And I don't know where it is. Refineries, 27, that's 7 of these. Which it looks like we're kind of close on. You're gonna need a bit more of some things. But if you start laying it down, it should be fine. No, that's the wrong thing. What? Hold on, hold on, hold on. Maybe it's not that bad. Maybe it's not that bad. It's worse. Oh, God, it's worse. Of course it is. Hey. That works for me. 1. 2. 3. Four. I guess I don't need to count. It's counting for me on the side, isn't it? Do we go longer or do we turn it around? I'd say we turn it around. It looks like we have room for it, so. Alright, let's go back to the front over here. And we can probably just split the pipe 2 directions. Yeah, that seems to make sense to me. Gotta make things as easy on ourselves as possible, you know? Connected. And then this one should be the last one we need right there. Okay, then we just gotta make sure the power poles are connected. Cool. And then take this, connect that to that. And finally connect the fuel up to there. And run a side amount over to here. And there you have it. We should be getting rid of our heavy oil faster than we're producing it, which means we should no longer have a backlog of stuff. This is essentially wasting it. In theory, this gives us like a little marginal boost to power. In reality, this doesn't make a dent. So, this isn't real power. I don't consider it real power. It's just a good way to throw it away. Throw away the bad, evil, purple... Oh, hello. I'm up in the air. Auto-saving lags the game, so if you're jetpacking while you're doing it, you can... Plastic lines. We should have, like, 1,400 plastic, I think. Yeah, it's like 1,400. Each of these, wherever they are, these are producing at 400 on the dot. So like those two are 400. And we know that because it's 20 times 20 is how long it is, right? Because that's how long we made them. So then this one here would be 1,200 coming out. And that would be another 1,200. So it's 1,200 plus whatever this is. And the real question is just more about, like, okay, what is it we need to do with this? How does this need to be merged and splitted? That one's going to be really elevated, which I don't like, so come back down to Earth. Okay. Yeah, so let's look at how we need to merge and split it. Different news. Started that over. So it turns out we need 3 lines of plastic, and we have 4, obviously. So I think the best thing to do is just start by... not like this. Let's offset them so it's easier to work with. I think the best thing to do is start by just getting 3 mergers down. And just running them in like that. Then giving this one a splitter to work with. And then just having these fed into all 3 of those mergers like that. Now, we do want to balance this. And to balance this, we could use a splitter totem pole. Yeah, let's use a splitter totem pole. Splitter totem pole. Into merger, totem pole. I think we've done this enough times that you probably have a good feel for it, but connect all the middles. Bottom to top. Bottom to middle. Top to bottom, top to middle. Middle to bottom, and then middle to top. Then just take each of these in some way and connect them. And there you go. We have a 3-to-3 balancer. Perfect. So I believe we already have one of the things that needs this set up, right? Because we somewhere have circuit boards. Yes. So let's take this bottom one. Well, not like that. Let's take this bottom one, but elevate it. That way we just don't get in the way of the rubber. Ooh, can we take it for a ride on top of the pipes? Let's take it for a ride on top of the pipes. I like doing that. That makes me happy. Yay! Because this right here on my side is circuit boards, this. And, well, circuit boards would, like it's plastic after all this time. And let's see, based on what I'm seeing here, we have 2 circuit boards? No, it's just 1. Okay, never mind. Woohoo! And now circuit boards can finally be producing! Which means that something else can be producing? Because I think these are connected into something else, right? Yeah. Yeah, they're connecting to high-speed connectors. Look at that. Isn't that kind of cool? High-speed connectors are a resource that we don't need, like, at all. I checked. Like, if you need them laying around, they can be useful. There are things they are used in, but boy howdy, it's nothing I care about. In terms of beating the game, right? If your goal is to beat the game, I don't care about high-speed connectors. They don't do anything for me. That being said, here it is. A little simple high-speed connector factory thing. It's kind of cool. It's kind of fun watching this web up. Anyways, let's keep on moving on, yeah? Let's keep on moving on. Alright, let's get to placing 16 manufacturers, which is 8 of our, Oh, what is... Wait. Oh, that's kind of cool. I see. Ah, learning. That'll make placing way faster. So if you have an... I didn't know there were 2 types of autoconnects. There's default autoconnect and blueprint autoconnect. If you have a blueprint autoconnect, you can look at it at the right angle, and it'll lock it in place. That actually makes that, way easier to navigate. Yeah, be careful though. You can place things underground on accident. Isn't that funny? Alright, so this is another 16 manufacturers. And these are going to be making computers. So we're going to have 16 entire manufacturers dedicated to making computers. Which sounds like a lot. And that might be because it is. But this is with the hopes, goals, and dreams of getting us through the rest of the game in a reasonably quick amount of time. I don't know if I did this, like, in a time worthwhile way, but I hope it's quick. I hope it was worth the time invested setting everything up for this moment. How about that? Okay, make sure they're all hooked up together. They should be. Then make sure you hook them with power, see they're all yellow, make the one on the end 40%, and there you go. That is our computers ready for their supplies. Their supplies being cables, circuit boards, and plastic. Plastic needs to be ran on a Mark V belt. So, I think circuit boards are right here, yes. Circuit boards, boom. Cable isn't too far away. And plastic is just over here. And we can, like, follow this for a bit. Turn the corner here, maybe. And then plug it in. Do keep in mind, whatever row you put it in, that entire row has to be Mark V. No Mark IV, all Mark V. And that can be tricky with the manufacturer blueprint because you have to click a lot on the other one, the every second one. So remember, whatever row you put plastic on, every single belt has to be Mark V, okay? Otherwise, you're not going to produce computers at the rate you need to, and that'll slow everything else down, and rada. Aha, I missed one. It's always worth double checking, because as you just saw, I did miss one. It does not hurt to double check. It is not that difficult to double check. Take the time to double check. Alright, then we need a 2 manufacturer build. Just one more. And this is going to make supercomputers. The required resources for this are your last line of plastic. So that third plastic line. And I'm just going to kind of keep it following all the other lines, because why not? Does not matter what rate this comes in at, I believe, but I'll double check. Because it's important to double check things like this. No, it does not matter. Why would it matter? And this is actually just straight up 2. It's not like 2, it's not like 1.5 or anything, it's straight up 2. Next, it needs, I believe, the last bit of circuit boards. Is that true? No, it does not need circuit boards. I lied. It needs AI limiters, which are these? Yes. Hello, AI limiters. This is your purpose in life. Okay, what else does it need? It also needs something else. Come on, brain. Computers. Aha. So the computers we're making here are actually going to split 2 ways. Some of them are going to be used in supercomputers, and some of them are going to be used in something else. That you'll have to wait to find out what that is. Aha! Ow. My face. Or feet, I guess. Feet? Feet mentioned? I'm just going to run this back down this way, honestly. There's space here. Seems fine. And if I were good at this, I could actually go pretty fast with this, but I'm bad. Really important that we do not connect this to anything else. Go over. There can be a curve. Yeah, I can go under this. That looks fine to me. Alright, and there are the computers. And then there is one more thing to bring in, which is high-speed connectors, which I want to say are this right here, yes. This is high-speed connectors. And oh my god, there you have it. Supercomputers are being made. Hooray. And this is a pretty exciting moment. This is kind of what... This is one of the things that all of this has been building towards. So your first couple are gonna take a little bit to, like, really get the ball rolling. And feel like you have a bunch of them. I don't know what you're encroaching on, but okay. Storage depot, dimensional depot. On top of it, of course. And like always, run this into that. And there you have it. That will be those eventually put into storage. Now, if you have the sloop lying around, something you can do just to help out temporarily. You're not going to leave these in here. Is you can double sloop these. That's going to make it so you're producing a whole, like, 7 a minute. And 7 a minute of these is really good. 7 a minute supercomputers is kind of insane. So, this is what I recommend in the meanwhile. And if you do this, make a note. Sloop in supercomputers. I always note where my sloop is, so that when I want it, I can get it. Especially if I'm planning on leaving it there temporarily. That means to me, I can go back, I can get that, and it'll be good to go. Lay them down here and not really think about it. As I said, we need 10 of these manufacturers. If we just, I don't know, do something like this, it should be fine. Yeah, that seems fun to me. And then we just auto-connect them. Blueprint auto-connect. Kinda massive. Where are they? Like that. And like that. Ooh. So that's all the blueprints we need. This one right here is going to be our 40%er. Of course it is. And then... I can't think. These ones are all going to be 100%ers. So just hit them all up. I gotta make sure they're getting that 100%. Yes. Beautiful. Fantastic. Like always, just miss your power connections. Like always, hook them up to power. Hook them up to each other. Big daisy chain energy. Aluminum casings is the only thing we don't have out and about right now, but that's okay. We can get back to that. We're gonna grab from our crystal oscillators and our computers. The crystal oscillators are here, and this is actually probably like halfway done with being full. And this won't produce... It won't produce at maximum capacity until they're full. But that's okay. That is a-okay, honestly. Oh, did I go too far? Yeah, kind of. My feet are slow. Help. Okay, there's one. Now, something interesting we actually have going on here is The thing we're splitting computers for is also radio control units. Like, those are the two things we're splitting computers for. So we don't actually need this splitter down here, but I'm not going to remove the splitter. That doesn't matter. What does matter instead is that what we can do is we can come over here and add a splitter on this belt anywhere that it will let me. Literally anywhere. Please let me add this splitter. Thank you. And with this splitter, we can take the amount that was intended for radio control units, and, well, we can give it to them. One of the items is aluminum casing. Oh, the last item is aluminum casing. It's not one of the items. And... okay, so we haven't obviously brought aluminum casings out from their storage. So we gotta go do that. And that is one of these trains. This one. Now you gotta be careful with this, because aluminum casings are the back three here. And this needs to come off at a rate of 680, so we can merge them all into one line. Hooray! Which is exciting. Our aluminum finally gets put to work. Yay. I'm sure it's excited about it, too. And like always, I don't particularly care how we get there. We're just going to take a magical route. Where are we heading? Heading out over here. And there they go. Goodbye, aluminum casings. And hello, radio control units. I guess the first one's gonna take a little bit to make, because we gotta wait for the stuff to get here, but... here they are. And we have a lot of these, because radio control units are a really, really good item to have a bunch of. And they get used in something, so they're dual purpose. So we're going to do the same thing we did over here with the crystal oscillators. We're going to lay down a little storage container for them to get put into. We're going to do that just a little bit further away, though. Need room to work here. I'm going to run a splitter off of that. And a dimensional depot on top. Hooray. I don't know if we have any yet. Controllers, no. How are we doing on supercomputers, though? Ooh, look at that. Supercomputers coming in. Okay, so first thing we're going to unlock with our newfound creations is nuclear power. Not because we're going to make nuclear power, but because this item right here is a project part. And literally no other reason. Alright, after waiting around for 15 minutes for the stupid shuttle pod to come back, we're able to unlock aluminum production. And notable things, this allows us to get nitrogen gas, which we're going to do. It allows us to make empty fluid tanks, which is going to be useful for MAM research. Not right now, though. And it allows us to make these three items, more importantly these two, but they're made from this, so... we're going to be making these things, and we get access to the blender, I think? I don't see that building in here. Maybe we already have it. I don't know. Click. Yeah, we get access to the blender, which is like... it takes 4 inputs, but 2 of them can be fluid. It's fine. Whatever. Back to our new desert base. So we're out here at our nitrogen gas that we're going to utilize, and we're going to place down the give me nitrogen gas thingy. And I have no idea what it's called. I rarely use this thing. Because you place it about, you know... Oops, that was bad. You place it about twice. Where did that blueprint go? What? Whatever, it's gone. Doesn't matter. I don't need that blueprint. Not important. Yeah, you only place this thing, like, 2-ish times. But basically, you place down the resource well collector thing, the pressurizer, in the middle, and then okay, it just has to, yeah, it has to activate, and then you just place these down on all the nodes. Now, it actually tells you, if you look at this one, how much it can produce out of all of them, right? And so this is 720 per minute from all of them. And I didn't really consider how I was going to do this because they're going to come in at different rates. Like that one's 120. That, are they all 120? If they're all 120, this is amazing. Nope, that's 60. That's 120. That's 120. 120. And 60. I think we have enough to do this. So we're going to take all the 120s, which is this one. Okay, I don't need you in straight, though. I need you in, like, auto. I think this one's 120. Great. I think this one is 60. And if that's true, which of course it is, then what we're going to do is we're going to pipeline junction that over to this one, which I think this one is 60. Yes. Then I believe the rest of these were 120. That connect? I don't think it did. Oh, it did. Okay. Oh, God. Lag spike. 120. I think they're all 120. I'm just going to double check. Yeah, they're all 120, which works out really well. So the number we're trying to hit in our base, if you don't remember, if we didn't have this discussion, I don't remember. The number we're trying to hit in our base is 662. So obviously, 720 is more than that. Like, that goes without saying. The problem is, these aren't connected. Well, yeah, that's a problem. The problem is, I don't think a train holds as much of this as it does fluid. And I think if you base your beliefs around the fact that it holds as much as fluid, you're going to have a hard time. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Which is actually why I made this train long. So we're just gonna tell it, hey, drive to nitrogen gas pickup. And we're not gonna edit anything about it. We're just gonna have it drive here. We're gonna have it load up, and we're gonna see just how much stuff there actually is within these fluid wagons. Which might take a second, because it's gonna wait for these to fill up. Let's take a look-see. Okay, so they do hold 1600. It's the same number. I don't know, misremembered things. So, 600. Well, that's not how we do this. The rate, so 1600. And we know each one is filling up at a rate of 120. Means this train needs to make a 13-minute round trip. Do we think this train can make a 13-minute round trip? Yes, we do. So all we're going to do is set it up to pick up, drop off. I'm just going to move it back a little bit. Pick up, drop off. At pickup, it's going to wait until it has a full load. Or let's go let's go for 5 minutes. No, let's go 3 minutes. I like 3 minutes. 360. So either it's got a full load or 360. And then it'll wait for an unload or 60 seconds. And I think that's it. Hit save changes. Double check it. Pickup is fully unload or 3 minutes. That's actually not 3 minutes, isn't it? No, that's 3 minutes. Whoa. What did I do? This isn't even 5 minutes. This is 6 minutes? 5 minutes. Let me double check things. Math, hard. Save changes. Double check it again. 5 minutes, and then that's a minute. Okay. Whatever. That'll work. Nitro train. Turn it on. And so, this should, keyword should, collect more than enough fluid. So, I'm going to pretend that that's more than enough, and it should be. If it isn't, you just plop down another train with the same settings. That's all you do. If it's not enough, that's all you do. The number of gas, the amount of literal gas, should be more than enough. And if it isn't, you just overclock that. That's all you do. Just overclock the main thing, it shares it with all of its friends, and it will work. It is a really surprisingly simple task. Or, not task, but, operation. Surprisingly simple. Alright, now that we're back here, we're gonna place down 8 assemblers. And it looks like there's room here. It's hard to tell. Hard to tell with my, inability to, like, stay still. Yeah, it looks like that's room for 8 assemblers. Okay, 8 assemblers. This is going to be making a thing called a heat sink. It is a sink for heat. We only need 6 of these, so we can remove 2 of them. And if we care, we can, you know, clean up any of this stuff, as you do. Not sure if we care, but you can do it. Alright, next, get it power. Set one of these to 40%. Nope, I'm sorry, 60%. Set one of these 60%, rest of them are at 100%. And then we need to bring them aluminum sheets and copper sheets. Right, it's double sheets? Yes, it's double sheets. The copper sheets are right here. And the third output line is this one. We're just gonna take that and fly with it. And boom, just like that, there they go. It does not matter how quickly they get this, because it's like 120 a minute or something. It's not important. Let's go get the aluminum sheets. And those can just come right down here, it looks like. Because this is the only thing they are needed in. And this. And that. Aluminum sheets away. This is gonna look jank. Oh, but I'm kind of here for it. Wait. That's kind of fire. It's kind of dumb, but I kind of like it. Alright, and that goes in there, and we are now making heat sinks at a rate that is pretty good. We're making, I don't know what, like 42 a minute or something? Something like that. Wait, which side's the exit side? Oh, I have this facing the wrong way. Oh well, that's fun. It's interesting. Interesting design. Okay. Next up, these go into cooling systems. Now, cooling systems aren't going to be made over here. They're actually going to be made way back over here. Because cooling systems need a little bit of water so that they can, cool. And back over here by the land, we have access to that little bit of water we need. So, hopefully, when you did your build and you didn't build over this pond too much, probably could have said we're going to need that water later, but ooh, here we are now. And I don't know how big of a platform we need, so we just kind of put stuff down. Now, the Blender's a new building. We're not going to build any blueprints for it because the quantity of them that you build is very minimal. Like, this build here, I think, requires 4. Yes, it requires 4. We're going to put the output on that side. Because that's where the water is. Water! I'm not sure how much we need right now, but it's 1. Really? It's not even, it's 1. Alright, that's kind of lame. So it is, so it is. Do that. Pipeline junction, water here, water there, pipeline junction, water, and the platform just so I can build. Get a power pole going. Run the power pole over to something else. Literally anything else. Alright, whatever. I will make my own power pole. Okay, there we go. Set one of these machines for 3.5. Yes. So 50. Sorry, set one of the machines for 50. And then these take 2 non-fluid inputs, which are the heatsink and the rubber, which unfortunately are across the universe. So, oopsie. That is a my bad moment. I did not mean for them to be across the universe, but that's just the way it is. We'll just do some basic manifolding stuff, nothing new. I'm actually going to place it further away so that the belts don't get in the way, or the pipes don't get in the way. Sure, I don't even care if they line up. And then we don't need them for the last one, because for the last one you just do this, and that, run that in there, run that in there, that there, that there, yep. This is pretty normal stuff, honestly. I ran this wrong. Because the last one needs water as well. Cool. We did that. And then for your nitrogen gas, the cool thing about gas is gases are really easy to run. Because, they go up. So you don't really have to worry about your gases too much. Just make sure that each machine has water and gas. Next up, you need to make sure the water is getting up here. I didn't think it would. But a simple Mark 1 pump like there could fix it at the height level I have. If you're really worried about it, put down a Mark 2. But once you see this blue in here, you're good to go. Alright, now we do a lot of running of belts and stuff. I am going to start by getting, I guess, heat sinks, right? No, it doesn't make sense. We should get the other thing, whatever the other thing is, because it's been making longer. I forget what it is, though. It's not heat sinks. It's rubber. Yeah, let's go get rubber. And we get to run rubber all the way across. Honestly, might have been easier just to run water across. Hold on. Thoughts? Nah, I don't want to. Too late. Just do it the other way. Okay, where are you, my rubber belt? Oh yeah, rubber goes to two things. I forgot about that. Dude, we just add to the spaghetti. It's so much fun. I love placing belts nonsensically. There isn't much that brings me as immense joy as just randomly placing belts. In a way that, like, yeah, it makes sense, but you still wonder why the entire time. Alright. There is one of the things that needs to be brought over. Now I'm going to bring over the nitrogen gas. And yes, I am honestly intentionally bringing the nitrogen gas over before I bring the heat seeks. Which, for the simplest reason, is because I want to let the aluminum belts replenish themselves first. I have no idea where nitrogen is. Like, it's one of these stations. Now, here's the beautiful thing. There is not a lot of thinking that is going to go on here when it comes to these nitrogen tanks. And me getting my gas out of them. There is going to be very little thought here. That makes sense. Horizontal to vertical them. Slide these in here. Slide this here. That there. Now, some part of me is mildly worried that these tanks on top are going to fill because the gas always rises, but I don't think that's how it works. And I'm going to be honest, I don't really care that much how it works. I think this is going to be fine. It's going to work. Rug. So there should be more than enough that this pipeline eventually fills up. But I'm not concerned about that. Let's let that figure itself out and let's go grab the heat sinks. That's dumb. I like that. Well, and then we met up with the rubber belt, so we just follow the rubber belt, right? And there you go, heat sinks have arrived, which means these should be running. And, wow. Would you believe that they are sure running? Now, I'm not worried about all of them running at 100% just yet. It's going to take gas a while to figure itself out. I am not concerned with any of that at all. This will work, and it should work at the rate that I expect it to. And if it doesn't, it'll probably be fine. Anyways, we can run these all into, like, a merger, I guess. It's pretty simple type of operation. These are used in something else, and I think we're actually building that right now. Like, whatever it is, we're about to build it. But we also do need some of these in storage, because these are useful items, unfortunately. Or fortunately, depending on how you think about it. Let me move that a little bit further. Like to here. Do that. Dimensional depot up top. And a conveyor pull for it. And hopefully... Yeah! Alright, that's cool. Yeah, that should work. One, two, three, four. And these are going to be making fused modular frames, or whatever they're called. Fused modular frames, that's the exact word. Okay, this one at the end is going to be our 67%er. And then the rest of these just have the base recipe and get power. No, I never want you to build with a small pole, but thank you for the offer. Okay. And these are really simple because they're a 2-item recipe. 3-item recipe, I lied. I forgot one of the items. But they're still really simple. So this is like, you start by making your assembler build. Right? So you go conveyor splitter. Conveyor splitter. Apparently I have these. I don't remember having these. Conveyor splitter. Conveyor splitter. Conveyor splitter. And then you don't need one for the end. I don't know if the belt speed matters. I highly doubt it does. I'm sure they take aluminum casings at like... Oh, what is that? I'm sure they take aluminum casings at like a mildly fast rate, but like not a really fast rate. Let me see. They take them at 227. Yeah, and they take modular frames at 5. Yeah, no, it's fine. Doesn't matter what type of belt you use. Okay, so we need to bring aluminum casings. I think aluminum casings are right here somewhere. This? Your aluminum casings? Your aluminum casings. Great. Slap a splitter on this. In apparently the weirdest way possible, but, you know. Whatever gets the job done. Run that into there, and there's your aluminum casings for these. Grady. And that's the only other thing they're used for. They were used for 2 things, and there you go. They all run on one belt. Perfect. Next, we need to bring the nitrogen gas over, I guess. Yeah, that makes sense. Let's go get the nitrogen gas. And then, you know, just run this. Wait, back, not like that, never like that. Stop doing it like that. Great. Probably can just like... Sure, you can curve it in, that's fine by me. And then you just get yourself a pipe junction. Ugh, it can't be curved. It can never be curved, man. Curved pipes are apparently the worst thing ever. No. Alright, and then last thing is we gotta bring heavy modular frames all the way across this mess. And boy, it's really become quite the mess. Look at the, like, belt highway going on here. I really appreciate and enjoy the belt highway. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, look at this. Look at how beautiful this is. Oh, your turn. Oh yeah, let's weave. I'm gonna intentionally weave the belts because it makes me happy. I'm gonna say, don't you dare connect it to anything. If this connects into anything and ruins everything, I am going to cry. I will have no one to blame but myself, but I will still be sad. And there it is. They made the journey all the way so that we can get fused modular frames. Alright, now we need some mergers. I don't see any mergers. How am I supposed to place mergers if I don't see any steel? Okay, so do something like this. Then do something like that. Now, these are both another item that is used in a recipe and another item that is important. So we need to store them. Hooray. Oh, and I'm missing slam fluctuators. Slam fluctuators. Sam fluctuators. Okay, anyways, it's conventional depot on top. Get those items rolling. There they are. And I believe that's everything we can do at this stage. Alright, with our first set of fused modular frames, we're going to get leading edge production, which, shut up, Beta. Leading edge production allows you to make minor Mark IIIs, which essentially triple the base production rate. Is that correct? No, they might quadruple it. I think they quadruple it. So these are expensive. We're probably gonna place like none of these. I don't know. We might place one or two. They're expensive. We're gonna try not to place too many of them. It also gave us a project part. Whatever. Who cares? And the thing that we get to make now is turbo motors. The good news is we've already been working towards this, so let's get back to our desert base. So back down here, find a spot for the manufacturers. Kind of doesn't really matter too much where they go. We are gonna have to run a lot of oddly annoying things into this, but it doesn't matter in my arrangement where I place this. It's always gonna be bad. Because it takes motors, which are in Kingdom Come. It takes radio control units, which are right here. It takes rubber, which is right here, and cooling systems, which are in Kingdom Come. So because my resources are, like, perfectly split, there's just kind of no nice way to do this without running a million miles of belts. So, oh no! We run a million miles of belts. And all this has been designed so that we can run 2 of these. Nope, not that. Yes, that. So that we can run 2 of these. And thus, we're gonna run 2 of these. Let's do the easy stuff, which is we were able to get that here, and we need to get radio control units, which is this line, I believe. Might be that one. It's this one. Okay. Yeah, we just need to bring this down. Okay, and that will be radio control units coming along. The radio control units are going to be the expensive part of this, but that's why we made this. They also go into something else that I forgot about. Oh yeah, but we can't do that just yet. Not just yet. Okay, anyways, let's get the cooler and motors. We can start with motors. Motors are easier. Okay, motors for me are right over here, and they have not been used in any capacity. Because this is why we made them. We made them so they could become turbo motors. Bet you didn't see that one coming multiple hours ago, did you? Don't you dare connect to anything. I see you trying. And yes, I am kind of making this path as bad as I possibly can. It is mildly intentional. I'm having a good time. Alright, goodbye, motors. And then, last but not least, we gotta get cooling systems, which are also way off in Kingdom Come. Hooray! Uh-oh, this needs a splitter, and I didn't give it one. These are just heat sinks that are going a different direction, aren't they? That's so funny, running the heat sinks on top of the cooling. Or the cooling systems on top of the heat sinks. Alright, and there we go. We ran everything over that's gonna go into making turbo motors. Hooray! Remember how we were slooping supercomputers or whatever? I don't remember where those are. I think those are right here. Is this them? Yeah, we're gonna steal those sloops on back. And this is what the sloops are gonna be used for now. The sloops are gonna be used for turbo motors, at least temporarily. Because again, we just want turbo motors. That's the short of it. That didn't save. Remember to add your note about where your sloops are so you don't lose them. And then, of course, we're going to need a storage container for these. Ah, do we really need a storage container? Yeah. They don't go into anything else. You asked me to need a storage container for them. That was the whole point of this. The whole point of this was that we want to have as many as we can have. And we don't want to have to think about it. Like, that is it. That is the whole point of this. The whole point of this is I want to be able to hit tab, and I want to be able to type turbo motor, and I want to be able to see turbo motor. How crazy hard is that? Okay, so we're going to make a quick pit stop by aluminum, and then we're going to head back to the hub. And I think right now we're kind of just in a turbo motor waiting room. There are probably theoretically things we could be doing, but we're better off just probably waiting to get the next thing and then work from there. We're really close to getting ready to complete Phase 4 as well. We have one more thing we're going to make in this base that we cannot make just yet because it's part of the final unlock, I believe. And that's kind of what we're going to wait for because we want that to get rolling ASAP. So let's head over to aluminum really quickly. Alright, so while at aluminum, I want to take a look at the MAM really quickly, and there is an unlock. The last MAM unlock that I care about is rocket fuel. And rocket fuel requires 10 empty fluid tanks, and obviously packaged turbo fuel, but like, whatever. And the way to get that is going to be through aluminum ingots. So once you've unlocked, I think like the thing, like the fused frames, you can make these using aluminum ingots, but you can't make them earlier than that. It's kind of weird, but it's the way it works. So now, with these in the MAM, we can unlock this, but I also need to pull out the hard drive that I collected a while back just for this reason. I don't even remember when I collected it, but I knew I collected it for this, because we're unlocking rocket fuel. Now, the cool thing is also the bad thing. So rocket fuel is made in a blender, which I'm surprised I have room to place it down here, but oh well. But it takes nitric acid. And you might be wondering, that's cool, I've never heard of nitric acid. How do you make that? Well, that's the fun thing. You don't. Yet. You will. Soon. So that's what we need to go to the hub for and unlock the ability to make nitric acid. Okay, after a little bit of waiting around, we were able to get particle enrichment, which is kind of the last milestone that is in this tier. I mean, like, this is fun, but, like, who cares? Don't care about this. So this here unlocks us the last thing we're gonna make over in the factory of Yawn. And it unlocks us nitric acid and the very fun, can I place this down, particle accelerator. No, I can't yet because I need to wait for more turbo motors. They're big buildings that are really cool, though. And they drain so much power. Does it talk about the power it drains on them? Particle accelerators. Yeah, they can drain way more than this, man. They drain so much power. These things are essentially the only reason you ever need to expand power beyond, like, the 33,000 that we have. I know this is like, oh, look at our max consumption, but, like, we're not hitting our max consumption, like, ever. So no, like, this 33,000 isn't enough, unfortunately, so we have to do more. And that's what we're gonna do after we go out there and set up those pressure cubes that we can make. Alright, so the last thing we can build, we're just gonna use this space over here. It is 3 assemblers worth. We're gonna need a splitter. And we might as well balance our splits because, well, we can. Like so. And we need a splitter on this belt line here. This belt line is our fused frames belt line. So, I believe, I'm going to double check. It's what's making fused frames, yes. So now, half of them are going to get sent to storage, half of them are going to be sent over there. And that's all well and good. Then, we need radio control units, which are slipping by right here. Would you look at that? And this is the only other thing they're used in. Is that true? That is true. So we can just take a splitter, attach it there, run it over there, and now those are being being split over here to these, which are going to accept them with open arms. Because this is going to make the cubes. Whoa. And ultimately, these are, like, basically useless. Because they're only made into nuclear pasta. However, you want a lot of these. Okay? Not that many. You're not filling that container ever. But we would love to fill this container. We're not filling this one either. I'll save you the time. But just get this set up. Notice that I put that backwards because I'm hilarious. Set this up like that. From here, we are going to go and work on, oh, these should be sloop, shouldn't they? Hold on. Do I have more sloop? I didn't really consider this, but this is definitely something you sloop. How are my turbo motors doing? 25. I'll be fine. I don't need turbo motors for a while. Alrighty, so it's time for us to set up rocket power. First thing you're going to need to do is locate your nitrogen gas that's near the blue crater. There's actually a section right over here that we're going to utilize. Let's just draw some power to it. And we actually do not need a lot for how much rocket fuel we're going to be making, but that's beside the point. Put a pressurizer there in the middle. Give it power. Do your little dance while you wait for this all to turn on. There it goes. There's also some friends here. Great. We need 660. And this whole thing produces 600. So we need a shard on it. Oops, I wanted one. Oops, again. Okay, hold on. Wow. That's how you get one shard on it. And then you just put the rest of the shards in there. Okay. So this is now producing a number that is acceptable. Which means we need to pipe this all together. Except we need to leave some of it separated. And how much separated? Well, if there's 900, we need to leave 300 separated. So this is 90. And this is 180. And that's 270. Is that good enough? That's good enough. 270 is almost 300, so I'm happy with it. By connecting the pipes to each other and then just putting pipeline junctions on them, you can move resources around that way. It's pretty easy. And since we only need a little over 600, I'm not worried if we're being slightly inefficient here. Because the only problem is we now have to run 2 nitrate pipelines. Great. A little platform like this is going to be big enough for what we're doing. So the the nitrogen gas needs to be turned into nitric acid. That just takes some blenders. And it takes 6 of these. So 1, 2, 3. Oh, wow, this wasn't big enough. Who would have thought? Four, 5, 6. These take 3 resources, 2 of which are pipes. So we're just going to run a pipeline down like this. And then just slightly off to the side, we'll run another pipeline. For the second resource. And so to make sure we get proper flow rate on the nitrogen, all we're going to do is plug one end into this end and then just take the other end and, plug it in down there. Sure, you can tilt up a little, I don't care. And just like that. Put your pipeline junctions on these. And connect them up. Alright, there you go. That is all of the nitrogen gas hooked up. Next, we need to get the other pipeline junction, or pipeline laid down. And this is going to be for water. And you only need to... can I just blow these up? Right. What about those? Can I blow those up? Yes. Okay. As I was saying, you only need 2 pipes for this. At this point, if you really don't want to deal with water pipes in any like real capacity and like worry about it, say you don't want to worry about it, what I would do is I would just get a pump pipeline Mark II and just slap it on there. Just make sure it's facing the right way. Should be more than enough. A pipe Mark I, I'm pretty sure would work, but like, whatever. If we could not think about it, I think that's better. And we have enough heavy frames that I'm not sweating heavy frames. Okay. Oh, there's a power pole right behind us. That works perfectly. Alright, then these all need to be switched to nitric acid. Oops. Didn't mean to scan. Okay. And lastly, we need a solid ingredient. That solid ingredient, I think, is right here. And it's iron, because I think there's a few iron patches right there. Yep. We're obviously already using one of them, but we're not using the other one. Or I think there are 2, actually. And we don't need much iron. So I'm pretty sure whatever amount this is going to be enough. Yeah, 120. We only need like 80, right? Yep. Perfect. Also need to get power to this. Great. There this is. Now we just need to run this into a little tiny operation. Nothing big going on here. Ow? Hey, leave me alone. Okay, rude. And when I say tiny, by the way, I mean it's tiny. We're looking at 3 smelters, all of which are running into their own personalized constructor. I mean, which never works well with these things unless you, like, do something like this, but... And then that means, oops. Probably remove this little chunk here. Put a splitter down. Not a smart one. Typically, I like the dumb ones better. Put our splitter down about there. And then just do that. Set these all to iron. Set these all to iron plates. Draw power from here. There you have it. Then run these all into a merger. And then we can just put a splitter here-ish that's just going to go down the line. Well, I don't know if they connected or not, but it's fine. It can be a little crooked. It doesn't matter to me. Okay, then we hook these all in to their respective blenders. And then this just needs to be hooked up from here. And wowee, there you have it. We should be making nitric acid. Something about the water's wrong. Or does it not? Oh, I didn't connect the water in? I didn't connect the water in. Okay. Hey guys, also make sure you connect the water in. Wow. Bet you didn't see that one coming. Who knew that you needed to hook up the water pipe? And now we should be making nitric acid. Yay! So the good news about this is this makes nitric acid really slow because it's 30 per minute times 6. So it's not even a full Mark II pipeline. Like, it's not even close. So let's just run our pipe here in front of this. Get yourself your junction and go through and snap this into place. And it's really just that easy. There you go. That's all she takes. It's a really simple thing. Of course, like everything we've ever done, this will have to manifold itself out so that it all gets up and running. Technically, we have excess iron coming in, so you could actually throw down even another smelter and another constructor if you wanted this to be faster. But we don't need it to be fast, so let's not worry about that. Alright, next up, it is time to lay down another row of blenders. This time, we're going to lay down 17 blenders. Which I guess I laid down 2, but let's go here and put down 15 more. That way we can see, oh my god, we're going to run out of stuff. Yay! Hooray! And of course, this will do all of our counting for us, so the main reason we do it this way. Okay, so these are all 17 of our blenders all set up. Now, just like before, we're going to need 2 pipelines for this. It actually doesn't have any solid intakes, so it is all fluids and gases. And that means we can run one right here. And we're going to start with the nitric gas. And the reason we're going to start with the nitric gas is because the nitric acid. The nitric acid is going to go to all of these. So all of these are going to need nitric acid. Every single one. So let's just finish getting that set up. Get our pipe junctions in there. And then hook all of these up. And we can remove this from the end. Doesn't really matter. Probably gonna remove it from the other end, but I'm not going to. Okay, so then best thing to do is, like, I don't know, connect something from the middle of here to, like, the middle-ish of here. There's no, like, particular science to this. It just needs to be able to fill both directions up. So that's how you do that, and this will slowly fill up with time. Now, we're going to place down piping in a way that... I'm going to do it. Look at that. We're going to place down piping in a way that separates these into groups of 6 and one group of 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Then for the next group of 6. Ooh. Ooh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And if we did this right, the last one would be 5. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Beautiful. What, you're not going to show me if you're straight or not? It looks straight to me. Not like that. Never like that. Bad pipeline support. Okay. Then, of course, we're going to hook these up all the same. In retrospect, it would have been better to put this pipeline, like flip these blenders the other way, so that the pipeline is on the other side. Hindsight is 2020, but it doesn't matter. It's honestly not a big deal. It's just going to make moving the pipes either ugly or maybe require some pumps, but like nothing we can't handle. Nope. Alright, that's all the input. Let's get everything hooked up to power that we can. And by that I mean let's, get it all hooked up to power. Not everything that we can. Let's get it all hooked up. What did that connect to? No. Yeah, they all should have power, and they all should be yellow, because they all have the wrong recipe. We want to switch them over to making rocket fuel. So, when you switch them over, blenders are cool, because you can, see what's being made in them visually. So if you see blood soup being made, then you're on the right track. Okay, so they're all set to make blood soup. And then these pipelines are going to need rocket fuel. Now, we're going to wait off on that. And sorry, yeah, rocket fuel, I said that right. Turbo fuel, they need turbo fuel. We're making rocket fuel. We're going to wait on that, because the second we do that, our power is going to, run out, and we're going to shift over to that little tiny battery cell we have set up. And that little tiny battery cell that we have set up isn't probably the best. And if we're not quick with it, we might have issues. That being said, we're going to give it a shot. But we just need to make sure that everything is ready first. So, unfortunately, these have an output that is mostly useless. In fact, to me, it's entirely useless. But we have to deal with it, or they won't make our rocket fuel. So this produces compact coal, and if you wanted, like, a micro smidge more power, you could feed it to coal power generators. But between you and me, that's a waste of resources, because it's not going to generate enough power to be of note, because we're really not producing that much coal anyways. Because this whole thing outputs like 200 or something. Not enough to be of note, just enough that we have to do something with it. And just like that, we have a line of coal that's going to run all the way down the blenders. And we're just going to throw it away. That's all we're going to do with it. So we're just going to grab everyone's favorite, the awesome sink. We're just gonna plop that down, run this into there, give it power, and then we're gonna proceed to never think about that coal again. That coal is gone, it does not exist. Okay, next up. This has to output into 3 separate lines, and those 3 separate lines are gonna be... Oh. Hey, you know over here how I said you gotta break it up into 5 and, 5, 5, 6, 6? Oh, you don't have to do that over here on the turbo fuel input. Yeah, we're just gonna take our 2 turbo fuels and just run them into opposite sides. So you can actually connect everything on this side. That's my bad. It's the output that's like that, not the input. So this is all one big turbo fuel based pipeline. And that will work out fine because this whole thing produces 1,000-ish turbo fuel. I don't remember the exact number. I think it's 1,000. And so we're just going to plug that in. Half of it goes here, and then the other half is going to go over there. And it should work out. Okay, that means on the outputs, my bad, we're supposed to go 5, 6, 6. Yeah. Teehee. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Make a new line. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Make a new line. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Okay. It works out the same. It was just a dumb on my part. Alright, so let's go ahead and get these pipeline junctions slammed down. Just like so. Then hook up the pipes. And that's it. We're basically done with blenders forever. I think we have to place like 4 more or something later. But those be blenders done. Okay, so the 5 in the back here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's technically 4.5, but I'm not going to worry about it too much. They produce this much. So this is going to produce, this section that I'm standing on is going to produce 450 rocket fuel per minute. And so what that's going to allow us to do is we can feed that to the stuff that's above us. It consumes it at this rate, 4.16767, and that can feed about 108 generators. In fact, we're just going to assume it feeds 108 generators. 108 generators. Now, we have 134 up there. So we're just going to go out of our way to remove 26. And while we're doing that, let's set one of these to 50%, because that's what it's supposed to be at. So we're going to remove 26 fuel generators, but we're not going to do that just yet. We're going to make the switch over to turbo fuel. To do that, what we're going to do is we're going to disconnect this pipeline here, actually. Not here. Because I want to be able to connect through the floor. And we're going to completely get rid of this pipeline. And then over here in the back, we have this pipeline here that we're going to completely get rid of. And this pipeline over here that we're going to take and plug in over here. So, before we do this, I'm going to save. Because this has the chance to shut down our power completely and, like, basically make it unrestorable. In theory, it would be restorable, but theory and practice are two different things. So, we're gonna disconnect this pipeline here. But before we do that, we're gonna disconnect this one here. And we're going to take this one and we're going to run it right around into the backside of this. And just make sure you're not connecting it to the nitric. Okay, so that should start filling this up, which means this pretty quickly is going to start outputting our gas. Now, as far as our gas is concerned, we need that to go up and in here. Which means we have to shut this down. Full pipe network. Flush. And then I'm going to remove this pump because we don't need the pump anymore. We're going to take this. No, I just did the thing I didn't want to do. If you're having this problem, that means the other end is still connected, which it is because I didn't disconnect it. So make sure you go here and you disconnect that, because now I can flush it and then I can connect it up. And hopefully that means things are going to go well for us. Okay, so give it a full pipe network flush. Connect this into this like that. And now, once these are out of turbo fuel, they should eventually start switching over to the rocket fuel that's coming in. The rocket fuel ain't coming in very quickly just yet, but it will be coming in. Okay, now we're going to disconnect this pipeline completely. And if we pulled turbo fuel from this end right here, right? This is where we pulled it from? Yes. We pulled it from that. Then on this side, we're going to disconnect this one to use it for turbo fuel. And I lied, we don't need this here, do we? Because we already have it connected elsewhere. Yep. Sure. Wonderful. Okay, and that should be rocket fuel affluent, turbo fuel affluent. I don't know what is up with this pump, but I'm just going to remove it. I don't think it's doing anything to help. That being said, none of this looks like it's flowing. Let me lower this to the ground. No, don't you dare do that. I don't care what you do, but it's not that. Okay, and this should be flowing. Great. Perfect. So we should see that this guy is going to start making in just a smidgen of time here. Fantastic. Okay, so if everything's going well, we should be having rocket fuel coming up and starting to fill some of these machines. Our power hasn't switched over yet, and that's okay. So, if you remember correctly, we had this separated into two separate sections. It was like a left and a right. So this was the left, this is the right. The right is the one I hooked up over there, but the left is still on turbo fuel. So we're going to flush that, and there should be nothing in here. And then we're just going to yoink from this side and bring it over to that side. Because remember, this is supposed to be able to power 108 of these. And we're going to remove 26 of them. So we're going to remove 26. Now, the reason we're removing them and not just leaving them is because we want the resources. Because we're going to have to place a lot of these. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And I'm only removing the ones that I see are red right now. 26 minus 8. 18 more to go. Let's see. Yep, here we go. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. Just gotta find 12 more to remove. And I could remove ones that are green. It wouldn't matter, but I don't want to. Looks like I'm gonna have to, though. How about that, huh? Alright, let's get to it. So 12 more to go. 12 more to go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Alright, and that means I have officially removed 26, so there should be 108 up here. And they should, eventually, pretty soon, probably, start switching over to rocket fuel. And if we did this well enough, the transition is going to be mostly seamless. We're going to keep an eye on it. Yeah, we're going to keep an eye on it. Okay, so we used 450 of our rocket fuel, and that means we have this much left over. We obviously want to separate that into groups of 6, but so let's divide it by 2. So we have 600. So how many can we fuel with 600? So we can fuel 144 generators with rocket fuel. And that divides perfectly into 36. Wow. So we go into here. Oopsies. We go into here. Oopsies. We go into here. And we type... What is going on? And we type 36. Wow. Look at all of those resources we're gonna need. It's a lot. And that's just half of it. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna build out this entire 36 section of it. And then we're just gonna leave it alone. And if we need the other 36 later, we'll make them. And if we don't, we won't. And we're gonna do it that way because it's gonna be easier for us to manage. And, you know, sometimes simplicity is the king. So let's go ahead and set down storage containers. Start clearing out my inventory a little bit. Would be kind of nice if I didn't have all this stuff on me at once, but here we are. These can go together. I mean, I guess I want these to go away eventually. There we go. That's a good inventory. Okay, so we're gonna go collect all the stuff. I'll start with plastic. I'll make that easy. There's plastic done. And I'm gonna just put it in these chests here, and we'll come back. That's also gonna include a foundation size about as big as this one. We're gonna build it above this platform because now that we have a gas and gases move up, it's really easy. So we're gonna build upwards So yeah, you might want some concrete and iron plates as well. I'll be back. Well, that's probably not big enough, but let's get started all the same. The idea for this is pretty simple. We're going to place 3 rows because 600 divides by 3 and splitters, well, pipe junctions have 3 on them, right? So we're going to do 3 rows and each one is going to be 12 in length. Yeah. So 12 of these blueprints in length, not 12 in length. It's going to be 12 of the blueprints. Also, was I supposed to grab cable? No, I have plenty of cable. Okay, we're good. We're good. We're good. Right. So, if we set this to blueprint auto connect, can we just like find the spot where they, blueprint auto connect? Be kind of cool. So that I can just like, I mean, yeah, so that's 2, 3, 4. Okay, so 20 long. 20, this is 22 technically. 20 long is about 4 of these. Yeah, so that means that that right there is another 4 now. And then if I do that 2 more times, that should be basically the whole length, question mark? 1, 1, 1. Okay, so this is how long it should be. And to be clear, 36 minus 12 minus 2 is 22. So once that number says 22, that's how you know we're good to go. But I'm gonna double check just to make sure. 1, 2, 3, 4. Counting the power poles, because I know that there are 4 with each power pole. Okay. Let's see if we can find a better way to use the blueprint auto connect for you, sure. Oh yeah, this is it. This is it. Oh, man, I'm already out of stuff. Time to go get more stuff. Okay, supplies. Off to go get them again. 22. All right, and there you have it. That should be it. To double check, dismantle filter the power pole, because there are a lot of buildings to count in here. And if you just dismantle filter the power pole, if you count 12 power poles, then you're good. Because that's all there should be here. There only should be 12 whole power poles. Which would you look at that? There is. Okay, and because auto-connect doesn't auto-connect the power poles, we have to do that. And that there is one row completed, and yeah, it takes up an obnoxious amount of space, but we already knew that was going to happen. The nice thing is now with that laid out, we know how much room this will take, so we can clean up the excess we have here, and then expand this that way. Alright, so that is every single one we're going to place down for now. Now we just need to make sure they're all hooked up, and that first row is, but the second and third rows are not. So run through, hook your power poles up all the way straight down. And then do the same all the way straight down this row as well. Then at the front, connect all your power poles up across. I guess this doesn't have to be at the front, but I'm doing it at the front, so. Run. In front of the middle section, put a pipeline junction. And then, I don't know, let's use straight. And using straight, let's just split the pipeline junction 3 ways. Beautiful. We can take power up from here if it'll let me. There we go. Hook that up into one of the side power poles. It doesn't really matter. And then we need to bring this pipeline down. Which, sure, that looks fine to me. And then we just need to bring it down again. Run this pipeline over to the side here. And we can run it alongside this one. Oh, don't connect to that. And all that's going to happen is it's going to take from the second set instead of the first set of pipes. So you're going to connect it up right here. And if we straight, but you're going to do it this way. Yeah. We connect it up like that. Should be all good to go. And the rocket fuel should be a flow-in. And everything looks good here. Now, we are left with an extra pipe of 600, which means that platform that we just built up here, we could do an entire another one of those. And just connect it up and it'd be good to go. That being said, this should roughly get us to like 70,000. Because we should be at like 33 and we should have just doubled this, give or take. So this should push us up to like 70,000 as these all slowly start to turn on. So we'll check up on that. And if we need more power, we have the option to build it. We're just not going to force it, so to say. So I think it's time we work on our space parts and completing phase 4. Alright, so we're going to plop our space elevator somewhere down out here. It doesn't exactly matter. I just don't want it going through my platform. And the reason we moved it is because we're now going to make the space parts out here instead of like way over back there at our hub. And the reason for this is actually practical. It's because we really need some access to some copper ore. Which there's like 3 nodes here. Yeah, these 3. And so the kind of trick is that we need like 100,000 cables. And if we were to, you know, place down a constructor and look at a cable recipe, you can see it makes 30 a minute. So that means 100,000 divided by 30 is 3,333 minutes. I don't know about you. I don't want to wait that long. So like even if we 4x it, right, we're not looking too hot. I'm gonna put some parentheses. So that's only down to 800 minutes. This is a little over 4 hours. Yeah. About 15. How about 30? Okay, now we're down to 2 hours. So that means if we do 60 of these, we can get it down to 55, which is about an hour for 100,000 cable. That is going to require wire. And so if we want to supply 60 of these, we're going to need 120 of these. Yes. And 120 times 15 is 1,800 copper. I don't think we have access to that much. Let's find out though, because we have Mark III miners. And if you could leave me alone, Hog, that'd be pretty sick. In fact, you're just gonna die. Sorry. So let's check this out with a Mark III miner on it. Oh, would you look at that? So we can get away with this. Wonderful. We're just gonna need our power shards. Because that should be 600. So you max out a Mark III miner on a normal mode, and it's 600. Well, isn't that just beautiful? Because what that means we can do is place down another one here. Beautiful. And then we can place down another one there. Of course, I have to clear the rock, because why wouldn't we? And so there we go. We have 3 Mark III miners down. Hooray. Let's run the belts somewhere near each other. Doesn't particularly matter how you do this, I guess. I'm going to put them up on this rock, I think. That looks like fun. Okay, then of course we need to hook these all up to power together. Because of course we do. Up I go. Alright, so they're all hooked up together, and that's all swell and good. I guess we're just going to build a platform just like right here on top of this rock, because why not? Okay, so, the first thing we're going to need is... maybe we want to break this up differently, because we need 60 smelters. Yeah, okay. So, I'm going to do something a little different here. Let's go into our blueprint designer. And the way this is going to work is it looks to me like 16 smelters is just too many. That's how I see it. So 10 smelters would be optimal. So let's get 10 smelters. So 15, 14, 12, 13, I can't count, 11, done. That was some counting. And let's just remove the excess. And so what this is going to allow us to do is it's going to allow us to easily make 300 copper ingots at a time. Because we're going to need 60 smelters. And I'm going to actually just set these to copper right now so I don't have to worry about it later. Make this as easy on ourselves as possible. Okay, do we want this power pole? No, don't need that. Everything else here looks good. I don't see any reason to upgrade the belts. So let's call this 10 copper smelters. And by making a 10 copper smelter blueprint, we can now just lay down 6 of these. I recommend you probably are in blueprint build mode. Because I'm going to guess if you get the angle right. Yep, you can just kind of place them. Okay, well, the angle's a little finicky, but you just place them down next to each other. And I should have selected... Yeah, I should have selected them before we made them, because we needed 6 of these. And obviously we're going to need 3 more. We are going to need a lot of industrial beams, so let's go get those. To help us out, what we're going to do is just put a hypertube down here. That way we... I hope it's facing the right way. It is. Yeah. That way we don't have to go up and down all the time. And if we want, we can even make a hypertube that could take us up there. That I'm not going to worry about right this second. I think 4 long is good. Push that out to hypertube support here. Patch it like that. Noodle is my favorite for this. Then you have to connect. Connect. And obviously we don't have power here just yet, but we can fix that pretty easily by running a power pole over to our iron that we're mining from here, which is probably our closest source of power. So we'll run that over, and then we're gonna go pick up a load of encased beams. In fact, I'm gonna mark out everything we're gonna need to get so we can just make sure we have everything we need. And just make this as easy on ourselves as possible. Because we're also going to need, if I can click things, 12 plus 6 is 18. So yeah, we can go collect all of that stuff and then come back and be ready to build. Alrighty, anyways, let's see, back here with all of our resources in tow. Looks like we'll be able to put one more this way, which is kind of nice. We can just put it out to 10. I don't care. There's a little bit of extra hanging off the edge. That's fine. This platform's going to grow anyways. Okay. I don't think... Oh, well... Yeah, we can fit one more in here. Why not? It looks fun. Alrighty, so next it's constructor time. Now, whether we have room or not for all of this is a different question, but I'm going to show you just how easy this is. One smelter goes to 20, or yeah, 20 constructors. Make sure I'm correct about that. It's 15. times 20 is 600, right? Yeah. And then the output on that goes to one thing, and it's 30. Doesn't sound. So all we should need to do is start placing down our constructors. And if we just line them up with themselves, which we should be able to do like this. Beautiful. Beautiful. Beautiful and beautiful. Of course, we're going to need more here, more room. I don't think I have resources for it, but maybe I do. Would you look at that? I do. That's just beautiful. So that is half of the constructors we're going to need for copper wire. And just to make sure that the math checks out on all this, these consume 15 a minute from these machines, and 10 times 30 is 300, and 15 is 150. So one of these takes 150, which means that obviously two of them, if I put it in blueprint auto connect, is this facing the right way? I don't think it is. Not. Two of them like this consumes 150, 150, 300 ingots, which means it all lines up. Now, as far as the output goes, right? Wire, wherever that is. This outputs 30 a minute, and 30 times 20 is 600. But because each side is 400 and whatever, the belts work out 480. The belts work out perfectly, and we don't have to alter the belts at all. So it's really just kind of an elegant design here. And now we just gotta convince this thing that it wants to be placed correctly. Not there. Try again. Try again. There you go. And now it's just a matter of placing it all down correctly. Alrighty, and there you have that. Now let's make sure we do our due diligence with the power. Have to connect them across the way like this. Beautiful. And then we're going to connect them across the way. Like this, I guess, too. Leaving those ones. Maybe they should connect. Yeah, they should connect behind them, not across the way. That makes sense. Connect them into the smelter array that has excess room on its stuffs. And because they each have an array partner, it hooks up really easily and consistently. And then using that same power pole, we can hook up the smelters to each other. And then we can just take one simple little power pole and do something like this. For the fact I didn't connect it. And there you go. Every smelter should have a yellow light. Don't see any reds. And then these just need their recipe. And of course we got them power so that we can just hover around and paste. So I'm going to do that, and then I'll be back when we're done with that. Alright, so I just see a sea of yellow, and a sea of yellow is good to me. Put a merger in front of each. Okay, nobody asked you. Put a merger in front of each output line. Actually, it's the input line, technically. Between the middles of them. It's going to be where the splitter is, so. Where the splitter is, put a merger. And not there. Do not run that belt in there. Didn't need to upgrade that, but that's okay. And then just straight from the outputs into that merger that we just made. Now, the only bad news about all this is I need to extend this platform more, which means I just need to go get more concrete and iron plates, which that does not excite me, but it is something that I'm going to do, so. Okay, so expanded the platform, and we can now lay down the rest of our constructors. And, I mean, yeah, something. Oh, well, don't auto-connect this, I guess. Because it doesn't want to, which is fine. And then using blueprint mode, should just be able to place this down. Like so. And then unfortunately, oh, what? Oh well, whatever. I'm not going to worry about making mine straight. Unfortunately, the belts down the middle do need to switch to Mark 5. Don't think the output belts do. We'll double check that in just a second, but it's easy to do. Just make sure that that little tiny nublet in the front actually is a Mark 5 belt. Because if you leave that as Mark 4, you're going to have problems and yada yada yada. So that first one needs to be Mark 5. And then everything down the middle needs to be Mark 5. Just like that. These are all cables, and they need to hook up the power. And thankfully they can just hook up to the power that's behind them. Just like so. Just like so. And then again, not that. They need to be cable. And that means each of these outputs at a rate of 300. So each section is 300, which means you don't need to mess with the output belts. It also means to get a belt of 600, you can merge them into one section, which is pretty nice. Okay, so then take each section, 2 sections, right? Merge. Oh, they need to be like double merged. Okay, I see. So then again, just take each section of cable, merge it together like so. Just put that merger in front of the splitter. It's here. Remember, you're not connecting the splitter to it, despite what you may instinctively think you're going to do. Because that splitter is going to have wire on it, and this is only supposed to have cable. Do this and that. Fish nut. This. And that. This. And that. Okay, then each section is going to get its own set of assemblers. Does that make sense? It kind of makes sense. Makes sense to me. Before we do it? Yeah. So each section is going to get its own set of assemblers, and we do not want it on auto connect. Something like this, right? Nice and easy. Nice and easy. Okay, and the trick is that each section only needs 6. So we are going to clean up the excess stuff. And I'll be honest, the main reason I'm cleaning up the excess stuff is because I don't have enough resources for this on me. And this will just help buy a little bit of time for those resources, or it'll help replenish them. Although it is concerning that one of the things I'm waiting on is cable, but, you know, I actually... Hold on, you're going to really appreciate this. I have a solution to my issue being that I'm waiting on cable. So if you're like me and, you know, you're stuck waiting on cable, let's just hook up our... Oh, God. Let's just hook up our smelters, why don't we? So in front of each smelter array, find the middle line. So in front of every other one, I guess. Find the middle line. Run a belt into it. Then take this belt. Just run that into it. Run it into the smelter line. And there you go. This is going to start making more cable than you're going to know what to do with. It's going to be quite a beautiful sight. So in front of every other one, just go ahead and get yourself belt and run it through. And then all the way down here, we're going to do the same thing. A splitter about there. Run this into here, here, and then here. And then we have to hook these up because nobody, by nobody I mean me, I didn't do that. To hook up the smelters to the copper lines, which should be right in front of them. Just remember on these that the merger is on top. And you do not want to hook the splitter up or you're going to have a bad time. And then, yeah, these should slowly start spitting out cable. Which, you know, you could pick it up right off the belt. If you had started this earlier, the machines would actually just start overflowing in just a little bit. And that would work out as well. But this will... what little I'm picking up off the belts will probably be enough to get me through the rest of these. Alright, so assemblers. Well, these are a little bit wider. Fine. The belting is just going to get a little weird, but that's okay. Okay, again, let's go clean up the back ones. Because I need all the resources I can get my hands on. I'm a grubby businessman after all. So if you've been wondering why we're doing this, the short answer is that we need 150,000 cable to beat the game. And I don't know if you know this, but 150,000 cable is, well, a lot. And so we need a lot of it. And that is all for space parts. So there is essentially, like, this is essentially the only automation of space parts we're going to do in any capacity that isn't just hand-fed. And this is only partial, because we're still just going to hand-feed the other component. And we're just doing it this way because it's what we have. And we're just doing it this way because the cable is so numerous in quantity that there's kind of no other way to do it. Like, there literally is, but not if you want it to be anywhere close to, like, done in a reasonable amount of time. These do need to have Mark 5s down the middle, by the way. Oops, can I undo that? Oh no, I don't need to undo that. Okay. Okay, so they do need Mark 5s down the middle, only for the wire. So the middle section, the wire section has to be down the middle. And that's because it's coming in at a rate of 600. Just, don't forget to do that. And the little nub in the front is the easy part to forget. That little bit right there. So, don't forget it. Then, like anything else, hook them up to power. And you can just hook these up to power by hooking them up to the section that's feeding them cable. It's a nice and easy way of doing this. And then we need to go through and, of course, give them all a recipe, right? And these are going to be making automated wiring. Which is one of those space components that you just need. Actually, you don't even need that many automated wiring. It's just that they take 20 cable per. So it's like when you need 1,000 of them, the numbers kind of go crazy. And I guess we do need 5,000 of them. Like, it's not nothing. But it's not like blow your mind or anything. Okay, then this can all just run into one set of mergers going like all the way down, I guess. Yeah, that'll work. If you just run mergers like this or something. So the mergers obviously are going to collect our automated wiring that we get out of this. And obviously we're doing this for the automated wiring, so we want to collect it. Duh. Wow. It really is just that profound, isn't it? The last one can point outwards. And then you just hook these all up like that. And there you go, they're ready to make. Now, if you ever need cable, this is just a free cable supply. And there's a lot of it sitting here because these all act as like a 200 storage chest. I put big air quotes on that. Alright, and then obviously, these will need stators. And theoretically, this makes 90 a minute stators assembly. But the reality is that it will never make that because, or it'll briefly make it. Because once we feed from a container, it has to manifold, and manifolding takes a bit. All that good stuff. So, we're going to run this into a splitter. And then we are going to dual split. This first splitter needs to just separate in, we're going to dual split this here. So actually, hold on, let me redo this. We're still dual splitting, it's just one of them is going to be further away. So this one dual splits, and it just runs into, you know, the other. Right. Runs into the other inputs for these. Like that. And then the dual splitting part of it is just going to have this coming out of here. And this is just going to run along like so. And right about here is where we'll actually split it again. And we just run this again. Yeah. Into all of the other inputs that we need. Okay. Like so. And there you have it. This is all set up and ready to go and start making automated wiring. Now, if we asked ourselves how much automated wiring do we need, it's really simple. We need them for adaptive control units, and you need 5 per. Easy enough, right? And we need 2 per one of these things, assembly directors. We need 500 assembly directors. So if I just go assembly director, add to list, 500. You can see that means we need 1,000 of these. And if we need 1,000 of these, that means we need 5,000 of these. So let's put that automated wiring to 5,000. Zero this out. And you can see that means we need 5,000 stators. Now, the good news is we have 5,000 stators easily just laying around in base. Let's go grab them, bring them here, put in our container, and watch this run, because that's the fun of making things. So we're back, filled the chest up. Let's go ahead, hook this up here, and once the first 200 exit, I'm just gonna build these in here and, you know, make sure that everything's working, which it will. It looks like it's gonna work. I don't see any problems. I don't see any reason why it wouldn't work. I see no red. See a sea of green. Everything looks great. The only thing we need to make sure to do is we need to make sure to collect the wire. And that is gonna go, let's put an industrial storage container. Just in case. And there you go. We should have automated wiring. It's making, in theory, at 90 a minute, which means if we need 5,000, it's going to take about an hour. That's cool. We have that working. Now it's time to move on to the other thing that we're going to use all of our copper for before we really finish this phase off. Alright, so after finishing up automated wiring, it is now time to move on to nuclear pasta. And nuclear pasta is definitely one of the things of all time you're going to have to craft. And the reason that I say that is because it's kind of insane. To put into perspective how insane this is, we need more copper. And this is one of the ones I'm looking at. Yes, yes. I see. Okay. And the amount of copper we need is 3,600. This is a pure node, right? Yes. So on pure nodes, we're still using Mark IIs. And just upgrading them all the way. So that we get 600 out of them. And we're going to come back for that belt later. Because we're going to be doing a lot of belts running right now. Somewhere over here is another copper ore. I don't know where, so I'm going to have to ping for it in just a second. But I know it's here. This one. Yeah. Alright, new miner. This is also a pure node. So it should be a miner with some of this going on. Run this conveyor belt across the desert. And we're going to take this somewhere over by the space elevator. I'm not exactly sure just yet. Let's go more north than this. Maybe like... yeah. This could work. How about right here? Give or take a little bit. So I'm going to bring all of our copper that we're collecting together. Oops. Okay, there's that copper node and that one that we need to go get. Okay, this is also a pure node, so it gets a miner mark 2. This is not a pure node? As I said, this is a normal node, so it gets a miner mark 3. And I'm out of portable miners. Wow. As I said, this is a normal node, so miner mark 3, upgraded all the way, and now it is also on the 600 pace. There should be another one right here somewhere. There's one like right here. I'm gonna go get it. To the south, I see. Alrighty, and if you are like me, then you are gonna be out of portable miners, so time for me to make some. Alright, with our new resources in tow, whatever they're called, the portable miners, we can set this up. Oops, don't shoot it. To be a fully upgraded Mark II to get that 600. And we can just take the moment to run this belt on over to the space elevator. Alright, I was able to get 4 of the belt lines done before I ran out of conveyors. And we only have 2 more to go. Ran out of aluminum sheets, that is. One of these isn't powered, so I'm gonna fix that. And the... Yeah, I'm just gonna go steal aluminum sheets from up there to finish it off. I'll probably come back with like a couple thousand, and we'll get this done pretty quick. Over here, we have 2 impure copper nodes. This is right here in the desert. And 2 impure copper nodes can become 600 if we miner Mark III and overclock them. I'm not in love with how many miner Mark IIIs I'm placing, but is what it is. We have that one. And then we have one out here, and I should be bringing power with me. But I'm a fool! Alright, so once we also have this impure node up and running at 300, we can just run our belt on over. And then with this other 300 one, we can do some merging. So that we get yet another 600 belt. And there you go. As insane it is, we have 5 600 belts, which is 3,000 of the... And we need 600 more for 3,600. So there is one more copper... Well, there are a bunch more copper ones, but there's one, like, there, maybe, that we can pick up. So we're essentially just going to run yet another power line across the desert, because that's what we do. And we're going to pick that up. So this one, which can be found in this area, is going to be our final one, and this is a normal node. So on a normal node, we can put a miner Mark II, and then fully overclock it. I lied. On a normal node, we have to put a miner Mark III and overclock it. Aha! Then we just give it power. And we just run a belt all the way across the desert. Alright, and here are our belts. I'm gonna go up a few Mark IV foundations like this. And then just give myself a little platform to work with. And I don't... Well, this platform probably needs to be huge, again. It doesn't need to start huge, though. Oh, maybe it does. I don't know. We'll figure it out. That's the fun thing about building platforms. I have no idea. I can tell you it's going to need a lot of smelting, so be ready for that. Don't be surprised, because it's coming. So, how much smelting do we need to do? Well, 10 is 300, which means 2 of those is a belt, right? So 2 of these is 1 belt, which then means we need 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Times 2 is 12. So we're going to need 12 smelters, which that's not 12 smelters. That's 12 smelters. And the good news is, if memory serves, it does not take all that much constructors. It's literally 12, isn't it? It's one constructor per smelter. So, just to talk about how crazy this is, it is one constructor, which is going to make copper powder, per an entire line of smelters. Okay? That's the type of ratios we're working with here. So now you're probably going to get the feel for why we needed a bunch of copper. So I'm going to go collect stuff on the side, in addition, extra iron plates and extra concrete to make this out bigger. I don't know if this is going to be a problem, but we're also going to need to be able to place 6 of these. Cool. So we're going to place down our first particle... I'm struggling to say words. We're going to put down our first 6 particle accelerators, which is going to be awesome. So go make sure you have all this stuff that's on the side here, and then we'll be back. Alrighty, now that we're back here, let's get our 10 smelters laid out. Our 12 10 smelters, not to be confusing, of course. Nice and laid out. Just place them like this. Like that. And the good news is we don't need to do, like, any type of counting or anything because, well, that's just on the side for us. Bad news is every once in a while we're gonna have to come in here and do this. Okay, so once you have placed down all 12 of these, which, yeah, is as ridiculous as it seems. We need to go through and hook these all up to each other. Just as you go by. And then once you connect this to that, everything should be yellow because they should already be on copper smelting because that's what we did with the blueprint. And it was clever because I knew I was going to have to do this a lot. Go figure. Okay, then every other one is just going to get a splitter. And the splitter is just going to run down the middle of each section like so. And then go to the next one. Go ahead and grab your belt. Doesn't really matter how you do this. There are a bunch of ways to make it look nice, but can't be bothered. We just need to get everything rolling on these smelters, manifolded out as quickly as we can, and, well, I don't know if it matters if it's super quick. This is gonna run for a long time. Like, we're not gonna be done with this for a while. Splitter here. Yeah, this might be too close, but that's okay. Just do that. Do that. Great. Just keep getting the belts and keep hooking them up, right? Conveyor splitter there. Belt here. Belt there. I have no reason to run a belt all the way down there just to run it back, but oh well. If you wanted, you could pick up the old belt and it would make things a little bit cheaper and a little bit easier. But I don't care that much. Of all the things we can do, this is fine. Alright, then it should be the last two. Perfect. Ah! Can't jump on that one because we're going against the grain. This is why it's always faster to go the direction you're making belts instead of away from the direction the belts flow, but whatever, I digress. Alright, and there you go. Everything should have word up. And we don't really need to go through and double check. It should all be fine. Alright, all you're going to do now is place a constructor in front of each one. About something like this. Looks fine to me. Great. Yippee. So in front of each splitter on the back, there should be a constructor. Remember not to hook up the splitter to it, but instead to hook up the merger. This one won't be a big deal if you mess it up. Like in any capacity, it won't be a big deal. You'll just have to like remove a belt, but it'd be better just to get it right the first time. Like always. Alright, that should be 12 constructors. They're all going to be making copper powder, So you can paste that to all of them. And just as you go through, hook it up, give it power, jump to the next one. Hook it. Oh, this one's too close. Womp womp. Give it its setting. Hook it up. Give it power. Jump to the next one. Give it its setting. This one's also too close. Awesome. Setting. Power. Setting. Did I do this on all of them? Like, hello? Apparently. Setting, power, hookup. Setting, power. Can't hook it up, it's too close, we're gonna fix it. Did that fix it? No, but this will. Ah, fixed. And you know what? I think I'll do it again. Power. Look it up. You can't stop me from making my own bad decisions. And you know what? I think I'll do it again. This one's spaced out well. And last but not least, there you go. Now, all of these, every single one, is making copper powder. And with any luck, our particle accelerators just fit in this space. Wow. Would you look at this? They do. Now, each particle accelerator is going to be making nuclear pasta. This takes 100 per minute. And you'll never guess what the output rate on these are. 50 per minute. Which means 2 of these supply one of this, just like that. Unfortunately, we can't do that, but yeah. So that means we need a little bit more room, doesn't it? Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does. That's okay. We need a little bit more room because we have to run a merger in here. Merge the two things together, run them in like that. Go to the next one. Merge the two belts together. Hello? Oh, I placed it wrong, didn't I? Yeah. Merge the two belts together, run it in like that. Two belts together. I did it wrong again, didn't I? Whatever. Don't care. Maybe one day I'll learn how to do it right. But until then, I don't know. Merge the two belts together. And run it into that. Two belts together, run it wrong again, don't care. And finally, last but not least, just like that. These, of course, need power, and you can just hook them up straight across to the smelting array in front of them, because there is room on those outlets. Cool. Beautiful. Then, of course, they need to be given the recipe, which for all of them is going to be nuclear pasta. So, nuclear pasta it up. These are pretty easy to give the recipes to, although it does take a while because you gotta really move through this. Sick. Then, we're just gonna merge them and send them to the space elevator. Yeah, much like this. In fact, let me just go run. Ah, we can do it all at once. It's fine. Oh, they're so far apart. Merger. Running out that way. There. Merger. And then finally a merger. Take these. Do yourself a favor. Run it into a storage container. And then run it in there. You're gonna need a bunch of these. So it would be nice if they stockpile that you just have them on hand. Okay, now we're not done just yet, because of course we aren't. We do need to also supply all of these with pressure cubes. And I highly, highly, highly recommend that you balance them out. So how do you balance them? Well, it's going to be triple splitter action. So it's going to be a splitter like this. And then that splitter is unfortunately going to have to run 2 lines down because these things are just so far apart from each other. One goes into there, and one just keeps on moving into here. Wahoo! Next up, we take another belt, and we just run this one all the way down to the next set, which would be here. Grab a splitter, place it there, then this into that down there. This has to go to the next area, and so does this. Boom. And carry this on all the way to the one at the end. And now they'll be split nice and evenly. Okay, from there, we just need to get the pressure cubes here. Thankfully, I think our pressure cubes are, like, there. We're gonna get up there and look at it, but I think they're, like, right there or something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. That's 16, 18, 20, almost 22. Wow, that's almost literally all the stuff we need. Okay, I'm gonna take all my sloops out of here because we don't need them in here anymore. And I am gonna remove that from my notes. And I'm gonna be honest, we're probably good on turbo motors too. I gotta find those though. I don't remember where those are. These aren't turbo motors. Are these turbo motors? They might be turbo motors. Okay, right. Turbo motors are probably good to go. I'm just guessing here, but if we have a bunch in here... Oh, yeah, turbo motors are so good. So, I have all of my sloop back on hand, which is very useful. Away it goes. Goodbye, sloop. Okay, wow. I was not expecting that many. That is awesome. So let's take this and run this basically to our space elevator, because that's where I was doing all my work skis. Something about like this, and then we just need to get it over there. I can go a little bit further. And just like that, we have pressure cubes coming in, and we can finally watch these machines make. Ugh. And if there was ever a building to watch, particle accelerators are it. Particle accelerators are so much fun to watch. Now, unfortunately, these particle accelerators only make 3 pasta a minute. And we need 1,100 of them, and that would take 6 hours. And we may or may not be beating the game in the next 6 hours. So this is probably fine to leave it as is and not do anything with it. However, there are some things you can do, obviously, like you could sloop them. Now, slooping 6 of these machines is quite expensive, both on energy and on sloop. I mean, we'd have to have 24, and I don't even think I have 24. I only have 16, but it is an option. That being said, given that we're probably going to be flying for at least 6 more hours, the worst case scenario is at the end of the game you go AFK for like an extra hour or 2, and congratulations, you're done. But if you are pressed for time, that is one option. Another option is just acknowledging that we have too many pressure cubes. We could actually overclock all of these. And if we sloop the constructors, that would give us enough to do that. And that would only take 12 sloop. So if you really want this to go faster, which I actually will do that, just so I don't have to wait around at the end of this, I'm going to take out all but 4 sloop. And we're just going to sloop the constructor. And by slooping the constructor, we're essentially doubling its output. And so I'm going to copy and paste that into all the constructors down the way. Then, after I've slooped all of those constructors, which I am going to make a note about, I'm also going to overclock these to make double. So they're going to require double the resources, but we already have the cubes lying around. And the copper powder is, well, already there. So we're just going to take that, slam these all together, and there you go. This is going to be now done in half the time, so this will be done in about 3 hours. Which, I know 3 hours doesn't sound impressive, but finishing all the nuclear pasta you need in 3 hours is pretty good, because you kinda end up needing a lot of it. So don't forget, whenever you put your sloop somewhere, just make a note for yourself. Sloop in copper powder. That way, when we decide we want it, we know where it is. Alright, so the only thing left to do is get space parts rolling, so let's go do that. We're going to do that on this platform here. Alright, so we're going to start by making assembly directors. And assembly directors are going to take 3 assemblers, like so. And these are all going to need to have maxed out power shards. We may or may not have enough. Well, I will have enough power shards for this. And if you don't, I'd be surprised because I have so many excess slugs as well. So you should have enough if you've done any modicum of exploring. And if not, as we saw when I was here, this area is littered with slugs. Including these cliffs and whatnot, you can get so many slugs. So I consider this to be free. Well, you could also just run this and have it be slow, by the way. So we're going to max shard this. Oop. Oop. And then this is the most annoying one, actually. We're going to have 5 manufacturers. And 5 manufacturers, such an annoying amount. But these need to all be making adaptive control units. Is that what they're called? Yes, look at me. I know my space parts. Which is impressive, because you barely touch these things ever. Okay, and those all need to come from one input, but they also all need to be max overclocked, right? Yes, of course they do. Everything needs to be maximally overclocked. So we overclock, oh boy, we overclock, boom, 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 boom. Okay. And then these are going to be the inserts for that. And I realize now that I probably should have used my blueprint for this. Well, no, I don't want to use the blueprint for this. Oh, well, I wish I could undo what I just did. Oh my god, we're going to have to place down 5 manufacturers. Wow. Can I get 5 big manufacturers? Manufacturer, 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 manufacturer. Help, I'm losing my mind. Okay, we're not going to worry about load balancing this. Because this one doesn't even take the longest. But we're going to get close. So we're going to do a dual splitter setup. One splitter that goes into the first 2 like that. And then one splitter that's going to go into all... Oh no! All 3 of them like that. And this is essentially what we're going to do for every single one, so... Might as well embrace it or whatever, I don't know. This one goes here. Sure. That works. Run this one down into a splitter here. That apparently wants to face the wrong way. You know what? That's okay. You can face the wrong way, buddy. And then we can just default our way into everything. That looks great to me. Alright, next one we do is like this and like that. One here, one there. Looking great to me. For funsies, I'm just going to move the splitter, I don't know, to there. Why not? One will go here, one will go here, and one will go there. Now, those are, let's see if I remember this, computers, circuit boards, heavy frames? Ooh. But this needs automated wiring, and you're never going to guess where we're going to get automated wiring from. Now, automated wiring is actually needed for 2 things, I believe. If not, this is just a waste of a splitter, but that doesn't matter. And I will happily manifold these in. So the other ones I didn't want to manifold because I want them balanced. These, we're just going to produce a bunch of them, and I don't care if we're, like, overproducing. It's fine as far as I'm concerned. Oops, I placed that too soon. One more splitter. Forgot there were 5 and not 4. Hee Kind of a manifolding mess, but it's gonna work out. Alright, as far as the inputs go, one belt, excuse me, goes to each storage container right here, where you're gonna unload your stuff. And that's assembly directors all set up, except for the fact that I didn't finish, but that's okay. One storage container here, which is going to house your supercomputers. Splitter here. And this splitter is going to go into all 3 of those machines. These over here are going to produce at an acceptable rate, but it's one that allows us to merge. Like so. So these can merge all onto one belt, which will save us from having to do any actual thinking, which, honestly, we love to hear that, because then we just take a splitter, we throw it about there, and run everything out like that. Now, that's all nice and manifolded. And now we have everything also hooked up to power. Yay! And I think we can even reach and plug it in. Yep. Great. And you can see I didn't teach everything that we're making adaptive control units, so that's fun. But that's okay. You just go and click, click, click on these. Alright. Assembly directors. Done. Next up, field generators. We'll worry about the output on them later. So field generators are 3 assemblers, again. These also need to be max sharded. I don't know if clicking this and then clicking this is going to unmax shard them. Also, got to make sure, did these have the max shards? No, they don't. That's really important. Make sure your manufacturers all have the max number of shards in them. Otherwise, this is going to take a long time, and you don't want that, and I don't want that. Okay, then this is going to need 2 separate assemblers, both of which are not maxed out, actually. This one is frameworks, and the framework only needs 1 shard. And then this is electromagnetic control rods, and it only needs 2 shards. I'm going to do industrial containers because I can. There are 2 industrial containers there, 2 industrial containers here. Bed like this, like this, like that. And then these just feed into those, right? Yep, that's it. So splitter. Okay. Oh, that's not how you do that. That's how you do it. Alright, hook them up together with power. Hook that up to a power pole over here. And then they're all yellow, and that it should be field generators done. Which is awesome. Oh, how it flies. Okay, next up. Thermal propulsion rockets are... This is going to be the slowest one. This one's going to produce over 100 minutes. So this is a 2-hour adventure. Which is maybe a little bit more than I'm happy with, but Do I want it? Do I want to change it? Hold on, let's do a think. I don't think I do, because this needs a whole bunch of things behind it. No, I don't want to change it. That being said, I am going to push it forward a little bit. Thermal propulsion rockets can just be slow. That's just the way the cookie is going to crumble today. Okay, so we need this overclocked like that. Beautiful. Then these ones here are going to need 3 manufacturers, which is, again, a really annoying amount. I'm not excited about that. These are all going to need to be max sharded, but what are they making? Modular engines. Okay, paste, paste, paste. They all should be making modular engines. And, of course, the number of modular engines they're making is enough that it can just run straight in to this assembler. And the modular engines are really like the linchpin to this one, so linchpin? Huh. Never really thought about that. I don't really want to think about that word. Alright, good talk. Anyways, there you go. It's 3 boxes here just plugged into this because we already are making turbo cooling and fused frames, right? They get plugged into this. Then back here, we need 3 assemblers. So 1 assembler per machine, right? Nice and easy, 1 assembler per machine. These are, of course, making smart plates. They also need to be maxed out. And there you go. That should be that. Then we just need 2 industrial storage containers for, well, let me redo this a little bit. We can put 2 industrial storage containers over here. Yeah, that'll work. 2 industrial storage containers over here. These are just going to split 3 ways. Not too much of a shock there. That's kind of a shock, but we can fix that really easy. There you go. And then, of course, these just need to make it to a port that is acceptable on each of the manufacturers. Great. Then this top one needs to do the same thing, where it needs to find an acceptable position to insert itself into each of the manufacturers. So this one's a little messy, is the way I did it, but each manufacturer should just have 1 open spot on it, and that should be pretty easy. Then we need 2 more storage containers, and hopefully I can just kind of boopity boop boop. Does kind of mess that up, but I'll tell you what, let's just put 1 on top. Tell you what, let's put 1 on this side, but like separate from those, and nobody confuses it. Okay, then, whoa, what did I just do? Then splitter, we can even put it like there, into all of those. Same thing's gonna happen here, splitter into all of those. Grab power for all of our friends. And there you have it. This is everything we're going to need to make all of the space parts that we need. And you can see with the speed that we have that nuclear pasta making, it's actually kind of already done, which is absolutely awesome. We're going to finish these by making sure they all merge, and then running them down in to the space elevator. Unfortunately, they cannot run on the same line, because once one type of thing is full, they will get messed up, and there's kind of nothing you can do about it. There are technically things you can do about it, but they're not worth doing. Just run 3 lines of belts. It's really not that hard. And like, oh no, I'm out of aluminum. Run the belts on Mark 1s. It does not matter. These are not producing fast. The seconds you save by running it on a faster belt are not worth the seconds it takes to collect the resources, so if you're running low on whatever belt type you're using, just switch to another one. This can be literally anything. It does not need to be complicated. How many inputs are there? 3 on this side. 1, 2, and then this one's just gonna have to run to the other side. Okay. Those are all now belted in and hooked up. Do note, we're not going to be deleting this setup. This setup's here to stay, which is kind of fun. And now, it's time to figure out what supplies we need. So, thermal propulsion rocket. Add to to-do list. 250. Okay, add opening codex. Add to to-do list. 650. I don't really need to add smart plates, but I'm going to add. How many do I need? I need 1,300. Okay, that is thermal propulsion rockets done. Next up is this one, which is magnetic field generator. Add it. Set it to 500. Click on this one. We need 500 of those. You can see it right there. So edit 500. Then go and get the frameworks. Set it to how many? 1250. And we have something laying around. Apparently I have 150. So I'm going to subtract 150 from that. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to go find those. They should be here. Oh, I technically have more than that, but I'm not going to bother. I'm just going to give each of these 50 and move on. But for the fact that they're not on the same setting, that's always fun to find out. That's a good way to find it out, too. Okay, so that's versatile frames, that's electromagnetic controllers, all that's done. Next up is assembly directors, and these are pretty easy. Because it's just 500 of these. Yep. And then, CD control units. That's what they're called, adaptive control unit. Add those to the list. Because I need 1,000. And that gives me all of these resources here. Which we don't have to do automated wiring, because that's already being fed to everything here that needs it. Okay, so now, we're going to go collect those resources. While you're doing this, note the one we want to start with is this one here on the end. So we want to collect parts for this. And these are the thermal propulsion rockets, or whatever they are called. And these take the modular engines, so you're looking for rubber, motor, reinforced plates, rotors, and then whatever this takes, which is fused frames, cooling systems, turbo motors. So, gonna get that stuff and try to bring it all here in one go. Okay, everything's in place and everything should start making. It'll take somewhere around like 70 minutes once you get everything in place to finish this off. So you have like an hour and 10 minutes. You can use that time to explore and finish finding sloops or Mercer spheres, which can be really useful because if you're like me, you haven't maxed out your dimensional depot. I'm not going to be maxing out my dimensional depot, and nor am I going to be looking for sloops. Instead, what I'm going to be doing is preparing for Phase 5, because we're kind of in our victory lap arc. Because, like, once you've done this and got all the space parts ready and they're going to build, you kind of beat the game. Like, we kind of already did it. We didn't literally do it, but Phase 5 is so much easier than Phase 4 and so much smaller. So, what's going to happen here is we're going to go off and we're going to go do Phase 5 prep. But I'm going to do it in the next video because it's Phase 5 related. So, if you choose to explore, that's great. Go explore, have a good time. When you complete Phase 4 and actually launch the... You know, good. If you want, you can go to the next video and you can follow along in the completing Phase 4 prep work that we're going to do for Phase 5. So I'm not actually launching the space parts right now, but this is going to work itself out. There will, of course, be the miscellaneous couple of bits and bobs that don't get distributed correctly or whatever. And if you want to solve that early, we're kind of at a point where it's actually really easy to do because we have access to, you know, excess resources here, so you can just pull out a few extra of each thing. Alright, just pull out a few extra computers, throw them in there, pull out a few extra circuit boards, throw them in there, go over here. This one won't happen because it's one machine, right? Well, no, it's 3 machines. It might happen, yeah. Go over here, grab a few extra supercomputers, throw them in there. And it doesn't matter if you make excess. Like, it'll be fine. So don't worry if you make too much, because we're gonna need more anyways, between you and me. Between you and me, gonna need more. So either way, no matter what you do, you're doing Phase 5 stuff in the next video. And, yeah, no, that'll be good. I don't have stators in here, so I can't actually make more of those, but oh well. And these don't even need it because, well, they're hooked up to... Yeah, that was dumb. Hooked up to one machine, so there's no way that that can be messed up. Reinforced plates. Pew. Rotors. Oh, what are these? Oh, I never got the extra rubber! Well, hopefully you guys aren't like me. And you didn't forget the extra rubber. Because if you've got the extra rubber, it's time for you to go get your extra rubber, right? This is all going into one machine, right? Yeah. I'm not gonna worry about it. It's all going into one machine. That means that'll make perfectly. Okay, I'm gonna go get that extra rubber and put it in. And you won't see it. Just trust me, I'm doing it. I promise. Bye!